game and competition bot, and you can set up competitions in your own Telegram group. And you can have the competitions reward, get prizes in your own native token. If it's on Solana, what chain are you guys on? We're currently on Ethereum and Arbitrum. We're also about to launch product on the Expert Network, but we're chain agnostic, obviously. So wherever it makes sense, that's what we're going to do. So yeah, that's right now. Currently, we're live on Arbitrum. Okay. Well, even if you don't have Solana token available to use for competitions, you can still add the bot to your group and engage in our community battles. And those are completely free. And communities over 60 layers and like a grand over 70,000 Telegram reach too. Okay, sounds good. Can you get me the DM? Because we actually use some kind of bot. We use some kind of bot in our Discord. It's called Tipsy. But this is what you're talking about. Sounds a lot more interactive. So yeah, it's actually like a lot of fun because like you get fighting against each other in the yes, actually up in Jumbotron. It was our first. Alright, got it. Yeah, UTG. You can promote it with that. Needs over there. But as your community gets more, it's going to get automatic exposure to all the other people. There's the other 110 communities that are playing the games. We do competitions, blood boosts as well. And you can also, actually I'm not sure about this because it's not Solana. Let me correct this on this one. But you can sign your own tokens and opportunity to be able to win. It says here, community battles don't require a token in the key. Works for any community. It can win boost. Crypto Fight Club is also new that don't have the bot yet. They're listening. Okay, great. Okay, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to forward this over to our Discord manager. And yeah, because I don't know. The only downside is that it's a Telegram bot, so it does only work on Telegram. Are you guys going to expand the service to Discord in the future? Not that I'm aware of right now. Like it's not in the plans currently. We still have a lot of Greg is our main development bot, and he's got a lot of updates that he's working on currently. But as time goes on, we can definitely look into that in the future, I think. Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna stay in contact. I'm definitely gonna be coming back and forth to your spaces. We don't have a Telegram right now, unfortunately. We only use Discord. But if you guys are gonna expand this service, we probably like to use it because we use something called Tipsy, and you can just tip with it here, like it's interactive. Okay, cool. So where are we at with the next community token that has used the Airblock games? So that's what we're focusing on, basically helping a lot of speak for the communities that can. So we got Skeleton and
Please have the first. Yeah, Afghanistan.
Six ranked in the featherweight division. List off Conor McGregor's last 7 fights. I'm like, what? I feel stupid. That's how I feel when I'm like, you know what? Some people beat me up and jump and do this. And then outside the list off Conor. Like I'm impressed with Danny because like listening to brain surgeon.
Zoot, how are you, big dog? What's good, son?
How you going?
I'm well. I just asked you what's good. Thankfully. How was the pub? What'd you say?
I think that was fun.
You went into it last night, you said. Yes, you did. I said to you right before you left. And by the way, I'm sending you an invite. I said to you, you're like, I gotta go. I'm like, why? And you're like, because I'm about to walk into the pub. Were you unaware of this?
Oh, the hub.
What's the hub?
The hub is.
Porn. So talking to me, you're so horny that you had to go masturbate.
Okay.
It sounds like it. Are you ready to lose?
Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
Rabbi.
Yeah.
Did you know saying my show?
No, I'm doing something else.
You gonna put the roll down?
Yes, sir. Did you make it?
Does it say hold in one?
Fuck you, dog. Dude, that's amazing. One of the best shots you've ever had.
That's the easiest to get a hold in one.
No, it's not. But that's a cool story.
That's the hard. Now this is the worst fucking hole. Do you think with help, like you'll be able to get a hold in one? So you
Do I think with help I'd be able to get a hole in one on this hole? No, because you don't have any momentum going back. Well,
With 4 players.
With 4 players. I still don't think so.
If you go first, and is it as good as this show? You can get it in now.
Dude, are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
No, but I went from like the best shot to the worst.
This is the easiest shot. Get a hold of one, I think.
No, it's the ice.
This one. Yeah, I know. The sandwich one.
It's like a Christmas fan one.
What are your thoughts on this? Your thoughts on my? Dude,
I think we
Zoot, I'm beating you. You're not good at this one. You always quit.
I'm very good.
You're bad at this whole dog. Are you serious? That was almost a shot.
I told you I'm very good. So. Yeah, that was not a good job.
No, it wasn't. Dude, I am fucked.
I could get it in there. That was nice. I could have risked it, but
This would be the greatest
get it in.
water bump in the history of water.
And we caught.
Are you proud of yourself? Hey, did you meet James McCann?
Oh no, I'm not going out.
Wait, aren't you going to his secret show?
Yeah.
Did he show up? Dude, did you meet Jay McCann?
No.
Did he go to the show?
No.
Night, but not. Well, he went 2 nights ago, but not last night, right?
I think he's going against that.
Are you going? You're not going. Why not?
gonna say? Oh, did I tell you that my friend messaged me and he said, "Dad, as part of it last night, he said, part of his skit, he told him go back to Canada."
Get it.
My friend's Canadian and Jen go back to Canada.
Well, you had said that your friend's Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you want to meet James McCann?
Already have.
You haven't met him. Do you want to meet James McCann?
Yeah.
So then why don't you go visit him? So, do you want to know? Do you want to know something?
What?
It's lost.
Hey, Rabbi, I started a lucid dream the other night.
That's a cool story.
Lucid dreaming really good. Out of body experience. Like I was about to go. Like I was in a lucid dream and I thought I was having an out of body experience. That worked up and I realized it wasn't. Like it was weird. I had like experience my lucid dream, but I actually have one.
That's baller.
Nah, having an out of body experience is way more euphoric. Connect you to your consciousness and dimensions if you try hard.
Word, dog.
Have you ever tried?
Been second of my life. Fuck, Zoo. So you want to know something?
Do you want?
Yep.
That's a good.
I agree. All right, we're gonna play multipliers on, baby.
How's that shit?
So instead of Pornhub,
Jennifer Cam would be proud.
I don't think so. Oh, shit, that was baller. Oh, that would have been sick.
When are you gonna say Jennifer Cam?
Soon enough. I'm not that.
What Canadian do you want to say?
Today.
What's the guy's name? Will something.
Will Smith.
No, one that you're obsessed with.
Oh, William Montgomery. As much as I do.
Why? Why do you like him? Bomb hard.
Yeah, he's arguably losing his touch.
He bombed hard and 20 minutes straight. It was bad. Why did he bomb?
Why did he bomb? I don't know.
You are so good at.
Zoot, are you proud of yourself?
Do you know how hard it's going to be for you 100 points? You're fucked up. Fuck. How did you win?
I came back, baby.
You won by 20 points. What happens in a tiebreaker?
Biggest dick wins, so looks like I the default win, baby. Carom time.
What happens in a draw? Do you go into a breaker if you go into a draw?
I don't know. It's never happened.
You try and say if you go into a breaker.
We'll try it after this. Okay, keep in mind this one you can get anything in.
You got to cover the queen. Rabbi, it's not fair that you go first. That you're in going first. No, crazy rubber.
What's that, baby?
You could have won on the first shot, like first round.
Yeah, I could have. Because I'm sexy.
Rate that shot out of 10.
0.
Rabbi, how good am I playing?
You suck cock, dog.
Maybe I'm good at sucking cock.
Did you just quit?
No, you won.
Oh, tight. All right, let's try to do the thing, but don't fuck it up. So just get 0 points. Zoom. So don't even flick it. Just like barely touch it.
I know what you mean.
Too hard. Go to the side more. Dude, I fucking told you. You suck dick, dude. God.
Okay, that was. Get a 10.
Now I have to fucking work at it.
110. Oh, fuck. Why did you do that?
Why not?
I have to get 3 10s now. Five 10s. So I have to get.
Man, this is not easy, dude. You don't have to get 5 10. You could get a 20. Okay. Good job. Now just 110. Good job. Now. Oh, you fucked up.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Oh, no, you didn't. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Oh, I got retarded.
Oh, we just let out.
Yeah, we put the phone here.
Oh, that's cool that you could hit the balls. Hit another one. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Oh, really cool, Zoot. I like it. Look at all the balls come down. I like style.
I want to say next game.
I want to try to get 10 balls.
I'm as you don't score. Oh, no. I thought you were going to score.
Well, I didn't.
Good. I'm just thinking it's going to be a draw.
Well, we just want to see what happens. What if it has some kind of?
Okay, we're a draw.
What if it has shoot off?
You just let them go down?
Yeah, I don't want to risk it. Oh, it just draws. It wins. That sucks. I wanted to have like a shoot.
That's another game where you draw, they'll give you like.
Ari?
Can you draw? Can you draw to the right?
Can you accept an invite?
Can you draw to the right?
Oh boy, that's a good one. Yeah, I think you can. They don't have like a word on.
Sure.
We could test it by just letting the time run out.
I've been in Scrabble.
Or the tie?
There's quite often Scrabble you got, isn't there?
I don't know about that. What are your thoughts about being 59 points back?
I'm back.
Remember I told you Roseanne won Guest of the Year? They faked me out. Top one Guest of the Year along with Rob Schneider. It was a co-Guest of the Year.
Rob Schneider sucks.
All right, I mean, what are you going to do about it, dog? A lot of points.
People weren't happy with Roseanne was even on the panel.
Did you even watch it?
I went on the Reddit and people were happy that Roseanne. She said, "Why is Roseanne here and nobody knows her time?"
Yeah, I saw that too. Doug, did you go to the Fighter and the Kid Reddit?
Not yet.
Doug, you're gonna be sucked in. It is the absolute funniest shit. I'll send you a link to a video that'll get you, or it's like a series of videos that will get you all caught up, and you'll think this shit is as funny as I do. Oh, what was it? What a terrible throw. What do I need to do? Oh, one?
Two.
Yeah, pro double out. Pro double out, son.
Okay, I can come back then.
Yeah, because I'm not good at those. You ready?
If you hit it, you hit the double two. Fucked if you hit the double two.
Okay, I'm going to send you a link to.
I can't win. If we get the double two, I can't win. If you double that here, I can't win. But well.
Yo, big dog thing that you need to watch. It's in this Brendan Schaub, who Ronda Rousey is. Yeah, you should. She's the most famous female UFC person in global history.
Watch USA.
Okay. Zoom.
Is UFC?
You have fucking day. It's gonna be giant now that they've got this parent. It's gonna be absolutely fucking giant.
When did USA get big?
Like Conor McGregor. I got into it during the pandemic. And here's the thing. You watch it. I'd seen them before, but there's just something that you watch them and then you get hooked. Like once you watch one, you're absolutely hooked.
When did it start?
93 or something.
It's older than I thought.
Zoot, I sent you a link. Scored.
But it wasn't popular for like 2000, right?
Right. I sent you a link on Discord. Do you hear me? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot.
Yeah, well.
I sent you a link on Discord.
I'm going to go now for a show.
Okay. Will you watch that compendium? And next time you come in, we'll be able to talk all about it. Oh, so you fuck.
Well, I'm gonna watch it because it's the funniest shit ever. No, dog, my boys. Who do you like more, Geronimo, Geraldo, or what's his name? Geraldo, I think. Geraldo. It's something like that. Or very good. I like them both. So it's like choosing between two. Yeah, but I feel he is the more it's like his channel and everything. I think Geraldo. Oh, all downhill from here. Oh, this is the best. Oh, I hope they have a good song. I hope it's like Night Moves. It'd be so sick. The guy was sick. Oh, this is the.
Welcome back to Tim Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, you're the Patreon, you're the Discord, you're the absolutely. It's Patreon because that's what we got going there. I mean, I'm like one of the slow down the draw in all the West, but you didn't press one that exists. And another, Gerardo's doing a thing where you gotta be to do something. Okay, they shop clothing to see if it has any effect on his life. Yeah. He wears it to. And how far are you into it? Dude, so far I lost both my jobs. And my girl has left me. And what's the other thing? I forget. It was summertime. You know? Okay. Yeah. Wait. Fair enough. Wait. Right? No, that's not at all. I think they're much same as a shot. Start the timer. Hobbit Man. This is about. Is this just the same that we watched like a couple months ago? You know, it very much could be because it's very familiar to me. I look like a violent person. And if I didn't know me, it's just even hands and like there's the width of my shoulders, like there's the difference between what's on and what's Minx. Man, I know we've talked to him, but wow. Yeah. That's crazy. He's got like lipstick on. Yeah. The makeup like with the tail. Look at him. He's also doing that thing on his chest, dude. He's a sign of the redacted army, like Illuminati, but redacted. That's true. He does have big shoulders, though, dude. So that's true. I guess that makes me a big old pussy. I like that he's behind. Okay, it's a promotion. This is Whitney Cummings, dude. The clips from this episode are, is it American Redact? Podcast Cringe that made a video about this.
Welcome.
Social media. Whitney gets 2 million views on her pod, but can't get 500,000. You know what I say to that? Narrative? What do you say? Good. Yeah, dude. You know, fuck. Can I be honest, dude? It's all fake. It's fuck. It's the government trying to fool us. She sucks always. I've never seen one thing good of hers. There's only like 250 people that have ever done that. Democrat, Republican, like co-op for sure. Driving my son to baseball. Dude, I'll be back. I was going to say a joke where I'm like, on Gino's side on any time. I've never been on his side. I'll be back on his side if he starts talking shit about Whitney Cummings. Yeah, I mean, it'd be worth anybody talking like a whole video on one comedian, how they hate them on their side. Yeah. I know that's a sickness in my brain. Yeah. But I like it even when I like the comedian. It's interesting. In fact, I might even like it more when I like it because then it makes me mad. Yeah. Remember that one drunk guy that watched us? Do you remember that? Yeah. There was like a drunk dude that was trying to vomit on our show, but he was too drunk to even say anything. It was just sad. And he had like 10 views. I feel like we suck because never watching somebody watch us, dude. Well, I was like, no way made it. Somebody was watching that, we got a commentary channel. Shout out to that guy. Hope he's okay, but it doesn't seem to last long because it seems like he's headed to rehab. Yeah. There's no Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. He comes in. He comes out of rehab. That's good. That's ever dating. All right, lives. What happens for these? I haven't this one yet.
This is now again, what's the idea? Besides the fact that it's Florida, we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Viraviana, which is the difference. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something could only best be related when there's a lot of abstraction of communities. So now, she thinks ultimately by the Esmond zone by the harlot increases. That emerges gets the little so by come on big shots on it's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Ruben gives the sheep on the via schedule Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in, she's not she consecrates it, she's recovered. But she's not bishop. So what's the status now of the body? Amigas vossos vislações, que mandati vacilão, to do so, making something fetch is the equivalent of, in other words, really the Gemara that verbally do something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing makdashit is the equivalent of offering. As in a ashram quite easy whereas offering it up is ultimately again is still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she was makdashit? Again, here the shayla is in this case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time it's here, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Bia. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdashit. Wednesday the Bia occurs. Time of the Bia, the object is still here. Now the shayla is, does the object become an Eslam Zona? Yes, so the picture of Rabbi Eliezer. You can observe a lot of us. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer. Right, you might say, that Rabbi Eliezer, Shekhat Mabeh. So remember again, the way that the lesser understood things, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right, she offered it up already by the time she occurred. Jafta he gave us that. So Jafta, because that was no longer existing. Shasol. Low, and from the lowest things here, she is not the only thing that is on the deal of her, perhaps the enemy would not be told from Jonah. Let's know, we have a lot of mistake. Truth is, this actually, this shayla is not a shayla that was himself. The verse is nice. Mixture together the Eliezer that the vessel Dafka Bakishasa knows in Eslam is when the animal was up before the Bia. And by the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just consecrated, the animal is still in existence and the Bia, in which case Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. Dilma, Hikri Shitale, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer existing. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. So the Gemara says take it. So we're reading that. So interestingly enough, both like what comes out in this case is first of all, so this is number one. We're not paying attention to what we're doing is something we categorize as like the harvest payment must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. That order is not followed either payment and delayed via or via and then payment. Again, it is not so if it gets translated in animals now, the idea doesn't depend. Assume she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to go by cargo. If she's not vicious, consequences. And so it's still in existence to be up the next day. What's the status of that? Okay, let's analyze more. But so the second disorder was let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So I thought love, so ultimately again the payment is not when we say it's used for purposes or meaning where is the cash out? I don't understand this. Gemara says, "Ba'ala bi'ahidim at shalosh esmana us." The Brisa says we can have relations with himself, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, they'll call the harlots and we still us. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not. Stuff, low cash. So most of that country so just call us. There's relations and then payment. That's not an estimate. It's not transactional leasing. Here the Gemara says that we use number. Ultimately, it is still us. I'm not going to use stuff. I'm not just a low cash. It's not a contradiction. Ba'ali me is me. They tell us, yeah. But the umbrella is ba'ali me. They tell us that. So let's say this is ultimately again one. So we're talking one case. We're talking about a case where it says have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. They tell us that called common beyond the Estland. So ultimately, again, the says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transparency. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, and ultimately again there's no transaction or lease. So that's analyzing the the Umar would tell us that my hobby. I don't understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. You can go to the have relations with it's up to the show. Have relations with this. Again, he doesn't pay for 3 years. 3 years. Now look at this. Oh, it has the status of a hard tenant because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it perfect. In order for it to be first, what has to happen? The man says, right? Because livestock, animals require sheep are required to keep possession. Used to give us problems or kind of okay. So kind of is actually interesting. Locally, the sheep is only been by so apparently again, young Jew, they don't sheep as so far. We're talking about another possibility is the owner is only Israelis. No, it's nothing to do with Charlotte. If you don't, they call you Bechatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chatzim. In which case, again, all leaders can be chatzim. She requires less than a second. You could play Bechatzim, but the African Russell. I don't know. I don't understand. If it's in a chatzim, it requires it. he had relations with her, and then ultimately denigrated her, only denigrated her. It's already in her thoughts, it's already what are you talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of Esma. She's acquired the sheep even before the Gila. If the sheep is good to the commercial sheep, the shot in the hand, that's very interesting. Now, here's, so Ruben comes to the world. And I hear this sheep is not good. Remember, they don't really look that crazy, but I think what they're saying is they still don't says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, take this sheep. So therefore, she acquired the sheep initially. She acquired the sheep in the event that there was non-payment. The Amar I see not later. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and it's not shockingly the Eslam, takes this sheep ultimately again as fine. Massive Rashish, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this vastness. Let's say again, let's say you pay employees, donkey drivers, and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again, Rashi points out over here. Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia Jews. Idolaters are Amia. Right? So what's the house? Okay, so let's before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? Essentially, go use this money to go to purchase for yourself food and drink. You're paying me on supplemental. He's giving them here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. The Eno Hoshish do this. Eno Hoshish, you don't have to be worried. Something like 60 kg. Lomishum Shvis, Lomishum Nice, Lomishum Yayin. I was saying, here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halot giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Aretz, yes, the Akum is going to go by Yayin. Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Aretz is going to buy Shvita. Or Maisu Shivas. It's going to outside of the obviously, we get fresh. Why does it have to be this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money. He's saying, Kedra, which ones? Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi Shema Maisa, right, if you look at the heart, it's the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. We don't think it's not the one giving them anything. He's giving them money. It's covered up here. This is for your food. This is for your food. They choose to do it that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so no liability. Okay, no. Contrast out the following things. Sabbath no, they do second line down. The Amarlach, but said to them, so, Vani Polea, Su Shubani Polea, says to the workers, like, it's not good drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. is a problem. משום שביעס ומשום מייס then you have the problem. Then you have a problem. Now why is that? הביאו לו שיח האיסור מהפילו, והשם עושה את מה שמונה אישור אישור, because he's paying the tab, will say and the items for his work. See, if you then just says, here's $100 for your food, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's nothing free. If he says, go eat or drink, then also looking again, that is problematic. He's potentially putting an Irish force. Almost, so what you see from here is that halal I'm not going to go say it, and circling to the Raviana case, right? So going back now again to the Raviana case of remember, what did they do? They had and they borrowed to the focus paid before with Europe. What said, not a problem for transactional immediacy. So what's that? What do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, Kapora, to make you say Kapora. So what do you see from here? That when moving, pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. Even though, again, he's paying consumption already took place. A lot of them, so he's transactional immediacy. And he is considered to be paid for. These, exchange goes to see that. That's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Anani tikapara." So to the Yana, the name we here ultimately again isn't that ultimate for Shemitah Kodesh. Same thing. The Gemara says, "The Gemara Fisto, the Chendeni Hamakiko, the Mishtabel." No, in the case, like they're going ahead and telling the work. And go drink off the tab. We're talking about the purchase and food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Archilai, finally junior patent. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, they ultimately there is actual needs. That's happening like that. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money. Okay, that's the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get his money because regularly extends credit. So there is transaction news. He's not just saying stand where you want and but he's saying Tevra, the shopkeeper, I'll pick up. This is a shopkeeper who extends credit to moving. Again, it's as if the debt is paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that happens. Rashi says over here, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, it's going to donkey drivers and laborers, whatever they want. Everybody's going to immediately pay for it. Those are only things about Hanaf, even the Hanaf, again, that doesn't apply. So again, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. I don't think so. Therefore, that case is fine because of that transaction. Other, again, now, if you to send out a workplace, you can go to an open up tab. And now he's not sending for shopkeeping who already extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? So that should be okay. Lucky, I would touch it. If you that, so we should sue that. If that's the case, then second right, instead of making the first statement, where we can say, here's $100, go out and go to drink, make it to what you do. You might say that, John, when is this so open? So anybody, how many people in the stop it? When is it limited for moving to say to the tablet. Go out and go eat and drink. I'll pick up the tab. That's only with the shop because he extends credit to Ruben. Because this transaction only is and it says it. Again, the transaction already has the notion of related items. How about the people? But not true for the not exchange credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be fun. In other words, that is the rice and the pieces that are same. One piece is different. And the other organizations. These must be old, and the machine. Much people need understand it. But more that if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend the bummer of this? Homer the Chavero. A person says, person says to his friend, "Hey, one of the phone, do you think from the pussy rough?" When I came to right thing, Ruben goes, right, I got the shit. Ruben, do me a favor. Lend, like, give him money for shit. Give money for shit. My property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Well, clearly, you know, ultimately, that property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, so says, what you can assume that Ruben and I have no previous what do you see from there? When you ask someone to try to do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that incumbents of transactional immediacy seems to be a right from there. Amarava, you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends or doesn't extend credit, doesn't you must look at it much better, even the low Yaku Shibude low Missile. And the rest of the what's look at that shit. Just keep it going, the Yaku Shibude, third wide one. Still not Shibude. Hey, low Yaku Mo. Love, come to the move along. Since moving the not go ahead. It's actively set aside money, right? He's telling you to go out, go eat and drink, pockets. Since no amount of money, right? Or no specific money that we set aside for that, and that lacks transaction because it does ultimately work out. It should be much. So you feel most the craft love everything below meets sorry, Gemara says Michael Shish. So that's the case ultimately again. So what do you mean? So the Gemara says all momia which should be not all. So ultimately again you says the Gemara ultimately what do you have to be concerned about? Michael Shish. You should be what do you have to be concerned about here? The halakha of the saw that perhaps again ultimately, it's the same thing. Local Mesa, because no particular money has been designated for that. I don't know how to tell that. You don't do that. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money. Okay, so this changes that. Look at that. Shaking low. Minus Dino the family. Holdem Shishala Exlo. The Hashkam the Balabai is coffee the surgery. Oh, it's everything. So in the case of the year, when the Raisa says, Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is we're already moving deep to the shopkeeper. Some extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for him. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for him, ultimately, again, if they pay for it, literally like he's supplying them with related items. I'm not gonna know. I'm just going to try to come in just with me now. The Gemara says as follows. So, again, all of this is on the same level as actual news. Like that's the key. That's the key. So the Gemara says, I'm not I'm sorry, I'm not I'm missing the Schmeichel. I said I said this over in front of Rob Zidit of an hour ago. And what happened? I'm not ready. I've been trying to see the price shouldn't leave something to workers. Go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to sell it as a pay. Rather, what the trades? Su'u ve'eflu, su'u shesu, bani nachash. It's just say go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shot. Because again, we're saying that the case of years of 2K, right? So you love shot because then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which you must, no, you're right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, all right, execute the right. Yeah, a lot more so bigger system is so please remember. So you got 2 cases of advice. Case number 1 is your losing representing that. So it's got to go out to meet but and drink that case, whatever they do, it's not fun. Case 2, the way you're not understanding it now, is that how often am I so moving 3 8 went ahead and got 2 shots and 3 said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have access now to limited free items, then it's as if moving is going ahead and supplying is going ahead. The way that prices should reach is to workers, so go out and drink, but I'm not hashing, and then I will set it off ultimately again with the shot. That's what the Gemara says. It's good. Let's stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a guy. Everyone in one.
He's the right guy to do it. But it's so funny that yeah, doing this guy
begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We're dedicating all these commercials this year. As it's close for the sales bubbles. First sponsors for the month. Our volume will help us even raising honor of raising and Rosen's wife and Stanley Rosen's wife's brother. Main sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, Information of the Yard Side, Dr. Wolf's father, Science, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nick Jacob that had a limit of the father. Then have a cover by the radio of last of course, always we dedicate our limits to purchase half purchase make welcome to something at home. And current and America give them success with all of also definitely we have an exciting data ahead of us today. Today's dash is Sunday Gimel 63 and we are on South Basin base 62B the day Rabbi which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 lines up from the bottom. So much is the big Rabbi yes, he can see us now. We are a little bit sheets. Remember the hustle of our do as follows. We will borrow Shemitah produce from them and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following. So if you could actually say it's very interesting. Yes, it is causing this malady. So obviously, again, without getting technical, I'm off on myself. You can go lend or borrow, not numbers, but lend or borrow shoes. While it's still readily available for everyone, readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is so people have got to borrow shoes to produce from the name very machine. Actually, goes on a part of the machinist. So what ended up happening is on year number 8, people of Rabiani's household repaid the onion. Ultimately, again, with new drugs, if you're so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of yoga. It's something about it, obviously, that so they said something to yoga. I'm a little loose. And I said, yeah, I'm seeing often perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Net does. Yeah, I'll say that. Interestingly enough, Rashi, he also said that this starts. Yo, yeah. The Yochanan said, there's now some young guys are acting totally fine. Rashi says, taking that he shut up, not public enough to the end. Well, if you stay hiding behind me, you will highly just face on that. Yeah, but I so sometimes that forgiving on the previously committed. So, for example, over here is it's like one is trying to use the achieve the produce, and even the easier produce should also achieve the same thing, achieve the produce. But the only said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not a rest immediacy. I should say there's no immediate rest because the produce is being there, only being quote unquote during year 8. Because there's no immediate reciprocity, this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep of produce, and therefore no sheep of produce involves supply the 8th year produce. The ideal. Therefore, again, Allah for myself, and therefore, again, essentially, will not follow upon you. So, right, connect them to Esma, and interestingly enough, similar piece would come up with Esma's. Esma's in the because he goes to Osama, and he gives her something called the services. Use her money, or even use her object. That object is called an Esma, so the thing is for a problem, and Restream goes to Raffles and so on. Restream goes to Raffles, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have a relationship with her, or on the halacha, or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's none of her hundreds payment ultimately is mutter to sacrifice. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I don't say. That's one of the law. If he gave, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have a relationship with her, then of course he didn't for her. His wife, giving her a law. He didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on to which the Gemara says. Sorry, we assume little more the second case, but that alone myself, he had a relationship with her. He didn't pay her. No younger law from ultimately he didn't pay her. If you didn't pay her anything, he was a law. My estimate If you didn't say anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in Racer that says that Allah from an S is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. You must tell Allah, that is what it means to say. Nasallah, the African ball. If you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what when you say this piece outside. So if you was going to say that, when does something become an S-nut, and S-nuts on the part of the statement, when there's transactional immediacy, right? Our relation is pair. In other words, there's immediacy, that's when it's an S. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the S name. Practically, is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for artificial or temporal use. So watch this. Eloquent. No such. If you give it the African ball, now what is going to be the African ball? Rashi says, Ashab Elo, the African man. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead of Sham and the strength of immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. Today, relations occur in 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. By not so that's not a matter. Bala, the Akakak Nasra, matter he has relations with her. Then he acted with her as none of them. These cases ultimately, again, the S-nut is going to be however, the Akakak is not quite. Therefore, I will say, so the worst thing is this comes. That essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S-nut zone, transactional once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment, then the receipt for payment has the status ultimately identified as payment. Keep track of what's going on. Remember, the outcome of a they would bother to meet the police on the comments, ultimately again the PTSD. People came to the other because it's all, I don't know, maybe it's that a little bit this practice is a lacking business skill. I said, no, it's fine. Right? Seem like transactional immediacy. So transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as a payment ultimately against the 7th-year produce. And the 8th-year produce. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this testimony. Not someone so again, let's go through this. Right? Let's goes ahead and case it. Okay, but we don't use I'm just for a sheep. I'm just using a sheep. Right? So here's your sheep. And then let's say here's your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned, that sheet does not have a harvest payment, and therefore it's forbidden to constitute temple. Right? There's a lack of immediacy. You must understand. If he bought off, someone who does have a relationship. Let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on Tuesday. When he does have a relationship with a top of something, they call it a law to say obviously. Okay, I understand. He gives it the sheep, can't be labeled as a mouth. He doesn't have relations with her, and there's no immediacy. When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an S-nut zone as of Tuesday. The laws are very interesting to know what's the case. You should talk about the Hikri Basa. That's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday, Mercer, and when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be pegged as a always offered it up as a carbon on offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pilot zone of, I won't say, you say to yourself, come on, what a she's a Zono. She's offering up Cabanos, so it's met as many times as it's always important to understand we all look at consistency. And we all look at respect on the Russia. And there are things in my life that are things in my life that holding them, there are things that but I had a rough time doing that, and I gave halfway because I couldn't. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do it all, or Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well. You just can't. It's not all. You can do some areas, and well, you can do some areas. So obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Sometimes you feel careful. Sometimes you feel like a state. Yeah, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff, but I'm doing this, or I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is contradictory. But welcome to the meeting. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in hypocrisy. No, the sheep also is. You know what? I guarantee you, those cabanos are laid up using the law. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts and struggles and other and we still push forward to be good, despite the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of in any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So by the time relations occurred, the animals already joined. She already offered it up. Okay, let's analyze this. Let's back to you tell me what's if he said to the Zona, gives her the land, this is yours as of today. Right? Part is as of today. Right? Then, halacha, she did the sharia, right? The less of the shas, so then obviously it's more different, right? She has title. Can't be categorized as an escrow. So essentially, we were she has every right to offer. However, the law on the left in the action. But if he did not give her why he was not explicit. He didn't say to her, this is your animal as of then. Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So, what does it mean? He's from Tuesday. Yeah, we got a relationship tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be part of it. Based on what says, a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about will go ahead and consecrate this home. I'm not one of my base of issues, so just like your home, you own it. Ask for issues also to be consecrated, whether it's consecrated or up is something that you own. So if she doesn't fit on Tuesday, then have to shut her up.
Can we talk about the state of comedy?
can only match something that is yours. What they were great actors. Like, do we have you on this call? Like, us, what we're able to do. Sometimes we make a mistake of that was a bad thing. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's role models. Yeah. People I wish I was on those guys. They asked me if on the call. We like shop there. That which you own. You only have to concentrate. You only can concentrate. That which you own. You can't concentrate. And it doesn't belong. So often in life, you forget that if it's rough, only that we're able to do it. He doesn't expect us to us. He doesn't expect us to be someone else. What he does expect of me is a personalistic inventory. All the spiritual tools that I honest about what I possess, because I utilize those in the pursuit of holiness. To only be makdish that which will help in our spiritual lives. And with Allah, the Habitabe and Shasbiya. This is very interesting. So you see one first tomorrow. The midst directly, but if you use the sheep for something, something comes up, you need the sheep. Whatever it is, then Gemara says, "Come here, then I give you the right to acquire this." Fine. So Gemara says, "Yes, why we decide that it's already happening?" We're doing this because you remember this all happened to Rabbiana with this sheep difference. The idea that's happening over here that something can only be destined for limited status when there's a level of transaction. So yeah, we see that by the sheep. Ultimately, we see it by the echelon zone of the case. That's what makes it harder in the case. So by our shop, I'm a big Bishas on that. Right? So let's say, in the same coin, Ruben gives Ruffle, Ruben gives Zona a sheep on Tuesday. The Bia schedules for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she's not. She consecrates now. She didn't offer that to the prophet. Well, she's not. So what's the status of the animal? Manu. Even that, I mean, that's some of the above muscle animal. She might actually bust it. She's really saying that extension, making something technical, is the equivalent of also. In other words, really, the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and matching verbally is the equivalent of offering life? Although my custom is quite easy to say that in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being matched door, the animal store. Being matched ultimately again is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was matched? Again, because I'm not saying, you heard the Shiloh is, in the case where she offered it up on the time the deer occurs, obviously, again, it's no Zona, because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deer occurred. In this case, over here on Tuesday's not the shit, Wednesday that occurs, and also because the time of the deer, object is still here. The Shiloh is, because the object is still Mas the take shall be very because our so let's say going back to the top of the death. Right? That Rabbi Lazar cut up the hikri basa. Remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case of the Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it up already by the time that she occurred. That's the hikri basa. So that's because she offered it up as well as hikri shas low. But from the last thing it would appear that if she was not fishing, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal wouldn't have Zona. Much more says no, so that the law is fake and required. The truth is, this Shina is not Shina that allows her to shout. So the Gemara says, no, Misha Shita Rabbi that the Baba shot so low, but he said the Shas. Because Rabbi Lazar said the only time it doesn't become an Esma is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. But by the time the Bia are no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just not consecrated. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as a hikri basa pshitale shasa misafa. Or maybe obviously she offered another case. And the Bia, of course, it's not going to be categorized as a zona. We're not sure. Which the Gemara says, I'm really not sure. So interesting for both sides. What comes out of this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson that we're not finished. So what we do understand is that in order to be categorized as an estimate of this payment, it must be transacted immediately, which means if that's our either payment and ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate. And the Bia doesn't occur until he has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, consecrates it. And so the animal is still, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. And then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is used for consecrated possession. Or immediately marries the kasha. And relations with the soul. And 3 years late. Some people pay all of his rate. I see he pays her late. Right? For 3 years, he will be also. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not just stop. And there is 62% that if there's relations for men payment, that's not your estimate. It's not transmitted to place for 3 years. Remember, ultimately, it's not just a location. It's not a contradiction. But I leave. They tell us that. But the honor of this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one explicit other case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. Identify the sheep versus have relations with me for Ikirashi. They tell us how come the Yohev lo having a hashtag. So ultimately, again, the says when there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Omer Love color that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now Ruben goes over to Rock. Have relations with the Zona. He says, have relations with me. He doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Oh, it has the status of a party payment. It's actually really easy. Just because he identified the sheep, the herbs. In order for it to be hers, one has to happen. Where says, Shichal. Right? Remember, livestock, animals were part of taking possession. Which the Gemara okay. So penalty is actually ultimately the din of Mashiach is when you're in by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't move Mashiach. So Persona is not. Just like the old love the sailors, talking about a Jewish harvest. If you go, they call you the Hasid. Oh, interesting. Enough to see everything that's possible. In which case, again, ultimately, she requires. Either try the Hasid or follow the muscle. If it's in our process, in our relations with her, and then ultimately again, then it's already in our process. What are you talking about? You must know she acquired it before this. So this is actually she's acquiring the sheep even before the deal. If the sheep is still in the process, which the commercial people is shocking and handy out. So moving comes to the halal. You know, and here, this sheet is an unfortunate. Remember, again, what is a policy? He essentially says that to her. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for relations. If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheet. So therefore, she doesn't really require permission. She requires the sheet in the event for non-payment. So Allah, ima sina he says to by next 30 days, good. And if not, chocolate the excellent street is ultimately again as well how we fine. Not some help. Again, it's interesting. This is really let's say donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying, and Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews, or they're just unlearned Jews. Like all unlearned Jews. They don't see why this is important. And he says to them, right? So what's the okay, so actually before this. So he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go to yourself food and drink. Whatever it is. He's getting them here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and now because he doesn't have to be worried. Some more of this. I was saying, thank you for reminding me that I will never be very happy because I can't look like you. The Gemara says that hello he's giving them money. Now, because it's not happens, or I'm yes, maybe Akum's going to go back to yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, Ma'aretz is going to buy pizza phones, or my sushi phones. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money. He's saying, Chevra, huge one. Because he's doing that, essentially, whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, now with this. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones. The heart, the sub, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them. Ruvain's giving them money. It's not really, here, this is for your food. This is for your food. What they choose to do afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no, okay. You know what? Contrast. I want you to stop. Some of you know, these 63, they don't want it. I'm a lot saying, Sue the influence. I need for that. Sue should buy me for that. He says, for the workers, taxi drivers, go and drink it. I'll pay. I'll pick a tab. All. Now this is a then we have any other why is that with the Hashkel social the issue over here is because he will have now that he's purchasing and providing these items for his business. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's fine. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, and ultimately again, that is problematic because it is. If he is purchasing, provided these potentially items for you. We're now going ahead and circling that to our right? We're going back now ultimately again to remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they abolished paid the core with eBay. What was said, not a problem. Yeah, this is the real shit. What do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece over here? That's cheap. So what do you see from here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lot of his transaction on the and he is considered to be paying for the Shemitah poses shady poses the Yaginess. Remember the Gemara says, all the Nami, Kapara. So to hear about here, ultimately, I think that same thing. Which we must take them out of this stuff. They can't any on the people in the stables. So, no, somebody just 9 to 5 there all the time. Talking about where they are shot. Normally extends credit to even the ugly lie. Finally, ultimately, because the shot normally extends credit for no ultimately this transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Finally, you know, that I had to run across the shopkeeper regularly extended. Shekvavitero should come up with so we'll say there is transaction release. Really is not just saying stand going where you want and you know buy food, buy drink. He said, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. So therefore, again, as you already paid, and therefore there's transactional immediacy that's happening. Now she says over here, look up. The only thing if it's almost like an exchange, right? Like the shopkeeper is going to give, labor. That's again, that doesn't apply. So like this wasn't like a credit. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacks transactional needs. You must have all. Again, using that one. This is the thing that is going to same case. Same case. Though you can go drink up the tab. But now, he's not saying to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. Yeah. Then it sounds like one. And that should be okay. If that's the case, that it's more healthy. At the time, so if that's the case, then we set the vice up differently. Making the first case in the vice up. The case of where we says, here's $100. Go out and go. You can get two different cases. What should the two cases be? The bedtime we're in. What is this? So ultimately, again, that it's prohibited When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his workers, Chavra, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the Shem's credit to Reuben. Because the immediacy, and it's a Shem who already has the right to think about people, but not people who does not extend there in that case should be tried. In other words, better for the Grace to go ahead and make education one it's a huge amount of different cases. The old people exists in another one. Doesn't extend credit. Is the purchaser not still to see from the first state, what happens, right? Ruben goes, right? I go, where are you? Say, Ruben, do so far, both my jobs. Right? Give them my addition. And all of my property will be coming from the economy, you know, it's ultimately like in my property becomes income as a guarantor. The mercy is supposed to be now again. I shouldn't assume that moving it up have no relationship. What do you see from there? You ask someone to go and do something to someone else. And ultimately, again, transaction needs like them in there. Bravo, right. Right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend, you must losh Hashem like Afagab the Shabbat Kiva Lo Missa. So what's the issue over here? Rashi says Kiva Shibude. Look at Rashi, third wide line with Rashi's in the bottom. Shibude Shalo Yiche Lo Miyat Mo's Love Chalim Lo Missa. Since Reuven did not go ahead and actively set aside money for this, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money had been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs because it does ultimately, again, it should be worth it. So Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do we need to be concerned with that? We need shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, says the Gemara, what do I have to be concerned about? We should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps, again, ultimately, again, the same thing. A lot of America does not create transaction. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabay is. Okay, so this is what Balabay is Dinar Lefendini, Kodem Shlach et Slow. The Hashtam Balabay is Ta'afli so this changes everything. So in the case of we are ultimately again the price is set that if Reuven says to his brother, go to the Chemini, go to the shop, drink whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuven gave the money, it's paid for already. Ultimately they take limited pay. It's literally like he's supplying them with limited hours. I know. I'm these so making, I mean that's really not enough. So the Gemara says this follows. So all of this So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. I'm missing Shmaitik. So I said this over. Is ordinary God. And what happened? He hustled at the 26th. So you should see that where Jackson is. He says to his workers, go and I'll settle up. I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeping because again, we're sitting at a place for years that we didn't prepay. Right? So we left money with the shopkeeper. And it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much should you consume? Which we must. Oh, you're right. So you're right. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm like, oh, yeah, again, a lot of ways is to be like change the prices. That a lot of ways is so. Case number, essentially, two cases of price. Case number one is the we can give them like. Discover, go out and spot and drink on that case, what do they do? It's on the dance. It's not on the case. The way you must understand me now is that a lot of myself moving free paid. Went ahead and gave $100 to shop. My worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that can be concerned. If we have access to items, going ahead and supplying the credit. The wage that price should be thinks that the workers go out and drink, but I need a cash. I will set up ultimately again with the shots. That's what the Gemara says. Here was like, everyone, what a gaff. Wishing everyone the same thing. Video King, that's what we're doing. Yeah, Video King. Keep talking. Travel, it is a graceful option to be able to you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors for dedicating all the Shurim Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Tavos for all of Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim and Tova, Stevie Drazen in honor of Israel Drazen, Irene Roses White, and Stanley Roses White. Sponsors Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father Ben Adler. Of course, always we dedicate our learning. This was just have to just make this welcome. We have to bring them home. The Shalom and the Karaf and the Merifah. Give them success to follow and mercy. This is exactly let us begin. We are excited about ahead of us today. Today, God is son of 63. We are coming up on South Basin base 62. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 8, 10, 12 lines on the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, like, Yas Ike Shimon, who pardoned the Shemites. So very interesting case here. The members of the house delivered the everything would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi said so there's no reference. Yasi Perishi is called in Sabir. So obviously, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but Allah myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea here is some people of that so borrow Shemitah produce from the end of the Shemitah. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah is that often are you Shemitah so it ends up happening again is on year number 8. On year number 8, Rabbi also repay the and the ultimately again with the produce. So they came and they said, so people mention this practice of Rabbi Yochanan. Something about it, obviously, that bother people. So they say something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm a little, you understand, often it's fine. Why? Interestingly enough, Rashi, you also see that he starts through a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, remember the house of the Anais are acting totally fine. Rashi, low, helping run up to the end. So if you say, Love Khalid Ben Nehru, I only could do such ways of us. Remember, we saw yesterday that when you get into an issue of colors with a bit of so sometimes that forbidding identity could often easily committed. So, for example, the concern over here is looks like one is transition to produce, the 8th-year produce, sure, you have the same thing, the prohibition. But the overland said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe. There's not the immediacy. There's no, because the produce is being taken in the sheep and only being quote unquote repaid during the 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and no Shemitah prohibition falls upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah the sanctity will not follow up on the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. Connect them to Esnon. And interestingly enough, another piece would come up with Esnon. Esnon is called an Esnon, so the payment for a look, and cannot be used. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, yo. You must corresponding piece for Esnon. What's the sign? Listen to this. Raisa says, no some level of honor. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zone. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have, or or he has relations with her or anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It doesn't make sense. I understand. Nothing of a if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, gave her a sheep, and relations with her, then of course remember for a carbon, what? Sheep that gave her a labala, he has relations. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restriction on it. So which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. Even though Nasala might estimate if he didn't pay it, then what's the meaning of this license that says that I'm off from the license? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, this one we should say, Nasala, the African, if you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what when you take this piece outside, since we was going to say like this, when something becomes when there's transactional relations, right? Our relations, hey, in other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an accident. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate sold. What that means practically, it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. So most eloquent, no salo, give it a sheep, the African ball, and the African ball. Rachshav, hello, the African. Revelation, you know. Again, time later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go at and translate immediacy? I think there's some comments that's today and after 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, it's up to payment relations. Baraka Fasala is not a matter. Oh, Bala, the Akakakno, he has relations with her. And then you have to let's concern. No, that's true. In both of these cases, however, Nasala, the Akakakno, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, that has to be transactional. Once you transact, in other words, payment relations, then the land and the sheep, the payment, has ultimately again a harvest payment, not just the keep track of it. So remember, the household of a they would borrow sheep the produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with the people came to the open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange. This is transactional business. She was to look and said, no, it's fine. Same idea. It's transactional. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't use that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, sheep produce, and then for the 8th-year produce, things totally fine. More questions a little bit. No saying Africa far. Let's go for this, right? Let's hey, get your sheep. Just use the sheep. You know what the thing is next? Right? So he pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. On Wednesday, he has your sheep. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep has the status of a harvest payment, and therefore it's not forbidden from constant. I'm surprised that you're right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. When it does have a sheep, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. I don't say that when he does have a relationship with her, obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be that that's estimate on because he has relations with her. There's no immediacy. When he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retro the designation of the sheep should evolve upon retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimate on already as Tuesday. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying when they have relations on Wednesday, they're actively the sheep should be categorized as a oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest. Papayas don't know. I will say you might see it yourself. What a thing. She's a Zona and she's offering up carbonos. Let's say this is where it's meant to as many kinds of stuff. So you have to understand we all live in consistencies. All live in inherent certain respects. I'm psychic, and in certain respects, things in my life are doing very well. Things in my life that I'm harming them there.
Just tall wise, or like how many people does can fit inside of?
The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, don't take away from the things that I do well, that are just this kind of all or nothing. You be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain harmony, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not. Sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. It's not all about I'm doing this. That's right. It is hypocritical, contradictory, but welcome to nature. Hypocrisy, such a nature that is important for us not to lose faith. And even though the zona is a zona, also is you know what? Those carbonos, because at the end of the day, no one knows what any struggling
Sex.
and you still push forward to do good. Despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's in any event. So the zona offered up the carbonates. And by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So Yomar says, okay, let's unpack this a little bit. If he said something, gives her the shield around on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Compliments. So shoot the shard, right? The less the shasira umatana. So then is mutter, right? She has height. She can't be categorized as an Islam on Tuesday because we have relations to that. So essentially, yes, she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the little unrelated community in the abstract, he's not very interesting. If he did not give her permission to acquire it as a tenant, right? If he was not explicit, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as a right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So he gives her something, right? And that was just tomorrow. And then tell her to acquire it. It's not hers. It's not hers. If it's not hers, he must be chocolate up in the car. Notice, if a person will concentrate, he's talking about the issue. Right? So go ahead and concentrate his home. So just like your home, you own it. So to the only you concentrate, whether it's concentrate or offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I can shop her up. No, it could only be managed something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, this part could only add we're saying we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to have role models. It's something that people really love to aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. He says you can measure up to someone of this person's football abilities are. The Photoshop only asks you to map that which you own. You only have to consecrate the or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that it's what we only expect of us. What we're able to do, expect of me what someone else can do. Doesn't expect of someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personal inventory about the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be not given that belongs to you. And our Father only asks us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our spiritual field. El Damras was the case. El Damrala, the Hadikabech had chance to be he says to her, guys really gives this to the soul of the sheep. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be as tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mixture of life, but if you use the sheep for something, that's something like you need the sheep, I don't know, you need your car money, you need whatever it is, then where it says honey action, then I give you my address. So it's fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone said that's the zone. What's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's already happened. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabiana with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something only invested in its status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by case, and ultimately we see it by the S1 zone, by the product cases. That might just get floated to this product case. So by the she come up with the shots on that. Very interesting. So let's say same thing. You just reach level of rooting is zone. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday, Tuesday. She goes in and she's not. She consecrates for so what's now the animal? Even the Ramara, some of the votes in Silas, Kimanda Basi. So do you see this? Making something is the equivalent of offering it. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and democratizing verbally is the equivalent of offering. Offering it out is all but the method is not again the same. The much is it is slow here, it's not fast. So does she have the ability what happens if she's not again, because it wasn't too late to say it is in the case she offered it out on Tuesday. Occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So you can't become an excellent zone it was no longer in existence at the time it was being occurred. In this case, when we hear a two-species map issues, Wednesday the beer occurs, and ultimately so the time of the beer, the object is still here. So now the shadow does the object become a situation. Unless the future really otherwise. Going back to the on the top of the dust. Right? Lazar should cut up the hickory bus. So remember again, lead the velocity right? This she went and show you offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time she occurred. That's by the bus. That's by because she offered it up as existence. About the shot so low. But from the laws are statement that would appear that if she's not fishing, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the via occurred, perhaps the animal would now be covered as some zona. Much the says, no, today coming by this actually this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of versus 9. Mif Shashita Eliezer got the Vassal Kafka the Shassal, the Isim Shastia. Because the last just said the only time it doesn't come so the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just not she consecrates the animal still exists at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam. Dilma, if you also pshitale, the kishas on the maybe obviously she offered it up and or just kind of of course it's not going to be categorized as Arizona, but in case we should just consecrated it, which the universe says so we're reading that show. So interestingly enough, I will say what comes out in this case while we hear is first of all so important lesson number one. We're not finished with this. So what we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an excellent as a problem, it must be transactional, which means payment via. If that order is not followed either, payment comes delayed via or via and then payment ultimately again it is not considered to be an excellent zone. If you deposited an animal return for payments, now the deal doesn't occur until later on, so she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide. If she's not issued, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the deal. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the that's all. That's why. But so it was like the second day sort of was let's say he has relation, and then afterwards he pays back to us Allah again. Say it's mutter, it means used for consecrated sexual purposes. Or immediately, whereas I don't understand this. Gemara says, the Rice says if Putin has reservations and then he pays him 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all late. for 3 years later, it's still called the harvest agreement. It's still the answer. It's still low cautious. And I can't repeat this important. Right before us, to be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here it says if there's relations, even if we this number, ultimately it is still usher. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not just low cautious. It's not a question. How the Omar is bad. يتهرب حق يتخلص so this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case coming history says have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies sheep versus have relations with me for each sheep. Ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional needs. All right, so that's a little bit more. I'm going to love it. My hobby. I understand. So let's say it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't hear for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep, in order for it to be first, one has to happen. The Gemara says, remember, livestock is part of sheep. Or part of possession. The Gemara says, it is actually interesting. Ultimately, sheep was only given by Jews. They're just like flat. Again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep. Who's not Jewish. You guys know what it is. The old one was already saying it's talking about the Jewish harvest. If you go, they had said, interesting enough, the sheep standing in their pots. In which case, again, all of the requires. Second, even the price say that Father the Akaf Masala. How come they I don't see her thoughts there. Then she acquires he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gets it's already in her thoughts, it's already acquired. What are you talking about? You must, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of essence because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in the process. There's the shocking and handy out to keep. Very interesting. But here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rachel and raises this. And here, this sheep is not Potki. Remember, your Potki essentially says that he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relation. If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Allah, be my and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. And if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your holiday. Fine. Nasir Rav Shesha said that this wasn't interesting help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of vastness. Omer Adam Mechamov will follow. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. These workers are non-Jews, or is that they're just unknown Jews? Idolatry is unknown Jews. They also have this important moment. And he says to them, Right? So what's halacha? The Eno Sheish, okay, so actually before we get to this, he goes and he says to them, I'm giving you, right? And essentially, go use this money to purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, or supplemental, whatever it is. He's giving to here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say, now the because the Eno Choshish, if you do this, Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be worth something like this, 6 3D. Lo mishum shiyas, lo mishum ma'is, lo mishum ma'is. I will say, here's this question. Right? What's the concern here? If you says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or I'm not part of his is going to go by the or maybe again, or my sheep. He does this one. Why doesn't have to be this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money. And he's saying, Fedra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, if you catch the last one, the last of the long line, the heart, even those son, the electric we don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them, Ruth is giving them. It's covered here, this is for the food, this is for you. What they choose to do with that afterwards, sitting is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, we know why. Okay, now what? He says, I tell you drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We can actually get the hashtag was so naturally that the issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it's like he's purchasing and providing these items for us. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's the food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. Go eat, go drink, I'll pick up tab. Then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially permanent items for his members. Almost. What do you see from here? He can't order to make this one. So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa. This is we're now going ahead and circling back to right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of remember. Rabiana, what did they went ahead and they bought the produce and they went before with €8. I said, not a problem of no transactions. So I said, now what do you see from this last case? Almo, he made a certain kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, the consumption already took place. He is considered to be paying for the sheet of produce that is shame maybe in a year. Ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately pushing Ruben? Right, he's going ahead and telling the words. Saying, go drink, I'll pick up that. We're talking about purchasing food from the shopkeepers who roll up. Even the Aussie lack to say, finally, you know, ultimately there is transaction that's happening right now. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, you know, that is actually right across the right to the left. Kind of getting some of us. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get. Right. Transaction. Well, so he's not just saying stand when you reward and you know buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up her tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. So therefore, again, it's as if it's already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy. That's now she says over here, I love that family thing, you know. There's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, it's going to give the drivers or laborers, whatever. And even going to immediately pay. لو تقولي من الحلقة في ربيعنا إيفان ده أنا خنيج الموسى بعد خليني أقول but again that doesn't apply in the conservative it's wasn't like a credit type of situation. For that case was fine because of that transaction needs. The margin Avo and we show again using that one. We're going to send out as well just in case. Go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending back people who nobody extends credit. Then it sounds like what? What's it? That should be okay. If that's the case, then it's most likely healthy. At the time, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where they says, here's $100, go out and go drink your drink, make a different case. What should the two cases be? The amount of that we're in. When is this so ultimately again prohibited? The Chenbani Hamaki. When is it prohibited from saying to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the shots people who extends credit to moving because there's transactions. See, and it's as if again the company already has limited items. Company Shinema people, but shopkeepers does not extend. Therefore, that lacks actual immediacy, and that case should be put. In other words, better for the price of I had two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the rest of the old company Shinema people, Milan Shopkeepers. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the just still not still obligated to $1 of this. Homer the Cabero. The person says to his friend, drink one of the you from the first stage love. So what happens? Right, Ruben goes. I don't need to say Ruben. Do me a lend, I give him money to show. Give money to show. And all the money will become encumbered. What's that? Clearly, you know, if ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered, guarantor, the mercy of civil says, what is he now? Yeah, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What is he in travel? You ask someone to go and do something for someone else, and ultimately, again, you're the immediate encumbrance that immediacy seems to accompany on the rubber. Most of what people will especially you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit is even after the Shabbat, even the low Yachid Shibude low is Rashi says, even though the Yachid Shibude, Rashi third wide Rashi's on today, so Yichelo Miyad Moos Love Khalifa Minhu since we can not go ahead right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up since no defined money, right? Or no specific money. Therefore, again, that lacks transaction because it doesn't be again, it should be much. Should be much. שלא ייחיל למכה, לא חלינו ולא מוסר. I'm sorry, Gemara says, how my kashish, so that's ultimately again. So what because of that, we shouldn't shields. So Gemara says, oh, no, we have to cheat. So again, he says the Gemara, ultimately, my conversation. Yes, what do you have to be concerned about over here? I love the that perhaps can shoot homes. Although we are ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Local Mesa, because the local given money is designated for the parents, does not create what's the case? The case over here is where the Palapine is advanced the money. All these changes. Palapine is indeed and we can show off X-Law. The Hashkan, the Palapine. So this changes everything. So in the case of we are ultimately again, when the Rice says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on. The cases where already Ruben gave the money to the keeper. So there's no extension of credit. He has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take liberties, it's literally like he's supplying them with liberty items. I'm these sort of they come in, that's really not done. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana says again, all of this is more or less the same amount of transactional needs. Like that's happening here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmei because I'm losing that. So I'm going to set this over because the bit of Naruto. And what happened? The prices should be that when he says to his workers, go out and we'll pay. I will pay me to what you say. I mean, you should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up, right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, the same out of case on yours where they pay, right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should be consumed? So you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry. I'm like, again, the halacha says you're right. Change the price. The price should be the following way. That halacha l'maaseh, according to this, is so case. Remember, see, there are two cases in place. Case number one is where Reuben gives it $100. Says, "God, go out to meet and drink on me." In that case, what do they do? It's on them. It's not halacha l'maaseh, leaving free paid $100 to the shop. He said, "My little is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to then it's as if it is going ahead and supplying the program. The way that prices should be is even says to his brothers, "Silver, go and drink. But I need a chash. Then I will stop ultimately again with the shop." That's it. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. What a guy. Wishing everyone.
There's a cosine, check it out. This kind of got me scared though, dude. Because tomorrow's got a little dude. Wait, I don't know what to say on the phrase. He has a little bite to his nipple. How do you say that? Like, he's got a bite to it.
Good morning. It is a graceful selection. So good. Begin all of our sponsors for this year. Thank our annual Talmud Torah Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Drashos this year. As a sechus for the solos tovos for all Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. How speaking when the Drazin honor of Israel Drazin, Dina Drazin, and Lee Drazin, his wife, and Stanley Rose's wife, and sponsors. Dr. Edmund Wolf, information at the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of her father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch, Mordechai Ben Moredo, Nasa, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss Lord Princess Hospital, Shalom and Karov and Merkov, the source makers for give them success. The whole of us was in the back of us. We have an exciting dance ahead of us today. Today's dance is the son of the 63. And we are picking up on South Basin Baby, the day Rabbi Yana. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 points up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Rishvi is Nanu. Who promised a very interesting piece. Members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that, she actually says it is very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called obviously. Again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer say that it's for yourself. So the idea over here is people of the Asar would borrow Shemitah produce during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on a part of the Shemitah. So it ended up happening again. The people of Rabbi repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. Says, so they came and they said, so you mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people. Yochanan, I'm a little weak. I said, "Yo, you seen often it's perfect. It's perfectly fine. Why you connect them? Now, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you know, he starts to a couple of Rashis. You also know, then the Yochanan said the members of the house of Abiyanis are acting totally fine. Rashi says the people that you shake up, Havu Hanaf Be'en. Say, Han Bahani, Bav Chayit we saw in yesterday's document that you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden off on the previously permitted. So for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business, which means that even the 8th year produce should ultimately have the sanctity. But the opening said it's not really why, because there's not a rest. There's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the focus is being taken very shrinking, being quote unquote paid during the age, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not mean you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and there are no Shemitah prohibition involved on the 8th year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, shluka sanctity will not devolve on the. This is very interesting. To connect that an interesting, not a similar case, would come up with Esnon's. Esnon's woman is now located. He goes to a someone, and he gives her something of her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money. Okay. And I took this over to Esnon, so that he was for a hundred, and two kind of sacrificial. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign there, immerses the corresponding to the what's it's the sign of this. Rice says, not some level of let's say we goes to Rachel. Rachel is like we goes to Rachel, and ultimately gives her as he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her on the half of a or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the her heartless payment ultimately is it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a land, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for her. Why she even though he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the says, I'm sorry, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, even though my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement he writes that says that the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which this would mean to say if he gave and then only afterwards, in other words, what we take outside, truthfully wasn't the same like this. S0 and S0 on a front statement when there's transactional immediacy. Hazer, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S0. If there is a lack of transaction immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S0. So what that means practically is that it can be used again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. So most eloquent, no if you give the sheep, the African ball. What does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Ashok, hello, the doesn't matter. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some normal comments. User today has relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relation. But Achar Fasala, that's not a Muslim. Excuse me. Bala, the Achar Fasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then afterwards, pays her. That's not a in both of these, again, that's not. However, Nasala, the Achar so therefore, both sides really want to say that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as once the transactional in other words, payment, then the allowing to keep the payment has the status ultimately against payment. Now, again, remember, just keep track of what's going on. So remember, the household over beyond that, they would auto shoot the produce from the floor. But I think that they also sell them. People keep saying, remember, I don't know, maybe it's strange. To start thinking, yes, shoot the produce. So I say, no, it's fun. Why? There's no transaction. Because our transaction is, we don't view that if your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow a payment ultimately 7-year produce, which means the produce, and for the 8-year produce remains total. Fine. Now the more questions a little bit is less than not so long. So again, let's go. Right? Let's impose ahead. Move into these off the sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example. So easier sheets, right? And then let's say on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, he has the sheet. So I told before, that sheet does not status of a harvest payment, therefore not permitted for consecrated time. As a lax transaction use. You must understand. When he does have a sheet, let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on, he has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would you say that when he does have relations with her on something, Lechol Allah is gives it the sheet, can't be labeled as something. Bags. When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should develop upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized as an estimate, so not only as Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. What's the case? You should come up with a Hikmah. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheet on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relation didn't happen until Wednesday. When you have a relationship on Wednesday, actually the sheep idolized the husband. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious zone. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zone. And she's offering up on us. Just like it's important, we've met this many times. It was important that we all all lose inherent contradictions, and in certain respects, Sapphic, and in certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, and things in my life that I do very well, and there are things that I don't do at all. The thing that I don't do well, or don't do at all, are don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally go from there. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have his spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Most of us are not there. Sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel like a fake, because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is not contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us to use ourselves. That even though the zone is a zone, the sheep also brings couples. You know what? I guarantee you, those couples are way after the ball. It's pleasing the robot. Because at the end of the day, no one knows that inner countries are everyone's mother at the in order to do good, it's for the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of the accomplishment. In any event, so the zone offered up the covenants, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So it was let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? Can you make the action? If he gives her the vegetable lamb on Tuesday, it says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha some sheep of the shayla. Right? The less thought the shayla. So then obviously it's more right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esther on Tuesday, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the community in the action is enough. But if he denied her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit, he said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what is it mean? So he gives it to her, he keeps it on Tuesday, just tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must shut it up as a carbon. After all, the ish is based on published on the Torah says a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about an Reformation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. On the base of the just like your home, you own half of the so to the one you consecrate, whether it's whether it's offer up something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I can charge unless it just a tremendous you can only match something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, this also only us what we want to do. Sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. We aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says that someone else, you don't know what those persons' profiles are, their abilities are? Did he only show that which you own? You can't touch this, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that we expect to be the personalistic injury. All the spiritual tools that I be honest, what I possess, because we possess a lot more than honest. And then you realize those in the pursuit of personalistic traits. You can only be matched that which belongs to you. And I think powerful only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our spiritual. Algamlas was the case. Algamla, the Hadikabe and Shasbiya. This is very interesting. So he says, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep. And he says, okay, keep the sheep tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. He needs to live, but if you need the sheep for some reason, something from God, you need the sheep, and you need a car money, you need or whatever it is. Then Gemara says, can I give you the right to acquire it? Fine. So Gemara says, so there's what it has this. Now again, what's the idea? Why do we do this? Doing this because again, remember, what happened with the this over here is that something destined with its status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we say by the case, and ultimately you see it by the it's only by the count. That merge just gets over the so let's say think moving its zona the sheep on Tuesday. He is scheduled for Wednesday. Tuesday, she goes in. She's not the sheep. She consecrates it. She offered up the cover, but she's not the sheep. So what's the scenario of the animal? Even the Amar and so do we say that essentially making something hektish or offering it up? In other words, the Gemara says that verbally pledging to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to the other person. So therefore, do we say open that the act of going ahead and being married is the equivalent of it? In other words, offering it up is all but being makdish, it's gone. The animal is gone. Being makdish, again, it is still here. So does she have the ability to makdish it? Again, you heard the shaila is she offered it up on Tuesday. Via hers, obviously, again, it's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Esther Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the dia occurred. In this case, over here on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the dia occurs. And ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become a sun somehow? Or not? So the case shall be as a. So we'll say going back, this is going to be a lesson on the top, right? Rabbi Lazar, Shema Behekri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case, I guess, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's Behekri Vasa. So that's because she offered it up. It's no longer in existence. So low, like from the Lazar statement here, if she was not tissue, I don't mean it's still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, it would now be called an Islam zone. Much says, the Lazar is fake from the is this actually this Shaila is not the Lazar himself. So the Gemara says not. Mifshat Tzvei Rabbi Eliezer Zakri Basal Davka Baki Shasal Isim Shasal. The Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Islam is when the animal was offered up before the because by the time the deal occurred here again where she was just she constantly the animal still in existence at the time of the deal, in which case the animal is recategorized as a Western zona. All Dilma, Privasa, Shita, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's of course it's not going to be categorized as a Western zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. The Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly, on this side, what comes out in this case of the first so important lesson is we're not finished with zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to drive how this game is, it must be transactional, which means payment B. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately it is not considered to be an SNL zone. If you deposit an animal with the payment, now she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to Carva. If she's not she consecrates it. So it's still in existence at the time of the up the next day. The status of that animal. That's the taking. That's the okay. That's another. The second piece of the was let's see has relationship with her, and then afterwards her ultimately again. It's used for purposes. I don't understand this. Says if we have relations with the and then he pays her even 3 years later. 3 years later, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. No cash. So most of that country is rights that we quoted before. Missouri 62% that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transaction piece. Here, the Gemara says that there's relations even if it's ultimately it is for us. I'm not going to had the Omar is Ba'ali me. It's Ba'ali me. It's all us. Had the Omar is Ba'ali me. It's all us. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one. So one case with another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep as have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that so ultimately, again, you find sheep. It's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional needs. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The umbrella would tell us that my hobby. So let's analyze this, right? Now it's right. He says, have relations with Arizona. He says, have relations with me for this. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, now what is, oh, it has a status of apartments payment because there's transaction needs. You know what it says? She falls. So I'm going to call us in my hobby. Right? Remember, livestock animals require sheep or require taking possession, which the Gemara said the zone as well as okay? So apparently it's actually interesting, but ultimately the din of Mashiach was only by Jews. So apparently by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to apply. Someone who's not Jewish. Because another possibility is the old numbers on the Israelis, now it's talking about a Jewish. If you they call you passive. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep is standing in her thoughts. In which case, there's to the that's what she requires. In a second. In the private Hatzera, but yeah, half muscle now. If it's in her thoughts, and she requires it. In order to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. So you know, thoughts are sure required. What are you talking about? You know, in other words, required to perform this. So this is actually this is like the kind of thematic case as she's acquiring the sheep even before the bia if the sheep is standing in her foot. Merciful Tifa is shot in the handy out. Very interesting. But here's the case. So Ruben stood up. Here, this sheep is an uphold. Remember again, what is a uphold? That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? I don't pay you money. You can take this sheep. Therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. Requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. But you might see not later time that you'll tell me, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. And if not, shortly, ask money. Take this sheep and again, as you put it up, fine. Massive negotiations, it's supposed to mix and help. Again, all of this is really unraveling for you. Let's watch this. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs drivers and workers, and that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them, that was over here. Rashi, they could come on their arts. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're on their arts. They just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? The Eno Hoshesh. So actually, before this, so he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay. Either that's what that means or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting them, here, right, here's money. Go and drink going. So listen, now the person, the inner person to do this, inner person, she doesn't have to be worried. Something is 63. Vamos substituir esse nome mais. Vamos xingar eles. Só você é mesmo as Right? What's the difference here? Iman says that hello for myself, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an option for Amir, this is going to be the option to go by yes. Right? Or maybe ultimately again, or my sushi he doesn't have to be concerned. He doesn't have to be concerned with this because essentially they're in the money. They're saying, Hebra, do what you want. Because he's doing that essentially, whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, let's do all of this. Right, if you look at the end of Rashi, I said, right, you look at Rashi, the whole it's the last one of the long one. Or something, you we don't do things just giving them fun. Here, this is free to food, this is free. What they choose to do it afterwards, essentially, is not to do it. See, therefore, again, no vibe. Okay, now, South Florida, they 63 second line down. The entire last name, or second one, Su Be'ifur, Vani Korea, Su Shu Vani Korea. And he says, it's in the work. First, I try to do this. Go and eat, go and drink, and okay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. So, she should be shown this, and my solution. Then we have now why is that looking at Korea? Abi Ethiopia is in Makilo. Ashton solid national issue over here because now we're going to the difference if Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. Go drink, I'll pick up the tab. Then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing utility items for what do you see from there? He can't to make this you see from there is that hello for the myself. And I can listen. This is now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana. We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for with each year. I said, now problems is no transaction. So listen, what do you see now in this last one? He kapara to make this kapara that when you pays the bill, I pays the bill. So even though again paying after the person already pays, local amount of transaction, and he is considered to pay for the Shemitah produce. Shady purchase the yes. Problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often keep kapara to make this kapara. So to live by the other hand, maybe here, ultimately isn't that ultimately the Shemitah produce. Shemitah must have Gemara is though the entering and the people who started them. No, it's different. The moving is like the history of workers and workers going to drink out pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from the shops people who normally extends credit to even the office actually face ultimately only extends credit to you, and ultimate transaction. That's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper looking at it. Only reading that right, actually right across the left. And even some of them, the shopkeeper regularly extends credit. Wichtiger, że komuś jest na kind of those Khalifi. That's it. This transaction. He's not just saying sign law and buy three, buy straight. He's saying Kevra, go to the bar, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shop who normally extends credit to moving. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore this transactional ability that's happening. Now she says over here, no everything in it. Therefore, like the shopkeeper is going to give That's 10 minutes. Again, that's how I need to sort of you must avoid pushing you can go to your and now you normally extends credit. And it sounds like what's it? Should be okay. If that's the case, that's what the at the time if that's the case, then set the price different. Instead of making the first case of the price, the case of where Louis says, here's a go out and go into a train, make it different. You might say, that time we're in, when is this so ultimately what it is? When is it prohibited for you to say to his workers, have you drink and pick up the tab? That's only with the shop expense because there's transaction immediacy and it's as if the company already has the money to pick up the items. I'm pretty sure about you know, but it's not cheaper than the extent. Therefore, that lacks transaction immediacy and that in other words, better to the place to go ahead and make two pieces the same, but one is different. And to highlight two dramatic cases. First, let's hold and finish in my people. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to any bummer up? Homer the Fajero. The person says to his friend, payment one of the employee, the from the first state law. What happens? Right? Ruben goes right. Do me a favor. Lend, right? Give him money to see. Give money to see. And over my what's that? Economy, you know, if all as it gets someone says, what is it? Now again, that's even a student that even I yes. And ultimately, again, actually need to see smoke around there. Maraba, boşuna people boşuna. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, it doesn't extend credit, doesn't receive it. Mas hoje achei mais fácil. Apagar o chave daí. Even the low Miyagi should low this. So what's the difference? Even though Miyagi third wide range, so we feel Miyagi most love. You can move since you move not go ahead. Right? Still use marker. Go out. Go out. Go eat. Find the numbers. Right? So no specific. Therefore, again, that lacks transaction. Because it does ultimately again. Should be more. So you can get most the car left. How you can move below. Hello, alpha and my so that's the case again. So when you case of that is so you must all moment which you hello, alpha, my history. You should see us. What are you concerned about over here? Hello? So I saw that perhaps again should although Miyaki should be there. Miyaki should be ultimately again local nice because no particular money is designated what's this? The piece over here is here, the Balatang is advance the money to the okay, Chikino, Balatang is hold down show up at snow. The first time the copy in survey changes everything. So the piece over here, ultimately again, the price says that if we these workers go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, bring whatever you want. Because we already moved and give the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, yes, it's bad, but it's paid for. So now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take little things, it's literally like he's supplying them limited items. Look, I know. I'm used to it. Okay, let me go up to the says this house. So the parents again, all of this on the same level of transactional needs. I'm sorry, this is I said this over in front of the bit of Naruto. And what happened? On our way, I declared stupidly certain you should see by the way the prices shouldn't be access to his workers. So I will aim to sell it as a what should it say? Certain videos should still value that. You should say, go out to eat, then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately as a shop. Because again, saying that a piece of years was really dead. I see you left one of the shop. You can finish the question. Saying, yeah, I left you $200. How much did you? You're right. Sonny. That come off line said, who makes this there? So please remember, certainly are two cases in price. Either one, so you're going to get $60. It's covered go out for me, but drink on you. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Things to see, or it wasn't the same now, is that come off line myself, you prepaid the fees, and you gave $100 to the shop. He said, my worker is going to let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay?
There she is.
That's the problem.
Yeah, just for you. Yay is right.
I will settle up with the shop. That's what he was.
Lovely.
It was like,
Bingo.
we'll say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to review. Begin by thanking of our sponsors for this share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors.
1 week to your birthday, right?
For dedicating drushos this year as a supposed
We're gonna do a countdown
for
for you,
all
girl.
of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Habalim Lotova, Stephen Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, and Rose's wife and Stanley Rose's wife. Sponsors, Dr. Edmund Wolf, the creation of the yard
Yeah,
site of Dr.
we'll
Wolf's
see. She might be doing a
Shalom,
24/7 live stream.
and Nathan and Beth Arrow, memory of their father, Ben and
Like, forever. We'll see.
We dedicate
On YouTube, on Twitch, on Kick, and on Rumble.
and Karov and America, give them success. The whole Nasi. Also, with that, we let us begin. We have an exciting date ahead of us today. Today's date
She
is
is from Poland,
63.
and I met her like a year ago,
The day
and her English has improved a lot. I have to use a translator to be able to talk with her. But she's got it down. It's amazing to see how someone can develop over the course of a year.
The members of the household of
Yeah.
as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce.
Yeah.
I like it too.
So, Rashi says over here, Yasi Perishi is called again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce.
Yeah.
While it's still readily available for so that's once it's
You're
available,
right about that.
you really can no longer
Get it.
keep it for yourself.
Thank you so much on KICK. That is my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and anyone in chat, it automatically gets banned. I think that's hilarious.
So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, on year
No, you don't get banned, but
with
the
this new program
chat automatically gets
So they came
delete
and they
it.
said, so
Just
people
delete.
mentioned this practice of
Wow.
something about it, obviously.
It deletes your message automatically,
So they said something
which I think is hilarious because it doesn't do that for any other person.
It's perfectly fine. Why? That was, and interestingly enough,
I'm quite proud.
you also know, then there, the Yochanan said, the members
Give me
of
this.
the Ananias are acting totally fine. Now she
Needed that.
Shaita, lo habana ba'en, lo ikhfehan ba'ani, lav khalikan lo khayl kedusha shvi. So let's remember again. We saw
You
this
could get
already.
this.
When we get into an issue of
You could
potential
have
No,
with a
it's
forbidden
okay.
so
You got
sometimes
it.
that forbidden identity can pop on the previously committed identity. So, for example, the concern over here is
What a shot.
like what is transacting business, which means the produce
Yeah.
that even the 8th-year
All right.
produce should
I'm gonna get these two.
the same condition with the prohibition.
No
The
doubt.
Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why?
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna
There's
get
not
this strike.
There's not say there's no
No
immediate
doubt.
reciprocity.
Oh,
Because
how
the
did I get that one in the back?
and only being quote unquote
Yeah, you win.
Hey, that was my 400th win.
Therefore, this does not look like
Yeah,
you're doing commerce with
congratulations.
Thank you. The road to 500.
revolves upon the 8th-year produce.
Yeah.
That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, the sanctity will not develop upon the 8th. This is very interesting. And it's to connect them to
You need
Esna.
12 more to
And
200.
interestingly enough, similar case with
No.
Esna. Esna is when a person goes to a zone and
Oh,
he
make
gives her
it.
something for purposes.
That was
Right?
a spare.
Obviously, he pays her money. Or even he gives her an object.
Yeah.
An object is called an Esna. So the payment for all. And cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign,
Yeah,
this is the first time.
they did it.
What's the case? The sign, listen to this.
Yeah.
Bryce says,
I'll take
no son
that.
of Allah. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel. And ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or have no son-in-law. Or he has
I'm so glad I
what's the halacha?
was able
This
to
payment
play with you tonight. I feel you have no idea how guilty I feel when we don't play because I slept. I feel guilty the next day. But
She was in it too.
Relations with her.
I'm going to sleep now.
oh man, do you know what time it was?
There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says,
Last night when you came in here, you were yelling.
the soup.
Something.
No way. I must have missed you. I must have just missed you because it was like 10:30 your time, and I was like, I'm gonna leave my speaker on, and I'm sure I'll just close my eyes and I'll hear Miss Clarice. And you know, I'm like, yeah, I've been awake 1 o'clock my time and been unable to get back to bed, and so hopefully I'll be able to end that streak because all day and I want to, I'm tired. I'm like very
I'm
Yeah.
very close to getting hours.
Red.
In other words,
I'm very close to getting my hours back.
that's what
Tomorrow.
it's.
What ends up happening is sometimes I forget to mute my computer, and people come in here wake me up at like 2 in the morning and
That's
messing
why I
with me.
put mine up there. Put it down.
Let's say for some
Terry and then where it was sold at. I gotta put the thing down.
Absolutely.
the Africa ball.
Oh, that's gonna be right up.
Rashi says,
Sleep like that.
Asha, hello. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and
Sometimes it's straight up.
I think there's some look comments that say that he's here today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment, but it's not a motive. Oh,
Oh, that was
oh,
big.
but or for
This
that
folks,
matter,
Miss Aquarius is starting to put on a clinic.
No, in both of these cases, ultimately, again,
All right, Rabbi. Come on, let's go.
however,
I need some big scores.
So therefore, we'll say,
You got it. Strike it.
that essentially,
Yes, good
in
job.
order for something to be categorized as investment and so on, there has to be transactional payment relations, then the land, the sheet, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest scheme. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So now,
Okay. You win, I win, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win. Undefeated at bowling.
Yes, I can win. You win out.
Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in French.
No, it's fine. Why?
Yay.
Same idea. There's no transaction.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
Immediacy.
All right, that's my favorite. Sweet dreams to you. Countdown to 7 days until your birthday.
Yay.
Yay is
No someone
to you. Oh, God willing. See ya.
Hey, look at these. It's her sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example of looking at percentages. Right? So he pays your sheet. Right? And then let's say he gives you on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we were saying before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment prohibited for concentrated time. Because a last transaction use. You must understand. If he bought off, but when he does have relations, on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on relations with her on Wednesday. So when you a lot is obviously, okay. I understand. When you visit the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimates. Relations. There's no mix. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of sheep as a harvest payment should devolve on the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimate so not already as a Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very And you know what's the case? She cut him up and make me upset. So it seems very interesting. What happened? He zoned out, right? He zoned out and got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relations didn't happen on Wednesday. So we're saying that when they had relations on Wednesday, retroactively, they categorized as a harlot skin. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. That was a carbon Tuesday. Why is harlot? Why is zoned out? I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what else? She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's important we get this many times in the past. It's important we all need to get consistency. And we all need to get and in certain respects, and in certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do, and there are things that are here's the easiest. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do it all off Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well. You just think it's not a problem. You could be righteous in some areas and more bankrupt in other areas. Obviously, that's not the goal. Right? The goal is to have a more harmonious spirituality and righteousness. And most of us are not. Okay, sometimes you feel critical, or sometimes you feel like a fake. Because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. And stuff happens, I'm doing this. I'm doing this. Right? It's contradictory, but welcome to nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such a it is important for us not to speak for ourselves. That even though the zone is a zone, it also brings comments. You know what? I guarantee you, those comments are a real it's easy to because at the end of the day, no one knows how to do certain struggles other than control. And look forward to do good. Despite what things are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human health. In any event, so the Zona offered up the carcass by the time the relations occurred on the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So you might as well, okay, let's unpack this. If you tell me what's the case, on the left, can you make me action? If he said to Zona, you feel that it's going to land on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Then, halacha is a sheet of the sharila. Right? The halasa b'shas hiya u'matana ba'amu u'biya. Obviously, it's beautiful, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esna on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And it says every right to offer it up. However, the economic community in the action meets him up in the Cairo. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her require it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for a late on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say it's Tuesday? Okay, if that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, then you have to shove her out. After all, Yish is based on published Amrachmar. Notice, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech evaluation, right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, I'm not based on the shoe, so just like after the shoes, to the only consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up. In other words, if she doesn't own it, they did not put you up for that as a part of the Una vez no damos abrazo. Simply that is which means in the realm of Hakadosh only asks of us what we're able to do. There's sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against that. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we go to the next level. But he said you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's purpose or abilities are. The Ribbon shall only asks you to not wish which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that only expects what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will select him. He doesn't expect that we select him. But he does expect that we take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. We possess a lot more than honestly. And then utilize those in pursuit of personal needs. Only be not that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual team. This was the case. This is very interesting. He says to her, right, so moving to the zone of the sheep, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow. Right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The midst of life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, that's something from God. You need the sheep, right? You need a car money, you need dinner, whatever. Then where it says, "Honey, then I give you the right to acquire." This is like a kind of edges that's fine. So the says this. So there's always now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with this cheaper transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something investing in limited status when there's a level of transaction. Now we see that by the sheet case, ultimately we see it by the estimates of other case as well. That we might get for the interest for the case. So by the motion, come a big Bishasama. So let's see the same thing. Moving gives moving Zona, the sheep on today. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. Tuesday, she goes in and she's marked. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer up the carbon, but she's marked. So what's the status in her mind? Kevon Damar Solo Gavok in Sulasolo, Kiman Dakri Basin. So do we say that essentially making sex is the equivalent of so literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to Hakadosh is the equivalent of giving it over to the person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being verbally is the equivalent of offering them? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. The Makdish ultimately it is still so does she have these things? What happens if she's Makdish? Again, because I must say, you heard the Shiner is in the case that she also got on Tuesday. By the time there's obviously it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be non-zona because it was no longer in existence. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's Makdish. Wednesday the Bia, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the Shiner does the object become an S1 or not? So the tip shall be very obvious. So let's say going back, this is going to be Elazar on the top of the dot. Right? Rabbi Elazar, Shekadma Behekri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case, right, is where she went ahead and she offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's Behekri Vasa. That's she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about if Isha so low? But from Rabbi Elazar's statement here, that he is not fishing. His animal is still in existence. At the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be in Islam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Elazar can fake inquiry. The truth is, this actually, this Shaila is not the Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, man, Rabbi Eliezer, the Aktivasa, the Akabaki Shasson, no, the Isib Shasbia. Rabbi Elazar said that the only time it doesn't become an Islam is when the animal was offered up for the Bia. So when the Bia occurs, the animal is no there. But perhaps again, when she was just Makdish, she consecrated the animal still in existence. And the Bia, in which case, Halacha, the animal is categorized as an Islam Zona. Of the law, if the loss of Shitale, if the Shasam is Sap, maybe obviously not understanding that exists. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam. In the case, we should just consecrated it, which the Gemara says take. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all,
If I close my eyes, I will miss it.
important lesson number one. We're not finished with Islam Zona.
Really?
What we do understand is that it can be categorized as an Islam which means payment via. That order is not followed either. Payment and delay via and then payment is not considered a zone.
She got the gates, kids.
Now,
Why? Who?
the Bia doesn't have later on, assuming she has right or she goes ahead and she offers it up, if she's consequence, the animal is still in the time of the Bia on that day, what's the status of that animal? That's let's say he has related with her, and then afterwards, ultimately again, the payment or meaning, where is the cash? I don't understand this. You must say, or meaning. The Bryce says the woman has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, he will pay all of the bills late. Right? So he paid late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's convenience. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. No cash. So what's in that country? So it's important. Right? That we call it before to be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transactional use. Here, the Gemara says that there's relations. Ultimately, this is the usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li. It is Ba'ali Li. It tells us that. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li. It tells us. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one so we're talking one case where it says relations between for this and he identifies G versus relations between for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that how come it ultimately again finds sheep is a different transactional use. He doesn't when he doesn't go ahead and identify sheep. Ultimately, again, there is no transaction use. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. He love it tells us that my hobby. I don't think so. Let's analyze this, right? So now we're going to go over to law. He says have relations with to Zona. He says have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The law is it has the status of a public this transaction needs. Just because doesn't mean first because one has to happen. Where it says I'm going to tell us in the right? Life is a very sharing story. Apparently, it's actually interesting. Because only a thing like Jews don't believe in Shia to acquire. So it's not church. They claim that it's interesting enough for Shia. So either claim that I say that Bala the Africa Masala, nor is their relations with them, and then ultimately again, then you talking. You might say, no, she acquired it before this. This actually is like the paradigmatic case of S9 because she's acquired even before the Piyah. If the sheep is standing in Chatzar, which the Gemara is called Tzikah, the Shapi and the Heli are called Tzikah. Very interesting. Here's the case. So moving to the Haran, this sheep is an approach. Essentially, that says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay the relations. Right? I don't pay you money, this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep money. She requires a sheep and there is 9. The Amallah, and he says to her, let's say for the next 30 days, good. And if not, Shakli the Esnami. Take this sheep, ultimately again, as no fine. So help. Again, all of this is really unraveling for the sparseness. Let's say again, let's say we employs donkeys and workers. Okay, so now he's again. Kingdom that actually points out over here, people on their arts. These workers are non-Jews on their arts. They're just unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? Allah. The aim of Hoshe, so actually before you this. Then he says to them, I'm paying, right? And essentially, use this money to go just for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment, just whatever it is. He's giving them, right, here's money, go. Now the Gemara says, the Enoch to do this, Enoch doesn't have to be worried. Right? What's the concern here? He's giving them money. Now, people are on their hearts. He has to be concerned. Maybe the outcome is going to go by again. On the hearts, it's going to be by Shmita or that's how we Shalom. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because it's about do what you want. Do what you want. Between that, essentially, it's not He says over here, okay, let's do all of this. Right. Look at Rashi, Mishum Meiser. The heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long one. You don't, Ruvain is not one giving them anything. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's covered, here, this is the food, this is for your drink. They choose to do it that essentially is not on Ruvain. It's not, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast how the following. Sound of Fiona, base 63b, second line down. The Amarlock, the Amarlock, section. Su the Iflu, Korea, Su Shtuban. He says, the workers, like Dr. John, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She's planning for it. Now it looks like he's providing these food items for his workers. If Ruvain here's $100 for your food and drink, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the rent because it is if he is in and providing these potentially prohibited items for us. What do you see from there? See from there is like a lot for myself. We're now and circling to the Rabiana case, right? We're now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of Nadar Shnita produce paid for with 8 euro produce. We don't have immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from the Mr. Kapara? So what do you see from there? That when Ruvain he's paying after halacha l'maisa is actually immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, shady produce to the is problematic. Therefore, because and now she can't pay Mr. Kapara. So to hear about it. And maybe here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately which we must take him out, and then you have a push down. So it's different. In the Ruvain case, the workers go eat, go drink, tab. We're talking about purchasing food from a shopkeeper who only extends credit to even the Archilak 20 units because the shopkeeper only extends credit to Ruvain. Ultimately, there is transaction that's happening right there. Really translated. Literally requires his money. Look at actually just a moment. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid for regularly extends credit. So that's it. There is he's not just saying stand going where you and buy food. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper. I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid. There is transactional and therefore, it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver or laborers, whatever they want, and Ruvain is going to immediately pay. That doesn't apply in this right? It seems like a therefore, that case is fine because of that transactional elements. You must avo, using that logic, if Ruvain were to send out his work, same case. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Okay, if that's the case, then at the time it's if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of price up, the case of where Ruvain says, here's how I can go into a drink, make it 2 different things. What should you do? So ultimately, again, that it's prohibited. The Chenbani, I'm not prohibited for Ruvain to say to his workers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. That's a shopkeeper who extend money to Ruvain because there's an immediacy, and it's that Chenbani already has the money to the items. People shop not extending credit. Therefore, that lacks transaction immediacy, and that too short. In other words, better for someone to go ahead and highlight 2 cases that are the same detail different than to highlight 2 different cases. Those who must go, is that true? The shopkeeper doesn't extend credit. Is the purchaser not still obligated to the money? Homer the Chavero. person says to his friend, "Ain't one of the on the fussy love." So what happens? So right, Ruben goes right. I say, Ruben, give me a lend, right? Give him money to Shimon. Give money to Shimon, and all the economies. If again my property becomes encumbered, a guarantor. So you must say something. Now again, let's assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask something to someone else, again, your guarantee is a transactional immediacy. So what part right from there? You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether that keeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shay low mis. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says even goes about him. Since moving do not go ahead, right? Tell these workers, go out, go eat and drink. Since no find the amount of money, or no specific money, therefore, again, that is actually ultimately, again, it should be what below mitzvah. Sorry. Ultimately, again, ultimately, again, you said what actually concerned about you should see us that over here. The halacha on myself again shvita produce. Miyaki shibudi. Halacha lo miyaki shibudi. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Halacha on myself he designated as that transaction release. He don't shahiktim lo dina. What's the case? The case over here is where the balabai is advanced the money that you shut off ex-law. The hashtam the balabai is copy that if Reuben says to his workers, whatever you want, it's on me. You already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper, but it's paid for him. Oh, so now that makes sense. Like he's supplying them. On this on the straight, they come in. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm going to on this the Shmei coming and what happened? I'm going to he at the 20 says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I lose you should say go out and drink. We're saying now the case of years where even prepaid, right? So you left Tony. I'm sorry, I'm like Tony. Not in case. Remember, essentially there are two cases in place. Case number one, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, where they gave $100 to the shop. My worker's going to come in, they let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now you must have concern if they have this, if Ruben is going to and supplying no problem. Go out and drink. But I mean, I will settle up ultimately again. That was terrible.
Yeah, so bad that I couldn't like that. I was like, doesn't matter.
We'll say good morning. It is a great option to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking Israel for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year. Habarim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Roses Swags from the Brooklyn. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of her father, Ben Adler, Chotzos Lord Precious Hostages Mikdash Program, and America of the Souls Mikdash Program. Success. The whole of Nasi. Also, with that, we are not on base 62b, today Rabbi Yana, which is Yaspi Perishvias Manim, the Parliament Bishmias. So, very interesting then with 8th year produce, and Shemitah produce on the following year. So, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says the technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead while it's still readily available for everyone. So, this guy's so, the idea over here is Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house, which new produce, 8th year produce. So the Gemara says, awesome. So they say something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm a little Rabbi Yochanan said, Ya'osing up, sorry, to do a couple of ashes. Ya'osing up, they're Hani Bahani, which is on that. So remember again, we some of this phrase that already. When you get into it, you talk upon the previously committed conduct. So for example, if you do the prohibition, but the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote 3-year produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, how much trees would come up with Esnon zone. Esnon zone, that object is called an Esnon given for a olive and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purpose. Ruben goes to Rachel. right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her on the Hakalo Nosano, or Esmana. For Harlot's payment ultimately is mutter because he didn't have relations with her. Then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Because the land is a gift. It's a gift, you know. But yeah, the Lord Nosano, yeah, but he didn't pay her anything. Lord Yohet he didn't pay her anything. And what's the meaning of the statement in Grace that says, the Africa only afterwards? In other words, when does something, when there's transactional laser relations, right? Our relations transactional immediacy. When the payment does not be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple ball. Now, what does it mean? Sometime later. Now, of course, immediacy, I think there's some level of common sense. You know, days or traditions. But that's not a murder. Oh, to the cases ultimately again, the Achar so therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, once the transaction immediacy, in other words, payment, keep track of this. People came to me because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice. Yeah, there's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't think ultimately again for the 7 years, the produce. And the Gemara questions a little bit discuss this. Not so well, the Achad goes ahead and pays her. Within his Rafa, he gives her a sheep. He pays her a sheep. Right? And then when that sheep does not have this consecrated temple. Right? It lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. The sheep bought her on Wednesday. So when he does have a relationship with her top of Freya, obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep relationship with her on Wednesday, retroactively, the designation for the sheep should be categorized as Rabbi Lazar says is very interesting. No, what's the case? Right? Sure enough, he got the sheep. Now, relations didn't happen this way. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, that's the case. She offered it up as a carbon by his own up. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what else? So it's important to understand all of the consistencies. In certain respects, very well. I mean, things that I hold in and things that I don't do all Baruch Hashem, take away from the things that I do well, that I'm right. You could be right in areas and more weak areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to be, I'm not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Or sometimes you feel like this. That's that, but it is still a contradiction. But welcome to the new condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradiction. But she also brings calmness. You know what? I guarantee you, those songs are inner contradictions and struggle with good. Despite what they do, sometimes that's a painful in any event, so the mole's already gone. She already offered it up. So the mother says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esra, but in the ashra, it's enough in the patent permission to acquire it as a right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say that, he gives it to us, he's front today, they will have relations tomorrow. I could check it up as a product. After the says, if a person will consecrate his home, not fully truthful, so it could be only consecrate, whether it's consecrate, whether it's you could only be makdish something that is unique. The Baruch only asks of us what we're able to do to respond to do. But a lot of times we kind of construct this. Some of us, you don't know if this person's purpose and abilities. The country saying it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we first accomplishments. What it does expect of you is to pick up and then utilize those in the pursuit of personalism in our power. In which case, tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The next day where it says Tony Aksha, then keep the fire with us. So it's interesting when the edges is that's the thing is because you can remember you can best in the Davidic status when there is a level of trauma ultimately you see it by the angel about a harlotry case. That Gemara just gets a little bit into the case. So by the way, just on that, it's very interesting. It's off moving the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled, but she's not Christian. So what's the status in the Russell? So do mention something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to an equivalent of offering. It's gone, the animal's gone. The makdish ultimately again, because I must say, you heard the shayla is, in the case where she offered it up on Kohen Esla and Zona, in this case over here, makdishing, Wednesday, the object is still here. So now the shaila is the on top of the daf. Right? The Gemara says, Damar Elazar, Sheikh is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about it? Shaso in existence. Perhaps the animal, the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar provided. The truth is, this shaila, Shasbiyah, because Rabbi Elazar said for the Biyah. Because by the time the Biyah occurs, the animal is no longer here. Along with Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Biyah. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. So important that we're not finished with Eslan Zona yet. What we do understand is that payment Biyah. If that order is not followed, he considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal enough, it's a bona fide cargo. If she's not fish, that's the thing. That's the okay, let's analyze it. But ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for minimum. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so I'm not stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, so what's in that calculation? And then payment, that's not an estimate. It's not transactional immediacy. I'm not pissed off. Ultimately, so we're talking one case, we're talking a case where it says, have relations with me. But the Yohev lo having Eslan the next. So ultimately, again, where it says when he identifies the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional annuity. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We're going to go into law. 3 years, the law it has the status of a harvest payment. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, she or acquired to possession, which the Gemara says, the zone of all this will problem. So by a non-Jew, they don't need Ushiva to acquire. So talk about a safe. Oh, interestingly, standing in her closet. In which case, again, I can't know what is that. I understand. If it's in her feet, it's only dead. It's already in her closet, she already acquired it. You might say, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is actually because she's acquired the sheep if the sheep is standing in her closet. Very interesting. So here's the case. This sheep is in my closet. In other words, he says to her, right? If I don't have money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she took the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say, for the next 30 days, good. Take this sheep. Massive negotiation. It's just again, it's interesting. All of this is usually around the spots. I think employees, the way ultimately, again, Rashi, and big more. These workers are non-Jews, or they just said to them, so he goes and he says to them, he says, I'm paying you to go ahead and purchase for yourself. Okay, either that or supplemental wages, whatever it is. Here, right here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the price is 63B. Right? What's the concern? The money. Now, because it's an option on their RX, he has to be concerned with it, or my shady focus, or we're not trying to be shut down. And say, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. At the end, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one. No, Ruvain is not the one giving it. Choose to do it that afterwards, essentially, is not handling it. 60 second line down. The Amalak and Arlach said to them, so I'm drinking, I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this tab is problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. Well, solid actually not the issue over here is because he's paying the tab. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately I use for his words. That wasn't it. And circling back to the Raviana case, right? We're going ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for Alma, the Kapara, to make Isser Kapara. So what do you see from there? Right? So this transaction you see, and he is considered to be paying for Isser Kapara. So to be here by Raviana, and they may be paying a year Shabbat. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead, he normally extends credit to him. Even the Archila keeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. He's going to get paid from it. He extends credit. Ruben is not just saying stand where you are. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuven. Rashi says over here, Hilchach Kalifimenu, pay for specific items, and Reuven's going to immediately pay for that. Hilchach wasn't like a credit. Avo, can be shame that people in mind, but again, tab. But now he's not saying, then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then set the price up different. Make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said that down. We're in when is Mishtaget right? When is it prohibited for Reuven to say to his workers, "Kaveh"? Because there's transactional immediacy, and it says if again shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that went ahead and highlighted two cases of saying that is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, it's Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, the person says, Reuven goes, all right, I go to Reuven. Say, Reuven, do me a favor. What's that? Ultimately, I get my property because I have no previous relationship. Again, you're guaranteed it. This is what right. You're right. Okay, it doesn't exist. Even below me, third widening of the Rashi. Since Reuven did not go ahead and stack since no defined amount of money, right? What actually means. Because ultimately, again, it should be what Yichil of most of that last below the sorry. The Gemara says you shouldn't do this. So ultimately, again, whether to be concerned about my filtration, the halacha that I saw that ultimately, again, in the same thing, preaching okay, so this changes shaking low. So the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Bryce says, on me, the cases are already, so there's no extension of credit. He has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that means it's literally like he's, I know. On these days, I mean, that's really more so the Gemara says it's same amount of transactional use. Like that's the big of America. And what happens? The prices shouldn't be that Reuven says to his workers, you should say, go out and prepay. Price you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, that halacha says Reuven says to his so kids have to go out and eat but drink on meat. That case, whatever they get, and give $100 to Shabbai, let them eat, let them drink. Now the Gemara says that's not enough. You have to be concerned because you can supply your brother. So I will settle up ultimately again to the shop. Everyone.
That's insane. That was 30-year surgery too. You guys should go to each other and be like, hey, I can get
all of our sponsors for this month here to thank our annual co-sponsors for the month of Habalim Lotova, Stephen sponsors, Dr. Eddie K. Wolf, Commissioner of the Army of your father, Ben Cover, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, also with that, we have an exciting guy ahead of us today. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. The members of the household of Odiana, they do as follows. Rashi says so there's no very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smaladio. So obviously, again, without getting into all the shmita, so the idea over here is so the people of the house of Odiana, goes on hardly the shmitas, the awfully annual people of Odiana's house, and we repay the aniyim. There's something about it, obviously, people. To some degree. So they say things Rabbi Yochanan from other rules to a couple of actions. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, which are forbidden. So sometimes that forbidden, but even the 8-year produce should ultimately have. Let's just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with also upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. And therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow up on enough similar case would come up with S norms. That's specification, right? Or even gives her an object. That object is makes sense. Isn't it? The sign, like Reuben goes to the hole, and ultimately, again, he gives her or he has really doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. He gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the soon bring more air anything, but even though Allah, my esmana mutter. It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, let's say he gave her the sheep. And then only afterwards, in other words, on a part of payment, when there's transactional immediacy, that's when it's an essence. If there is a lack of trade, is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrifice. Rashi says, Achshav Ella la'achar zman, 3 hours tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment, you afterwards pays her esnana mutter. In both of the achar kach. So therefore, both sides, what we're saying is this: once the transaction immediacy, in other words, payment relations, they would borrow from the parties from the floor and pay it to the parties. And you're going to say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea is, or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the sheep of produce, right? Let's say he goes ahead and the sheep. That's the easiest example ultimately again for something sheep. That sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and it's on a Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of something, and when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroact on the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized. This is very interesting. The sheep on Tuesday. The sheep on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen until Wednesday. On Tuesday. Shop it up as a comment on Tuesday. We've met this many times. So it's important to understand we all live in a systemic and in certain respects on the Russian. And there are things that we do. The things that I don't just Yiddish text is not all in the goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and faith. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing Chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And even though the zone is a zone, she also knows our inner constitution and struggles more than and when you spoke to stories heard on Wednesday, the animals are gone. If you said to the zone, you said that less Bishas, right? She has time on Tuesday because they didn't have relationship yet. So essentially, gave her a gift permission to acquire it as of now. Right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say, what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to Tuesday. It's not hers. And after all, the Ishkiyak, which is based on published Amrachman, and not based on the Shus. So to be only consecrated, whether it's consecrated or whether it's for us, you can only be makdish something that is yours. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. That which old. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate. Often in life we forget that God only expects of us what He does expect to do, honestly. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalism in our power, in our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. I'm done with the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for the media card, whether we need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with the Rabbi that something that you only have limited status when there is a level of transactional in case. So, Vayra Moshe, come on, big Bishas Omas. Very interesting. On Tuesday, the Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. She's not efficient. So what's the status now of the animal? Essentially, making something hectish is the equivalent of a person. So therefore, do we say ultimately in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's not here hers? Obviously, again, it's going. It's going. In this case over here, she's not efficient. As one saying, or not. So remember already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Hikribasa, what's your statement here? Is at the time that the Bia, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnan Zona. So this Shaila is Mazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifsha Pshita Bia doesn't even Esnan. When it occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, which halacha l'maisa, Also, Lysa, the animal is recategorized as an excellent zone. No, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's only going to consecrated it, I'm not sure. To which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not lesson number one. We're not finished over here. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as that order is not followed either payment and delayed bia. So if he gets the bia doesn't occur until animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. It's a bona fide carbon. The bia next. What's the status of that animal? That's the taking. That's the was. Let's say he has a relationship with her, and then afterwards he pays his mutter. And we say it's mutter. It means she used for consecration. But the Rice says if he has relations with someone, and then he pays her, and then still be also. So most of my consciously just important said that ultimately it is still also. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. It tells us that the Allah is filing for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep versus heavily immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amr Love tell us, he says, have relations with me for 3 years. 3 years. Now, it has a key identified. It doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Which the Gemara said, the zone of let's go help them go find like Jews. So, by now, the other possibility is the old Ukigon, the Koi the Hasim in the class. Again, ultimately, the class she acquires. She acquires it. In order to get relations with you, 30-year class, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? Sheep even before the bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. And here, this sheep is not what is it? This sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. Shesha says like this. Supposed to make some help. Again, it's interesting. So let's say again, let's say Reuben employs on their hearts. These workers are non-Jews or they're on their hearts. They're just okay, so that's before the race. So he goes and he says to them, he's giving them here, right here's money. They know Hoshish to do this. They know Hoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha he has to be concerned maybe yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again the us, because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, what do? They do. Rashi says over here, the heart, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them credit. Ruvain is giving them credit. It's Chavra, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, no liability. Okay, now, that's them. So the influence, Vani, drivers, go and eat, go and drink, I'll pick up the tab, then we have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We don't sell it enough. The issue is that he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for us. Go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately again, he's for his items. Alma, what do you see from getting back to the Rafiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately to produce, and you paid for with income. What do you see now? What do you see from this last piece? Alma, he kapara, the Isser kapara. So what he's paying after this transaction, and he is considered to be paying for these. Often done, we hear about Yana, and when they became the 8th year, ultimately again, isn't moving case, like where he's going ahead and telling the workers even the Archie literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. It's actually 90%. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank, so he regularly extends credit. Shekar Hekervo, Shekambakum Shiesh Moradin, or Kanilo Lekhandin, Hilfa Khalifin. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction release. Ruben is not just saying, stand money where you want. And buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore this is almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever they are, items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. Even the other family, the Muslim, maybe, not family are other people, but again, that doesn't apply in
You think it was just this
like
one
this wasn't
time where
like
we're just being too markets? We're specifically well set.
Therefore, that case is starting to not transactional
I've
agreements.
never really thought
Unless
about it.
Avo can be shame but But again, using that one,
It
with the
was
same
like watching
case, in case, go you think go to the not pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shop people more than he's credit. And it sounds like what? That should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. As a tongue su'ul ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, su'ul mishusu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go into the train, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? The Gemara the bedroom we're in. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakiko in the Shtabit way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, better to put rice to go ahead and make cases that are the same, but one of these are different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, you must behold, everybody should in my people, Milo Mishkan. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to pay the dollar of all these? Homer the Chavedo. The person says to his friend, take one of the clothes. Vehicle called the Fosse Love. So what happens? Right? Ruben goes right. I go to say, Ruben, give me a favor. Let me right, give him money to ship. Give money to ship. And all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that one? If ultimately I get my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see right now? Again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, is used to apply right now. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive any emotions. You must even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? So look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Kibbutz lo miyachid shibudei." Look at Rashi. Very wide one. Rashi says, "Kibbutz shibudei." So when you say lo miyachid mo's lekach, not Chalitah meaning the lo miyachid. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichil le'mos lekach lav chalitah minu below mitzvah. Sorry. The Gemara says, "Elahacha amayim shlish." So that's the case ultimately again. So what do we need to be concerned about? We should shlias. So the Gemara says, "Oh, no, yeah, which should be hacha." So ultimately, again, you says the Gemara, says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do I have to be concerned about over here? Elahacha, my choshish, mishum shlias. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That halacha l'maisa, that perhaps, again, shliach goes versus halo miyachid shibudei hacha, lo miyachid shibudei hacha. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Halacha l'maisa, because no particular money is designated in advance, does not create transactional use. So what's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the fund. Okay, so this changes everything. Rashi, Sheikin lo, Balabais dinar lechendini, Kodem sheshalach etzlo. The hashtam the Balabais of the inserted. So this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when Bryce says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the chemist, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, It's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm used to the Shmai, they come in drugs in the Yanda. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana says, so again, all of this is all under the same realm of transactional use. Like that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm Rav Kana, I'm used to the Shmai, they come in drugs in the Yanda. So first I said this over, he talked to Rav Sidid of Yanda. Amarle, Ihotmi, Adikari, the price shouldn't be he says to his workers, go out and drink and I will pay. I will pay when Tzitzanik hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of here that we did today. Right? So when you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a customer saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which we must, I know you're right. So you're right. Tell me, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, you're right. Change the price of three. The price should really be the following way. That halacha l'maisa, if we insist today, so case remember, essentially there are two cases in the case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Says, "Cover, go out and eat, go out and drink, on me." That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, the way you must understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's not how they are. Definitely concerned if you have access now to prohibited food items, because then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying them from the land. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a chash, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara goes like. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, shut it down. Once again, it is a great option to be able to learn detailed review. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Chosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Talmuds for all of Talmud Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habar Mimur Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White as a form of Bracha. We have many sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, the donation of the Yard-Side House, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, and Zvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Ben Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver, Baruch, Mordechai, and Mario, and Abnasan, of course, always, we dedicate our name in the Swiss precious house, which is in the Kushpal, we have to bring them home, the Shalom, and the Karov, and the merit for all the souls, give them success, the whole of Nasi. Also, with that, we let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanaf Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanaf base 62b, Today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Vite Shvias Nanu, who parled with the Shvias. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, 9 Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasu Perishi is called in Smanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, partly the Shemitah, after Aniyim, Shemitah, after Adiyah, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's household would repay the anium,
There's no conversation.
ultimately again with which we call these 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this anti Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Never done, never said that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know this, sorry, to a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Abianites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shaped up, lo habu hana ba'em, lo etufe han ba'ani, la chalitem memus, lo chaylik b'isha shies on us. We saw yesterday's documentary. When you get into the issue of potential commerce with forbidden item, sometimes that forbidden item can pop apart the previously committed item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy. Right? I should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year, and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to Esnan and Mota. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnan Zona. Esnan Zona is a halacha. The person goes to a zona, and he gives her something called her services. Right? Obviously, page 11, he gives her an object. That object is called an Esnan Zona, payment for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says the corresponding piece passes on what's the case. The Sanya says this. Raisa says, Nosam Rabba. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his son. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Sheep, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, and he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. In which the Gemara says, Ella, God, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nosala, the achakach ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say like this. When does someone become an esnan? An esnan is on the harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. So most eloquent, no sama, if you gave her the sheep, the achakach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achakach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, if he's here today and has relations with her in 3 hours, tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations. Ba'ala, the achakach nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, Esnana in both of these cases, ultimately again, the Esnana is going to be neutral. However, Nasala, the Achartak, is not fine. So therefore, both sides, the one thing is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheet for payment, has the status ultimately again of a promise. Now, again, keep track of this whenever you go. So remember, the household of Rabbianai, they would borrow shnitza produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with atheist service. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like it was strange. This is exactly business with shnitza produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussed on these. No someone the Akatak Bala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Hey, Ruben is Rachel, he gets her a sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example of what's going to be right? So he pays her a sheet. Right? And then let's say he pays her a sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has to so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consultative companies, right? As a lax transactional immediacy. You must understand. He bought when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheet on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with the top of something? Lechol Allah is still a friend. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheet, it can't be labeled as estimates on not because he didn't have relations with her. There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized as an estimate on only as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, very interesting, what's the case? So she's talking about the Hikri Basa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying that when you have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a figure. She's a zona, and she's offering up kavanas. Listen, it's important. We've met this many times in the past. It's important to say we all have inconsistencies, and we all need to inherit contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm something, and in certain respects, I'm a nation. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't feel about. Here's the deal. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all are for Shem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings comments. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbas are reach and it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries and struggles and all that. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants, but by the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? then halacha l'maaseh pshita the sharila, right? The halasa the shaspia umatara ba'amru b'diwa. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. Can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law in the Aksha needs enough in the Karma. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he wants in the car. I put you up for that as a car. After all, the ish kiyat ish is based on Kodesh Amrach Mar. The Torah says that a person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about an erech valuation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrach Mar and base of the just like your home, you own it. At Kodesh so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to chop it up as a part. Let's just start there. You know, you can only do makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this only asks of us what we're able to do. There's sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's goodness are, their abilities are. The Rebbeinu Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that His Rebbe only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What He does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic beliefs. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual purpose. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, right, or you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as well. So it's interesting, and this is that's fine. So Gemara says this. So therefore, that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi Yana, with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status where there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmer zone and by the Father payment case. Then you just get further into his Father payment case. So by the Moshe, Kama Bekisha Soma. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer up as a carbon, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Kivan the Amar Amirasol Gabok Misrasol Hadlok, Kiman Dakri Basitam. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being the shit verbal is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being it's gone, the animal's gone. The makdish ultimately again is still here, is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shayla is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? So we're saying, take Shabbat Rabbi Eliezer. We can listen to Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? And Rabbi Eliezer, Shekatma Behikri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the dia occurred. Daf Behikri Basa. So that's good because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About the Shasal law, but from the Eliezer statement it was clear that if she was not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake Kamibaya. Truth is, this Shaila is Manish Shaila of Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, nine. Mifshat, she says Rabbi Eliezer, that the Basal Dasha Baki Shasal, the Eastern Shasvia. Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal is offered up before the Bia? Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. All Dilma, Hikrivasa Pshitale, Vikbishasa Musaka. And then maybe obviously she offered it up and it's fallen into this kind of of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, so we're really not sure. Interestingly, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so it's important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers him up to bona fide cargo. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're going to look at the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consequential purposes. For me, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for me, Ba'ala, the Akakaf Nasala, Hafidim, Hashalo Shonim, Esnala Asa. Right. For the Bryce says this woman has relations with her, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the years late. He pays her late. Like 3 years later, it's called the harlot's payment, and it's still the usher. I'm not going to I'm not just low cash. So listen, that cash is important. The Bryce that we paid before has maybe 62% that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here he demands that if there's relations, we usually pays for 3 years later. Ultimately, it is still usher. I'm not going to just low cash. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li, it tells us that. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali Li, it tells us. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, it tells us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional limits. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional release. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm gonna love to tell us that my hobby. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations, or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 2 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has a status of public statement because this transaction release. Just because you identify the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, Mishifah. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or apply taking possession, which the Gemara says, let's go help them build okay, so kind of is actually interesting. Ultimately, the difference in sheep is only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep until but it's someone who's not Jewish. You guys know what about this? The Olam is on Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep standing in their Chatzir. In which case, again, ultimately, there's to be a plus sheep requires. A second. Either play the Chatzir, but the Akhnasala, Hakanya. I don't understand. If it's in our Chatzir, in our she requires it, in our she had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. When he gave it, it's already in our Chatzir, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? In other words, she acquired it before her. So this is like the paradigmatic case, because she's acquired the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah, which the Gemara says, the shaki and the apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rachel and says this. And here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantee. In other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. And if not, shakle the esnani. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest payment. Fine. Massive Rashi says like this. Also, how again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this response. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Arts. Unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They have sweat this important. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Koshesh, okay, so actually before we go to this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the houses. The Eno Koshesh to do this. The Eno Koshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. So if you want to 63, Lo Mishum Shkiz, Lo Mishum Advice, Lo Mishum Yadivas. And let's say, here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the Akum's going to go by Yadivas, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Aretz is going to buy Shemitah purpose or Meiser Shemitah, at least in the outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the wrong ones, like Rashi. We don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them money. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, no liability. Okay, now contrast out the color. The sound of Fiona base 63 second line down. The Amarla, like he said to them, Su be'ichlu vani porea, Su ushtu vani porea. He says to the workers, right, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then you have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We the issue here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. It has nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is as if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? Ki kapara de isser kapara. So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rav Yana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rav Yana case. Remember, Rav Yana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with eighth year produce. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amal ki kapara de isser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption order took place, Allah so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, Sheni produce, from the it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halfenani, ki kapara, the isser kapara. So to the Rav Yana, when they repay the year, ultimately again, isn't that what paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which we must take them out of fiscal, the Shantani Hamakiko, the Mishtabin. So, you know, it's different in the Ruben case. If he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the ugly lot, okay, ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy. That's not going to literally translated. Literally, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just a minute. Currently, that's actually right across the right to the left. Kind of in the summer house. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get away from you, because he regularly extends credit. Shekar Hekirbo, Shekamokum Shiesh Norajin, or Kanila Lefendin, Hilchaf Khalifin. So what's that? So that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand going where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there's this transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, donkey drivers,
we're both on Sora, and
and
I just
going
made
to
a big
immediately
cameo
pay for
because
it.
it's the one that I made for the first time.
How much do you want? Kevin Anachani, the Muslim Haiti, not Henry Arado, but again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi. Right? This wasn't like a credit situation. It was when people normally do business together. Therefore, that case is fine because it's not transactional immediacy. You must also send the same pizza and not. And again, using that one, including this to send out as well. Same case. Go you can go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. It should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. Inachi, aditani su'u be'echlu b'dinar zeh, su'u shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? The Gemara says, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. About friendly cinema people, but shopkeepers do not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that too should be called. In other words, benefit rights to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one is not different. Then to highlight two dramatic cases. Yes, the old company cinema people need on the shop. What is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to Homer the Family. The person says to his friend, think one of the following, V'yiknu kol l'chosei lach. So what happens, right? Ruvain goes, all right, I go with you. Say, Ruvain, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming from the team. What's that about? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Mercer says, what do you see here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruvain and I have no previous relationship. What do you see here? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee and encumbrance of transactional immediacy seems to apply right in there. Right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't even seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibudei low misa. So what's the difference? I'll look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though miyachid shibudei, third wide line Rashi's in the bottom. Shibudei shelo yichei lo miyachid mo'os lav chalita minhu v'lo misa. Since Ruvain did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Since you know to find the amount of money, right? Or no specific money having set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So sorry. The Gemara says, "Elahacha on my fish." So that's the case ultimately again. So when you do this, you shouldn't cheat. So the Gemara says, "Hot monia, which so ultimately again, it says the Gemara. It says the Gemara ultimately again. What do you have to be concerned about here? Elahacha on my fish. You shouldn't cheat. What do you have to be concerned about here? The halacha I saw. That perhaps again Shiva Bagus versus Homomiyaki Shiburi Hafa, Lomiyaki Shiburi Hafa. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Halacha Lamaisa, because no particular money is designated or advanced, does not take into what's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advance the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Alabayis Yibni Kodem Shishalach Etzlo. Yahashtam Devalabayis Ta'afi. So this changes everything. So in the case of a year, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to. I'm used to the coming up to the new so the Gemara says this. So again, all of this is all of this same level of transactional needs. Like that food, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm used to the Shmaitik coming up to the new the Gemara said, I said this over in front of Rav Zidid of Narita. And what happens? Amalei, he haki, I become so you should see about any correct. That's the case. The prices shouldn't be there. He even says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It's just say go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here for who didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? So he's giving us, oh no, you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry, I'm like, Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of things you're right, change the devices, the devices should really be following that. A lot of things are really sensitive. So kids, remember, essentially there are two cases in advice. Case number one is that you don't use as much as $100. So instead of go out and eat, go out and drink on you. That case, whatever they do, it's not case two, the way you must understand it now, is that a lot of them saw Ruben prepaid the food. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. What concerned if he had access not to the $2, then if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the money. The way that price should be is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need my hash. Then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara is saying. Okay, let's stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, everyone.
Without further ado, let's get this 59 minutes of our lives over with. This takes me back to the times where we watched the first 18 Brian Callen specials. I don't know exactly how many we watched, but it feels like a lot. Let's
say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual commentator sponsor, Tosin Shvach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushas this year as a support for the Soros levels for all of Eretz Yisrael. Our commentator sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Roses White, and Stanley Roses White from the Brooklyn. Learning sponsors, Dr. Edward J. Wolf, the creation of the art site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Meekins and the parallel memory of his father, Ben Isaac, Father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Russell, and always, we dedicate our learning of the Swiss conscious languages and the 12 minutes to Shalom, Shalom, and Bukarov, and Merit of the social give them success, the whole of Nazi. Also, with that, let us begin the exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanif Gimel 63, and we are looking on Sanif base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows: the day Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shvias Na'anim, who parled with Shvias. A very interesting case here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they do as follows: they will borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, 9 Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that, she actually says it was really interesting. Yasi Kirishi is called Nismanabi. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but a lot for myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, Shtachach the Aki Aniyim the Shemitah Achar Adir from the Ger Shvius. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yonah's household would repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. The Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. Something about it, obviously, is a private people, somebody. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan, another road. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, we've seen often, it's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, they have also, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also see that he starts through a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yamanis are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Chiyum dati shaita lo havu hanaf ba'am lo ichdu fe'chan ba'ani lav halit beninu lo chayil kedusha shvizon." I see here again. We saw yesterday Dr. Larry. We get into this issue of potential Congress with a forbidden element. So sometimes that forbidden identity talked on the previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like going to come back to this Shemitah produce, but even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah same thing, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy. I would just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being thought to be paid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the ideal here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sentiment will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to Esnod and Yochel. And interestingly enough, a similar piece was come up with Esnod and Zona. Esnod and Zona is the halacha of a person goes to a Zona, and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, or even gives her an object. That object is called an Esnod. So that's given for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, you know, the corresponding to Esnod was the sign. Rice says, Russell Novel Obama. Let's say Ruben goes for Ruffles is over. Like Ruben goes to Ruffle, and ultimately again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or Russell, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For Hamlet's payment, ultimately his mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon wife sheep that he didn't have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the soon, pretty much the same case, but the relations with her, ultimately there, if you didn't pay anything, if you don't know Allah, my estimate if you didn't pay anything, unless the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that Allah Raisa estimate is mutter doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what it means to say. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what let me say this outside. First, was going to say like this: when does something become an esnod? An esnod is a part of payment when there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnod. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnon sona. What that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's outcomer? No sona, if you gave her the sheep, the achar kakbala. Now what does it mean, the achar kakbala? Rashi says, Achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly can you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some little comments that would say, today, and have relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka esala, eslam, Bala, the Akakak Muslim, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he pays her, esnana. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the expert is going to be. However, Nasala, the Akakak, therefore, also, we're saying this follows. That essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnana, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now again, remember, just keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep that produce from the forest and pay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to the Open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange to practice transacting business with sheep that produce. The Open said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against the 7-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussed in that case. Sorry, let's go over this, right? Let's goes ahead and pays her. They you would use a I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of perception, right? So here's your sheep, right? And then let's say here's your sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for consecrated temporary use, right? As a wax transactional use. You must understand. When he bought, when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. Has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would you say that when he does have relations with her top of something, Lechol Allah is certain prayer? Obviously, I understand. So he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as testimonies on that. So he has relations. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimate on the already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Well, what's the case? So she comes up and it gives us this is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relation didn't happen until Wednesday. We're saying, but when they come into the Wednesday, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, pious Zona. I don't say, you might say to yourself, she's a Zona. And she's not made of Kavanos. Listen, it's incredibly different. It's made of some and we always compare the contradictions. And in certain respects, on the sectors, and in certain respects, on the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I have been quoting, and there are things that I don't do. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not yet. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Sometimes you feel like it's fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm getting stuck out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still a contradiction. But welcome to the nature of the human being. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to speak ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings comments. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are a real it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, so we're going to push forward. And when you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zola offered up the covenant. So by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are done. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you know what's the case? The Amrullah can you make the action? If he says to himself, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? The fire is as of today. Right? Then Allah told us, she could be shorter, right? The Ha'ulasa Bishastia Umatava Amudia. So then obviously it's multiple, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Aslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially gave her a gift. And then she has every right offered up. However, the law on the in the Aksha is enough in the current is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, he gives it to her Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he's not saying I can shop it up as a product. After all, the Yak is based on published on that month. So it says the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about the Erech, the evaluation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base on the shoe, so just like your home, you own it. Ask all the issues. So the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up as a car? Unless you start with somebody is with them as a customer. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Mishpah only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. Something to have people who inspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know if this person's co-host or the ownership only asks you to do makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. And only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. And Adamala, so what's the case? And Adamala, the Habigabe, I trust you. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, but you need dinner, whatever it is, then Umar says, then I give you the right to acquire it. It's interesting, fine. So Umar says this. So therefore, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides the fact that it's totally up and everything. The meaning is that you can remember this all happened with Rabbi his Shita translation. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested in limited status when there is a level of transactional needs. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon and by the Power case as well. That we just gets a little bit into this Power case. So by the Boshia, come up with Bishas on that. It's very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates her. She didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the Amamah? Even the Amamah, Amirasa L'Bavot and Mesirasa L'Haber, Kiman Dakri Basida. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish, it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she was makdish it? Again, I must say, you heard the Shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esmon Zona, because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it, Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Esmon Zona or not? You must have the tip Shamit Rabbi Eliezer. You can also so let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? You must have Rabbi Eliezer said Kadma Behikri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of Esmon Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the deal occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about Hikri so low? But from the Eliezer statement over here, that if she was not tissue, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslanzona. Next Gemara says, no, the also mistake required. Truth is, this Shaila is not the Shaila of the Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Nifshat Shikol Rabbi Eliezer, Jackie Vassal, Daka, Basi Shasam, no, the Isim Shasbia. Because we would also say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up for the Bia. And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer Bia. But perhaps, again, where she was just not consecrated. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All the Allah, and then maybe obviously she offered it up and it's falling in of course it's not going to be categorized as an Islam. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting here on both sides. What comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Islam. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Islam as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Islam zone. If he deposited an animal for payment, now and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to the bonus like parva. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via the next day. What's the status of that animal? That's the taker. That's the okay, let's analyze it. So the second case over here was, let's say he has a relationship with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or meaning, the Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, the Bryce says if Ruben has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years later, it's still called a harvest payment, and it's still be awesome. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hasha. So most of that country is just important. The Bryce that we quoted before, on some of the days 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if the case of 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher, and I'm not just a kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar his Ba'ali li Italazah, had the Amar his Ba'ali li Italastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case in front of the case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Hirashi, Italazah, so ultimately, again, the verse is when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze it. The only level colors that might understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We're going to go to that. It says, Revelation is zona. He says, Revelation is looking for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, what is, it has the status of a public statement because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, she found. She said, I'm going to tell them having the custom she found. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, or require to be possession, which the Gemara says, the zone of all this will probably go okay. So apparently it's actually interesting. You don't keep the divinity of the sheep as only within by Jesus. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't do the secrets of life. This is what a soul is not. The old members on the Israel is talking about it in Arabic. If you don't, they call you the Hassan. Oh, it's interesting enough, the sheep standing with her husband. In which case, again, ultimately, this can trust she requires. Exactly. Either play the Hassan, but the Akhlaq Masala, I don't understand. if it's in a process, if she requires it, in order to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately again, then engage, only then engage. It's already in a process, she already acquired it. What are you talking about?
He's riding a man's chest.
You must, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of SNL. She's acquiring the sheep even before the Piyah, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the most Moksifa is shocking and really very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel. This sheep is in a chutzah. Remember again, what is a chutzah? Then she says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, he says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. Did you not? And if not, shakli the aslan. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest fine. Not so Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes said that it's mostly somehow. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this process. Omer Adam Lechamara will apologize. Let's say again, let's say Reuben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again. Rashi points out over here, Rashi these workers are non-Jews or they're Amiyahites. They just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They're Swedes and brothers. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so that's before the place. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, you'll use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's okay, maybe it's supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting to here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So what's that? Now the houses. The Enoch Ocean, if you do this, Enoch Ocean, he doesn't have to be worried. Something like this, 60 Roman Shum Shvius, Roman Shum House, Roman Shum Galiness. What's that? Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halofa Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an option on their part, this would be considered the option to go by nationalist, right? Or maybe ultimately again, or Maisa Shiri Babies, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Fedra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines of Rashi. The heart, we don't use, Ruben is not the one giving them, we're just giving them lights. Here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast out the comments. Psalms no, they 63 second line down. They are locked, sex them. Su ve'echlu v'ani cholera, su ushtu v'ani cholera. And he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. V'ani cholera. Habitiu lokeh ha'ismu machilo, tehashto solid national. The issue over here is because he's in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these limited items for us. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drinks, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for us. Alma, what do you see from there? He cut part of to make this happen. So what you see from there is that halacha l'maisa, I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rav Yana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rav Yana case. Remember, Rav Yana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with zero. Brooklyn said, not a problem with no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, he kapara, the Mr. Kapara. So what is he here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local answer is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shmita produce, shady produce, and that's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Alkanani, she kapara, the Mr. Kapara. So to the year by the year, and maybe paying a year, ultimately again, isn't that same thing? Which we must say, Gemara Crystal, they can be on the people who is started. No, it's different. In reading case, like the people that are telling the others, and what is when you go drink off the top of the cab, we're talking about your purchasing food from a shop, people who normally exchange credit to you. Even the earthly lot today, 20 is being ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, then ultimately there is transaction. That's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. 20 is actually right across the left, right to the left. And Vinny Summer calls that. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שיש נוהגים ארכונים לא לכם דלתוך חליפין. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruvain is good, Ruvain is not just saying stand one where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening.
Maybe he's trying to do a solve.
Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever it was, and Ruvain's going to immediately pay for it. Even the Hanashani, the Muslim heavy, last sending other people, but again, that doesn't apply in the case of again. That just wasn't like a therefore, that piece is fine because it lacked transactional needs. Again, using that giving with the center as well, just in case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like mutter, then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, enough, at the time, if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case in the vice up, the case of where Ruvain says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The company, I'm not people, you started that. When is it prohibited for Ruvain to say things like it's happening? So you can drink and I'll pick up the tab. That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruvain. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to have prohibited items. How about sending the shopkeeper people? But shopkeeper does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that's the part. In other words, back to the price, to go ahead and relate two pieces that are the same, but one piece are different, and to highlight two dramatically different cases. This was the old company shame that people move on the transaction, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the dollar? Hold on a second. The person says to his friend, "Come, one of the phone, you come the first thing right." So what happens? So like Ruvain goes, I go with you. So Ruvain, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all the West property will become encumbered to you. What's that? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what do you see from there? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee is transaction seems to apply right from there. And on the level, most of the people, the most you're right. In the way, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't make sense. Mas você tem uma afagada do Estado, even the low miyaki shibide low miss. Você gosta de pensar, vamos pegar Rashi says, even though miyaki shibide, porque Rashi third wide one with Rashi's Nevada, que eu não shibide, so Nihe lo miyaki most love Tariq and Morning. Since moving does not go ahead, it's actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately again, it should be Muslim. It should be Muslim. So Yichil and Mos, the fact, love Khalifa Nimu, below Mitzvah. Sorry, Gemara says, Elahafa and my Hashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we should Shvius. So Gemara says, oh, no, which is the ultimate again, we say ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Elahafa, my Hashish. We should Shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Elahafa and I saw that perhaps again should goes versus Holomiyaki Shibidi. Hafa, Lomiyaki Shibidi. Ultimately again, same thing. Local starts because no particular monies have been designated for the fans does not take that. What's the case? The case over here is where the Malabais advance the money. Okay, Sheikh Kilo, Malabais, the company, hold them to Shalach Exlo. The Hashtam, the Malabais, operate in Surgery. So this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when Raisa says that if Reuven says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Reuven gives the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items.
Keeps telling us that we need to turn rain in school.
I'm used to the Schmidt, I need to bring the house up. So you might as well just tell us. So again, all of this is the same realm of transaction and release. Like that chapter 15, that happens. So you know, it says, I'm not Papa, I'm sorry, I'm used to the Schmidt, I need to so kind of said, I said this over, we come to love the bit of Naruto.
I wish you would just goof around and then they see this, like, oh God, I'll wear I stick on any like Patrick said. I told everybody about Haley, please don't divorce me.
The crisis shouldn't be that.
They can't just go make
Go out and drink. I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like you have to pay. Now, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, the same application of yours that you didn't pay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should you consume? I'm going to be right. So you're right. Tony, I'm going to tell you, ultimately, again, a lot of ways is you're right. Change the price of food. The price of food that a lot of ways are good incentives. So please remember, essentially there are two cases of advice. Case number one is your legal duties represent advice. Instead of go out and eat, go out and drink on you. That case, whatever they do,
there was that one time I went to the coffee store
case
and
two,
I went just to watch a show with my
is that
friend.
a lot of myself moving
Of the 10
paid
real comics
he went ahead
there,
and gave $100
it's
to
about
the shop. Instead, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says
we need to
that's
figure out what's going on here.
concerned,
We'll talk
if
with
we
everybody
have
on the
access now
interview,
to
but a week, maybe 2 weeks, we're going to shut
moving is going
club
ahead
down and
and
figure out how we
supplying
can
with further workers. The way that price should read is moving says to his workers, go out and drink. ואני מחש, אני settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're doing. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Go yeah, everyone.
It was so fucking infuriating, but then he's essentially doing the same shit.
Yeah. This is like if your dolphin model did stand up.
He'd probably do it, though. We'll see if I can. It's harder to do this.
We'll say good morning. It is a graceful option to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual common sponsor, Tosin Sport Israel, for dedicating all the Shalom Russians this year. As it's close for the slowest levels for all of Israel. The common sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dino Drazen, and Lynn Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife, for the Bracha. We have many sponsors. Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, the mention of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and that kind of memory of their father, Ben Adam, father, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, of course, as always, we dedicate our memory to Swiss teachers after his welcome to sending his home to Shalom and the Baruch of America, and so to give them success before we massive. And also, that we have speaking, we have an exciting data ahead of us today. Today's data is Sunday, and we're actually about on South Basin base 62B, today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines off from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shvias Naimir, who parled with Shvias. So very interesting piece of here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, what they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that, actually says something very interesting. Yasu Kirishi is called this Manabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that's once it's no longer readily available in field, you need to go longer able to keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes, and Karlu b'Shminis, Yishtakach ta'achli Aniyim b'Shminis achar abir, Chaliti Keroshis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's house would repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with this new produce, 8-year produce. And it says, so they came and they said, so people who mentioned this practice of Rabbi something about it, obviously, the hobby of this to some degree. So it's the same thing, I'm a little bit, said, yeah, this is often perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why? Next done, Rabbi said, interestingly enough, look at that, you also know, sorry, you also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yana, actually totally short. Rashi says the treatment that he showed up, no public honor of the end. So if you say, Hani Bahani, Love Hani Temini, or Highly to do such shit on us, we send this to the back already. We get into a potential colors with forbidden items, so sometimes that forbidden identity pop on the previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is if it's like one of these transactional business which need the produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. As Yochanan said, it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year, and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is connect them to Esmon. And interestingly enough, similar piece would come up with Esmon. Esmon is going to look at the person goes to the and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he's money, or even if he's an object, that object is called an Esmon. So that means for a moment, and cannot be used for any kind of sacrifice. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sound like, you must have the corresponding to the Esmon. It's the sound of this. Rice says, Nosso Marvel Ababa. Let's say Ruben goes to Rahel. Rahel is on. Like Ruben goes to Rahel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, well, I'm going to have no Nosso. or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It's absolutely doesn't make sense. I don't say. Nothing of a if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon why shoot that even though he's had relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the seed, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, ultimately the inheritance. If he didn't pay anything, but even though Allah, my testimony, if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Isaiah that says that Allah is the estimate is not doesn't make sense? Usually, you must Allah, how can you come? That is what he used to say. If he gave her, let's say, he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what he was going to say is outside. Since we know this, when does something become an estimate? When there's transactional immediacy. Pay their relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate. So what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent. Nosala, if you give it a sheep, the acharkach ba'ala. What does it mean, the acharkach ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly we go at and translate immediacy, I think there's some level of common sense. You know, the days are today, and relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. By Akaknosala, it's not a mutter. Oh, Baal, the Akaknosala, or for that matter, he has relations with us, and then he afterwards pays her, Esnana in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be however, Nasala, the Akaknosala, therefore, both sides, really one thing is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana zone, that is the transactional immediacy. Once the transaction immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land receives the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbianai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from his mark and pay it ultimately again with their sons. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's something like it's strange, this practice, or transacting business with Shemitah produce. But Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the produce, and after the 8th year produce remains fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussed on this. So again, let's go for this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Right? But we're going to use rough. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he actually. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple use. Right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. I understand. But when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why does he say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is never afraid? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as estimate. It's also very deep. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? He should cut up the Hikki's this is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when you're having issues on Wednesday, it's actively the sheep should be categorized as harvested. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona. She's offering up carbonos. So it's like, before you get this many times. Those are the things that we all have consistencies. And we all live in highly contradictions. And in certain respects, you know, in certain respects, you know, there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well.
Take your vitamins. You can
The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are for shame. Don't take away from the things that I do well. You just think it's not all you can be righteous in some areas and morally faithful in others. Well, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony and spirituality and righteousness in all areas. And most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake because, yeah, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm that, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are a reach mikol. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner practice, our inner struggles, and what we're control. And when you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenant. So by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. If what's the case? If he said to himself, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halachah, so she did the sharia. Right? The halachah b'shas u'matana ba'amu u'biyo. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. Can't be categorized as an Esra on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law, I'm not in the Aksha, it's enough in the Karma. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not interested and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to us, it's from Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a part of it. He's not as a part of it. After all, the Yakish is based on Kodesh Amrachman. The Torah says if a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about an erech, evaluation. Like to go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, I'm not based on issue. So just like your home, you own it. After issue, so to be owned, you need to consecrate, whether it's consecrate, whether it's offer up. Is something that she owns. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could shut her up as a part. That's just like marriage. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Yishmael only asks of us what we're able to do. There's sometimes you make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people we aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's profiles are, their abilities are. So the bonus show only asks you to be makdish, that which you own. You only have to consecrate it. You only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it, it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will see us. He doesn't expect that we someone else. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. If you possess a lot more than I'm honest about. and then utilize those in pursuit of personal the only who matches that which belongs to you. And our Heavenly Father will only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual things. It's incredible. And the Dhamma was the case. And the Dhamma lost. The Hadi Gabe had chastity. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. You need to reflect that you need the sheep for some reason. Let's say something comes up. You need the sheep. I don't know, you need a car, you need dinner, whatever it is. And then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting. Fine. So Gemara says, so everyone says that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's still an interesting. The reason is because you're going to remember this all happened with the Rabbi this two different. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be invested with a limited status when there's a level of transactional notice. Now we see that by the Sheet case, and ultimately we see it by the Osman by the Harlot case as well. That emerges just the one as Harlot case. So by the Hosha, come up with the so much. So very interesting. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Reuben is Zoma the sheep on Tuesday. The deer is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She's consecrating now. She didn't offer it up as a cover, but she's makdish it. So what's the status in our Bia in the man? Kevan Gamar Amirasul Gavok Misulasal Hadil. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is God, the makdish ultimately again is still does it. Does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish? Again, because let's say here the shayla is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shayla is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the Tifshah is Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer said, "Cut off the Hikri Basa." So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esma Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the deal occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Isha, so low. And from the Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she is makdish, the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, so Rabbi Eliezer is fake to be quiet. The truth is, this shayla is managed to shayla Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no, Nifshat Shita Rabbi Eliezer, Yakuvaso, Dafka, Batisha, Solo, the Isur Shashriya. Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. Of Yoma, if you also shoot away, if you trust in the sun. Maybe obviously she also enough and it's going on this. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as no Zona. But I think she just consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to look at what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so it's an important lesson of what. We're not finished with no Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as no Zona, how this payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment due. If that order is not followed either. Payment and delayed BIA or BIA and then payment. Ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an SNI zone. If she deposited an animal for the payment, now, the BIA doesn't occur until later on, assume she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes to her and she offers an outlet to bonafide cargo. If she's not patient, consequences, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the BIA, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze that. So we're going to say the second day sort of was, let's imagination, right? And then afterwards, he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. And we say it's mutter, we use for conservation purposes. And usually, marries the kasha. I don't understand this. You know, it says, even the device says the person has relations with the son. And then he tells you, even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the awesome. I'm not having this stuff, I'm not this stuff. Look, so most of that country say just important. The rights that we paid before my son pays in the 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, no transactional use. Here the Gemara says that there's relations, even if he pays her 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. And I'm not having this stuff, I'm not this sort of kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali Li, Ba'ali Li, Betalasa. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali Li, Betalasta. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep, Rashi, Betalasa. So ultimately, again, the verses when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only level colors that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's moving over to Rafa. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for us to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the giving of the sheep was only given by Jews. So apparently, again, by another Jew, they don't move the sheep into a truck. But it's not enough. You guys are another possibility. We all know the zone of Israelis. Now, I was talking about Jew Charlotte. If you don't, they call you the Chatzin. Oh, interesting. You know, the sheep standing in the Chatzin. In which case, again, ultimately, there's two classes she requires. In a second. If the Chai Bechatzin, Fala, the Akak Masala, Hakamola. One second. I was thinking, if it's in her chutzner, then she acquires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denegate, it's already in her chutzner, she already acquires it. What are you talking about? In other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan. She's acquired the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her chutzner. Whereas the Gemara the Shaki and the Handy Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So everything comes to Raphael like this. And right here, this sheep is an opposite. And then what is opposite? It's essentially the damage. That when she says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, Imaisina Leif, using the contact of the sister, right? You got to the next 30 days. Good. Did you not? And if not, Shakle the Aslan. Take this sheep ultimately again as an apology. Fine. Not so Rav Shesha. Rav Shesha said like this. Also interesting how, again, it's interesting. All of this is really on rabbi for the essence of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamara or Lechala. Let's say again. Let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir-Arts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They don't see why this is important. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, leave it actually. That means on supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and. So let's say now the Enochoshish to do this. Enochoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. It's not a 63B. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum advice, lo mishum diamonds. And let's say here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amir aretz, he has to be concerned that the akum is going to go by yamin, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amir aretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce in Minazar Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Shevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Like if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last part of the long line. The hakilu, those hakilu, Ruvain is not the one giving them food, right? He is giving them food. Here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following. Samach Yoaveh 63B, second line down. The Amalak, but he said to them, Su be'iflu, vani porea, Su shtu vani porea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and okay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We did actually get the issue over here is because he's in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these targeted items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on him. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from here, it's like, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid before with 8 year produce. No concept, not a problem, no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amo, ki kapara, the Isser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, halacha l'maisa, there's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these the shemitah produce, the sheni produce, the yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Alchanami ki kapara the meiser kapara." So too over here by Rabbi Yana, and when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately again, isn't that they're paying for shemitah produce? Same thing. To which the Gemara says, "Tergemara fista behenteni hamakito the mishkazim." So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. The haven, the Archila Akife, finally being a pebble. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that.
That's the worst case
Currently, you know, that actually 90% left. And in summer housing, the shopkeeper knows he's going to get paid and regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו שכמוכם שיש נוהגים ארכונים לא לכן דווקא חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction use. Ruben is not just saying stand one where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, there's no anything in it. Therefore, it's specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever, and then going to immediately say, no, that's how it's done. Even the unfamiliar, the Muslim family, life family are going to, but again, that doesn't apply in this area. This wasn't like a credit type of situation. It was when people were moving together. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transaction immediacy. So you must have all, can we shame that people? But again, using that one, we're going to send out his workers in case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who nobody extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? Mutter, then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, aditani se'ud ve'eflu b'dinar zeh, se'ud she'sud b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then the second vice are differently. Instead of making the first case in the vice the case where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different things. What are the two cases do? The Gemara says, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The chemba nihana people. In the starting way, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. How about Anthony Shema people? But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fought. In other words, benefit is racist to go ahead and make two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and the other two do not have different cases. Here's what else is somebody should even people who understand it. So that's true. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to any dollar? Over the Faheda. The person says to his friend, it is just to his friend, think one of the phone, we put on the first thing to love. So what happens? Like, Ruben goes, I go with you. So Ruben, give me a favor. Give him money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming under to you. What's that for? Clearly, if ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, so what's like, what do you see from there? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low misa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? If I look at Rashi, Rashi says, even though miyachid shibude, look at Rashi, third wide one, Rashi's on the bottom. Kilnach shibude, shelo yichei lo miyat mo'os l'kach, lot chalitim nindu lo misa. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money for us, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money is having set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Sorry. Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately again. So what do we need to do? You should shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, he says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? You should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps, again, Shiva, روس اما یکی بوده هاشا long یکی بوده ها ultimately again the same thing Mesa, because no particular monies have been designated for advance, does not taking that release to go to hit What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabayas advanced the money to the okay, so this changes everything. Shekilo, Balabayas, the company, told them to show off and slow. The Hashtam, the Balabayas, so this changes everything. So in the case of the rear, ultimately, again, when Rice says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on the case of already Ruben paid for money to go to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm not gonna know. I'm used to the penny that's limited to the Gemara says it's fine. So again, all of this is only the same level of transaction needs. Like that's cool. That's kind of cool. So the Gemara says, I'm gonna pop up. I'm used to the Shmite coming to absolutely now. The Gemara said, I said this over in front of the Rav Zvid of Nardo. And what happened? I'm not ready. He hustled me. I declared to the Satan should see by me for a death. The price is truly the room that he makes us to his workers. Go out and eat. Go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me since some of you guys will pay. Now, what should it say? Su'u should sue by the cash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the case of the year that we didn't do that. Right, so we left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Basically, that's what you're right. So you're right. Tell me, I'm going to count it not in ultimately, again, I also notice if you like change the message, that halacha rice and Peter says today, so please remember, simply there are two cases in rice. Case number one is where Ruben uses representing God. Since God will go out and eat God and drink on meat. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not common. Case two, the way you never understand the matter, is that halacha rice, so Ruben paid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to the food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying them from the end. The way that Liza should read is, Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shop. That's what the Gemara is saying. Let's get we'll stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone.
Just basically that character. Somebody would walk into this sounds like a college room, but yeah, somebody would walk into a room and be like, oh shit, you have an at-home theater? And I'd be like, no, this is the darts room. That's how big my darts room is. And this is probably obvious, but I play darts.
Let's say good morning. It is a great source of option to be able to learn. Overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shul and Drushos this year as a support for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Haba Rino Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lynn Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife. We got learning sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Aaron, memory of their father, Ben Aaron, Baruch Mordechai Ben Leah of Nelson, always. We dedicate our name to this references to the home, the Shalom and the Fire of America, and this ultimate give them success before we not see them. Once we back to the speaking, we're excited we got ahead of us today. Today's back is Silent Jewel 63. We work on Silent Phasing Base 62B. Today, Rabiana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines off from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, Rabiana, Yas Ike Shvias Nami, Ricardo Bushminis, a very interesting piece of work. The members of the household of Rodiana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something that's very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called this Manabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the household of Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, Ishkachach the Ofri Aniyim Shemitah Achar Abir and Shmitas. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Yanai's household would repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. Gemara says, "Also, I'm really going to be open." So they came and they said, so people mention this practice for the open. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something for the open. I'm a little. The open said, "Y'all sing often. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Connect on." Now, I was saying that interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also starts to a couple of Rashis. You also know the Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yanas are actually totally fine. Rashi says the people that he shut up, lo havu kanaf le'en. Lo if you say hani b'chani, ma chali b'minu, lo chali kedusha shliach. We saw yesterday that already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah same thing, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year, and only being put up to the during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah same thing will not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. This connects on the Eslan. And interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is developed and the person goes to a Zona and she gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if he pays her money, it will give her an object. That object is called an Eslan Zona, payment for an object, and cannot be used for any type of self-efficient purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Samuel, you know, so the first time he's passing on, this the sounds of this. Rice says, no some level of bottom. Let's say Ruben goes to Ruffle. Ruffle's his own. Like Ruben goes to Ruffle, and ultimately again he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that halacha l'maisa, the esnan is mutter? That doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Ella hachika amar. Brad, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasala, the achakach ba'alah. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Since the Muslim says like this, when does something become an esnan, and esnan is on the harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her, relations, right? Or relations, pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S9 zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Allah cover. No sala, if you gave it a sheep, the African ball. Now what does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Achshav Elo, the Achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense here. Days of today and have relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. But Achazman, it's not a motor. Oh, Baal, the Achazman, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he afterwards pays her. It's not a motor. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the S9 is going to be more. However, Nasala, the Africa, fine. Therefore, what I do right thing is that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S9 zone, that includes contractual immediacy. Once there's a natural immediacy, in other words, payments relations, then the line, the sheet, the payment, has the status ultimately identified by the state. Now, again, remember, keep track of the phenomena. Remember, the husband of Rosiana, they would polish with the produce from the court and pay it ultimately again with the produce. People seem to be open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it was like a little I said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again to 7 year produce, and after the 8 year produce, fine. Now, there's more questions that we're discussing on this. Not someone we actually talk about. So let's go with this, right? Let's go ahead and paste it. Okay, we're going to use a gets your sheet. I'm just using your sheet because that's the easiest example of right? So you pays your sheet. Right? And then let's say you put your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday you have so again, based on just on the floor, that sheet does not have the status of a harvest unit, and therefore is not forbidden for complicated transactions. Right? There's a lax transaction in this. You must understand. If he bought when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? You have the sheet on Tuesday. He has relationships on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relationships on top of something, Rechol Allah is someone of faith? Obviously, I understand. When he gives you the sheet, can't be labeled as testimony on but when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore the sheet should be categorized as an estimate zone already passed on Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, very interesting, but what's the case? He should come up and make a vessel. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheet on Tuesday. She got the sheet on Tuesday. Now, originally didn't have it until Wednesday. So you're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, actively the sheet should be categorized for Wednesday. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. Now, let's say you say to yourself, what a thing. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonas. Listen, it's important we mention this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all live in inconsistencies. And we all live in inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a Sadiq, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and that are righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a hard you could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life, but most of us are not yet. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a faith, because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. That's that, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zone is a zone, we should also be You know what? Those Kabbalahs are easy to roll. Because I think that they never know what and we still push forward to do good, despite what the things are going through. Sometimes that's a critical accomplishment. In any event, so the Zola offered up the covenants. And the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. Sure enough, it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. HAW, what's the case? The Amalek communication action. This is set to the same now. This is the land on Tuesday. It says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, Halachalan, so she did the Sharila. Right? The Halasa, Bishas, Hia, Umatana, Amubiya. So then obviously it's Mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esla on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the Latin in the Asha is not the Karma. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, I could shove her up as a carbon. After all, the Ish is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech valuation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar and Ma'beis Abishuso, just like your home, you own it. Afkol Bishuso. So to the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could shop it up as a car. Unless they just found it. And then there's even as a hospital. You know, you could only be macfish something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth.
I think it's something to do with like you can't compete with rich guys. Okay, like if you go, I got a fucking Mercedes GSX, or like,
and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I got my girlfriend. Oh, really? I
compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's football something. The ownership only asks you to be mackish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that if God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of you what someone else is. He doesn't expect of you someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic beliefs. You only be mackish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamelos, what's the case? Eladamelos, in a Habib Gabe, I trust you. This is very interesting. He says there, right, so we may give to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And these are the day. Keep the sheep with you, but scheduled for here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be misrepresented, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if there's something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, but you need to know whatever it is, then the Gemara says, then give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting. Fine. So there was the rest of the now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally the reason is because we can remember this all happened with the Rabiana, this Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested in a limited status when there's a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon talking about a product being increased. That emerges just over into a product being increased. So variable, come up with the trust or not. Is that interesting? So let's say the same thing. Even gives Ruffle a moving zone the sheep on Tuesday. The Dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? כיוון דאמר אני לא סולל דבר לא סולל video, כמעט דעת בבסיסים, so do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing hektish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Or do we say that in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish, it's gone, the animal's gone. The makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it, Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So let's say the picture of Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right, Rabbi Elazar shekadma behikli vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka hikli vasa. So Dafka, that she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About hikli so low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement it would appear that if she was not fishing, the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurs, perhaps the animal would now be called an Islam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake to me by it. The truth is, this Shaila is not a Shaila of Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Dafnivasa, Dafka, Bakisha, Solo, Da Isa Bishas Bia. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Islam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halach and the animal is recategorized as an Islam Zona. Oh, Dilma, Pipivasa, Shitale, Vikishasa, Misakar. And then maybe obviously she offered it up and it's calling it of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, so we're really not sure. So interesting, we're going to have to both say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, we're not finished with Islam Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Islam Zona as part of this payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Esnan Zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, maybe it doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide cargo. If she's makdish, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the baby, that's the animal. Okay, let's analyze more. So we're going to look at the second issue was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for conservation purposes. Or maybe, Gemara is cash up. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or maybe. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so he'll pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and will still be awesome. I'm not coming to fuck. I'm not pissed off. Low posture. So listen, that helps us with this important price that we pay in the fall. That's how it's going to be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transactional immediacy. Here, the Gemara says that there's relations even if it's 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not coming to fuck. I'm not pissed off. Low posture. It's not a contradiction. How the Omar is Ba'ali to tell us, yeah? But the other one is by really the color stamp. So let's say this is very interesting. ultimately, again, one case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Here, Rashi, Vitalaze, Tokama Diyaev Lohavi Esman Benehashtakim. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional needs. Alright, so let's analyze this. The overlevel tell us that my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now Wednesday, even though going to Russia, he says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? You might say, the sheep farm. So I'm going to tell them I'm having the custom sheep farm. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for required taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone of all this will have them below kind of sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting, but ultimately the din of the sheep was only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep as well. So it's not about a son of a not. We realize another possibility is we all love the zone in Israel, so we're talking about a Jewish harvest. Okay, go, they call you the Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's the chutzah she requires. That's in a second. Either Kai Bechasera, but the Akakaf Masala, Hakama, well, a second. I understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she requires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then he gave it. It's already in her chutzah, she already required it. What are you talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of S1 because acquiring the sheep even before the if the sheep is standing in the chutzah. Which the Gemara says, the shati and the handy apple. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So when it comes to Rachel, and here this sheep is in a potty. Remember, what is a potty? A potty essentially is a reality. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Imam, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest. Fine. Massive Rakshisha, so Rakshisha says like this. Mostly somehow. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the Aslan's own spotless. Omer Adam Lechamara, Ulachol. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amei Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They are studied this in front of this man. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Oshesh. Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting paid here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says the Eno Oshesh. Do this. Eno Oshesh. He doesn't have to be worried. It's not feeling like a 63B. Now let's say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or Amei Haaretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akum is going to go by the INS. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amei Haaretz is going to buy Shemitah points or Ma'aser Sheni points in Tzumelas on Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomi Shuma Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, last of the one was that were. But what was something we a pretty like. We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them Ruth is giving them what? It's covered up here, this is favorite food, this is favorite food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast out the color. Sabbath Yom, day 63, the second line. The Orla, such them. Su the Ichlu, Vani Polea, Su Shubani Polea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. Havi'ihu lokeach ha'isur machilo, dehashtalo salak nafshi minad. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's something. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see for? So what you see from here is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they paid the poor with €8. What said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amo, kapara, the Isser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lawful amount of this transaction immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the same produce the valueless, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often nami, he kapara, the Isser kapara. So to hear about Rabiana and maybe paying a year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing. With the Gemara says, they strengthening on the Kamatiko in the Shabbat. So no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, right, where he's going ahead, telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. The haven, the Archila Akufe, ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, it's actually right across the right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שיש לו הדין הקונים לא לחדנים, תלכה חליפינים. So that's it. There is transactional use. Ruvain is not just saying scoundrelling where you walk and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and neighbors whatever they want to use for the items, and Ruvain is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabiana, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. These weren't people who only did business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Ruvain were to send out his workers, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending it to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. At the time, Se'ul ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, Se'ul shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then let's set the brisa up differently. Instead of making the first case of the brisa, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through for a drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, that when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakifa, in the Shtabit, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, Chavla, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the Chenbani already has the money to pick up prohibited items. About Chenbani She'inamakifo, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, better for the Bryce to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, versus the old, Chenbani She'inamakifo Miro Mishnabit. Furthermore, is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend any Bamara? Homer the Chavero. A person says to his friend, Tain Mana Laploni, Viknu Kon the Chase Lach. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that law? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go ahead and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? So look at Rashi over there. Rashi says, Kivan lo miyachid shibude. Look at Rashi, third wide line in Rashi's in the bottom. Kivan shibude. Shelo yiche lo miyat mo'oz lekach. Lav chalipa minhu v'lo missa. Since Ruvain did not go ahead and actively set aside money for this, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. Shelo yichil le'mo'oz lekach lav chalik eminu v'lo mitzah. I'm sorry. The Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately again, so when we need to be concerned with that, we shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, it says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? You shouldn't shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha that I saw that perhaps again shvius produce versus ultimately again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated in advance, it does not create transactional immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Sheiktim lo, Balabais dinar lefendini, Chodem sheshalach etzlo. Gahashta mit the Balabais ka'afli b'surde. Okay. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the chendani, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana said as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all on this same realm of transactional immediacy. Like that's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm Rav Kana, I'm Risa the Shmaite coming to Rav Sidid Naradov. So Rav Kana said, I said this over in front of Rav Sidid of Naradov. And what happened? Amarle, that's the case, the Brisa shouldn't read that. Ruben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is where we pay prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did they consume? To which the Gemara said, you're right. He said, you're right. Tani, I'm sorry, Tani, ultimately, again, halacha he said, you're right. Change the Brisa to read. The Brisa should really read the following way. That halacha Ruben says to his, so the case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Brisa. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. Says, Chabra, go out and eat, go out and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way the Gemara is understanding it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Ruben prepaid the chimur. He went ahead and he gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to the Holiness food items, and it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying them from the hands. And the way that Brisa should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shop. That's what the Gemara says. Yeah, we'll stop over here for today. Go ahead, everyone. What about?
All right, yeah, we're back on. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, no, that definitely is good. All right, well, you guys got pranked. That was a huge prank that you all fell for. Hilarious. Yeah, I mean, huge payoff at the end. All right, well, listen. You're here for Tim as a shop. If you didn't hear earlier,
Good morning. It is a graceful fortune to be able to learn begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem Drashos this year as a sukkos for the Solos Tovos for all of Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habalin Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazing, honor of Israel Drazing, Dina Drazing, Irene Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife, the family brother. Sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, supporting of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Handler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, covered Baruch Mordechai, and later in Russell, as always, we dedicate our name to the system of precious happiness, which welcome you to Shalom home, the Shalom and the Karach and Mark of the social give them success and follow on our Savior. And also with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanuk Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanuk facing base 62b, the Bay Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the Bay Rabbi Yana, Yasi Perishlias Marmin, Ukarlu B'Shmias. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smalabiyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer try to keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and Brei Shemitah. And the part of the Shminis, the Shterachach to offer Ani and Shminis after Rabbi Yeruch, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's house would repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So they came and they said, so people who mentioned this something about it, obviously the Kavi people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan from another room. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, we see often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Connect done. Never say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. No, saying nothing. Sorry, just a couple of Rashi's. No, saying nothing. There, the Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Chifin daki
Dude,
shaita
Rocky
lo
start, but guess
habu
what?
hanach be'en
We
lo
rocking
ichuse
Lord and Abu
handachani
Dhabi,
lav
baby.
chaliten minu lo chayil kedusha shviyas." Remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential
This one's
commerce
posted by
with a forbidden item,
Reaction
so
Gifs.
sometimes that forbidden
Theo
identity
Hodges
can
Bomb.
pop upon the
Soft Theo
previously
at
committed
Beacon
item.
Theater
So, for
tonight
example,
for his
the
next
concern over here is
double
this
ouch.
looks like one is trying
One
back
third
to
of
the
the crowd
business of
walked
Shemitah
out,
produce,
myself included.
that even the
Keep walking.
8th-year produce
Worst
should
I've ever seen.
ultimately have
Hendrix
Shemitah
Jones
sanctity,
over
Shemitah
there.
prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a
You know what
problem.
I'm
Why?
now thinking about
Because there's not a
that?
recipe,
Did
there's
anybody
not
walk out of the
immediacy,
Griffin
or I should
Coffee?
say, there's no immediate reciprocity.
Isn't that kind of
Because the
crazy?
produce is being
Well, it's
taken
kind
during
of
the
telling
Shemitah
us to
year
how
and only being quote-unquote repaid during
stand-up
year 8,
comic.
because
One
there's
of the
no
best
immediate
ones out.
reciprocity,
Chap.
therefore this does
Yeah.
not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no
Right. I
Shemitah
mean, two
prohibition
things really
devolves
there. I
upon
agree.
the
So it's
8th year
crazy that he's not going to do
produce.
stand-up anymore because
That's the
he's so
idea.
good at it.
Therefore, again,
But
Allah
also, what was
Myself,
Theo
and therefore,
thinking
again,
walking
Shemitah
away
sanctity
from
will
being
not
on the
devolve
show?
upon
So
the 8th year produce. This
some
is still very
talent.
interesting.
Maybe
Is
it,
to
you know,
connect
I
them
have
to
an emotional
Esna and
lapse
Mutter.
myself.
And
Maybe it took me
interestingly
3
enough,
years
similar case
while on
would
stage
come up with
doing
Esna
a
and Zona.
Netflix special to be like,
Esna is when the developer, the person goes to a Zona, and
I'm
he
not
gives
like
her
angry
something
at
for
Theo,
her
but I'm still
services.
sort of,
Right?
all right, I
Obviously,
am
he
angry
pays
at
her
Theo
money,
for not.
but then he gives her an
And
object.
he left
That
and
object
he
is
didn't eat
called
the
an
chick.
Esna and Zona,
It
payment
they,
for a
that
harlot,
could have been a
and
moment.
cannot be
That
used
thing
for
where
any
it's like,
type
all
of
right, I gotta
sacrificial
go figure
purposes.
whatever
Makes
he's
sense.
figuring out.
Listen to this. The
And,
sign,
but he
you
could
know,
have
so
at
the
least
corresponding piece
and
that's now
that's
what's
why our
the
audio
sign
was
of
fucked
this.
because he didn't eat the
Rashi
chick.
says, no so novel about. Let's say
You
Ruben
fucking
goes to
bald
Rachel.
bastard
Rachel's
flying
his
a
own.
turkey
Like
with your
Ruben
fake
goes to
hair.
Rachel,
Why
and
don't you be
ultimately
real,
again,
Daddy?
he gives her, payment, right? But he
Not so
doesn't have
much.
relations with her.
Oh yeah.
Or
This being so close is not good.
or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It's obviously doesn't make sense. I understand. Nothing of Labala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon, why sheep, even though Labala, he didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, if you have relations with her, and if you didn't pay her anything, ultimately they didn't pay her anything. If you didn't pay her anything, if even the my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Glazer that says that Allah from the Glazer, the estimate is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, this is what he used to say. This is Nasala, the Achakak Bala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this outside. Since we weren't going to say like this, when does something become an Aslan, and Aslan is on the part of payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Laser relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an Aslan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of Esna Zona. What that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's other cover. No Salah, he gave it the sheep, the Achakak Bala. Now what does it mean, the Achakak Bala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, David today has relations with her in 3 hours, or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But as not a mutter. Oh, Bala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, as not a mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esmer is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakak, therefore, both sides really were saying this follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esmer zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now, again, keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbianai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and pay it ultimately again with the produce. People seem to be open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice of transacting business with Usually, the opponent said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this test on this. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays it. Hey, we're going to use up. I'm just using a sheet because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays your sheet. Right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has a So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not considered for consecrated temple use. Right? There's a lax transactional immediacy. You must understand. When he does have relations, like let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why do you consider when he does have relations with her top of something? Lechol Allah is certainly on Friday. Obviously, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as SMMs on one. So when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an SMM zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very easy, so you know what's the case. He says, this is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a favor. She's a Zona, and she's offering up Kabbos. Listen, it's important to admit this many times. It's important to understand we all live in inconsistencies. And we all live in inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not a all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We're all living in hypocrisy. We're all living in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us to think of ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, this is also this. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach michal. It's a teasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles from other people. And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a pinnacle of human. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. And by the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If you tell me what's the case, if he said to the Zona, she said that she went to land on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha l'matzah the sharia. Right? The halasa b'shaskia u'matara ba'amud b'yom. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have it yet. So essentially, these are gifts. And if it says every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law on the Latinid in the Aksa, it's not in the Kaz. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to her, she keeps her on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a product. How do you track it up as a product? After all, The ish yakdish is based on published on Rahman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the erech now, the illusion, right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm Rahman, I'm not based on the so just like your home, you own it. I've told you so the only you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I pick you up around the car. Let's explain later. I'm going to see the Muslim hospital here. You know, you only do not do something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, Ishmael only asks us what we're able to do. You're sometimes you make mistakes against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have roles that people who aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's profiles are. The only from only asks you to master that which you own. You only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate that which you own. You can't concentrate, it doesn't belong to you. We so often we forget that the Father only expects of us what we get to do. He doesn't expect to be what someone else do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's approach. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we honestly. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And I think Baruch only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual tools. Incredible. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule for the year tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of life, but if you need the sheep for something, this is something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, or you need to know whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. It's interesting, I just that's fine. So Gemara says, so everyone said that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides the fact that it's telling you we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rav Yana with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status where there is a level of transactional immediacy. Now, we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon Zone and by the Harlequin case. That Gemara discussed later into those Harlequin case. So, by the way, Kama Bekisha Soma. It's very interesting. So, let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zoma the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a covenant. But she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Kivan Damar Amirasol Gabot Misrasol Hadro, Kimandaku Basajami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it out? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone. The animal is gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdishing? Again, because I must say, here's the shiny is. In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdishing. Wednesday, the Bia occurs, and ultimately, because the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now, the shaila is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? The justification is going to be Eliezer. You can answer the Eliezer, so let's say going back to the Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Elazar said, "Come up and hit the bus." So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. דווקא יקיבסו. So דווקא קשור לדווקא שלו in existence. אבל משסו, לא. But from the religious things that appear, that if she was makdish, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Islam Zona. Next, the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake to be quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is managed to Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no, Mifshah Shikir Rabbi Eliezer, that Kivasa Davka Baki Shasa, no, that Isir Shastia, because Rabbi Elazar said that the only time it doesn't become an Islam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just Makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha Lemaisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam Zona. All Dilma, if he's also Shitale, the Kishasa Misasa. And we know, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only going to exist. And like, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to look at what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Islam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Islam Zona, the problem is payment, there must be transactional immediacy. Which means payment, if that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Islam Zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payment, now, the deal doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide cargo. If she's not patient, she consecrates it. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's what somebody was like, don't go after there. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making one side. The second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consecrated purposes or immediately. Where is the kasha? I don't understand this. Gemara says, or immediately. So the Bryce says if Lucan has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, like 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it still be awesome. I'm not going to stop, I'm not this stuff, look hashi. So most of that consciously just important. The Bryce that we quoted before, last time, page 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's no transactional use. Here the Gemara says, if there's relations, even if it pays her 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not going to stop, I'm not this stuff, look hashi. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li Bitalazah. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li Bitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, it's another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, Bitalazah. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional needs. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving goes over to Rafa. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. That also is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional agency. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals with partnership or partaking possession, which the Gemara says, okay. So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of the sheep was only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep as a part. So talking about a sinner who's not Jewish. Now, you guys know what us know is. The old love is only Israelis. No, it's talking about Jewish Charlotte. If you don't, they call you Bechatzin. oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her cluster. In which case, again, ultimately this can be cluster she requires in this second. You could play the Casera, Fala, Masala, Hakana. I understand. If it's in our thoughts, in our, if she requires, in our relations with her, and then ultimately, again, it's only denigrated. It's already in our thoughts, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? You must know she acquired it before people. So actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of Aslan because she's acquiring the sheep even before the if the sheep is standing in her kotza. Which the Gemara will see the shot in the handy apple. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the halal, and right here, this sheep is not kotza. Another one, what is a kotza? The essentially is a guy. He says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep and you're done with this non-payment. So Amar you might see not late, using the comment will always look up. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. Maybe not, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest fine. Massive Rakshesh, that's Rakshesh something. It's supposed to somehow. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of these spots. Omer Adam Lachamarov or Lapala. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paid. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amiorites. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Hoshish. Okay, so actually before you get this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's your payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the Eno Hoshish to do this. Eno Hoshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people on base 63B. Lomi Shum Shlius, Lomi Shum Meiser, Lomi Shum Yanis. Now let's say here's this concern. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akim or Amir Haaretz, he has to be concerned maybe Akim is going to go by that, right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amir Haaretz is going to buy Shliut or Meiser Shliut. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Tedra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not up to him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomi Shum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, the heart, those some people, you don't, Ruben is not the one giving them anything. Ruben is giving them money. It's covered here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contracts are the following. Sounds no, they 63B second line. They are but he said to them, Su the Ichlu, Bani Korea, Su Shli Bani Korea. He says to the workers, right, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Havihu Lokeach Isu Machilo, the Hashtal Salt National. The issue over here is because he's doing the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his business. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? He kapara to make it
And I do not mean that
so
in
what
a
you see from
humoristic
here is
way.
like
I
Allah
was just being
I'm not gonna boss like this is
oh,
we're
I
now
got
we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they paid the poor with a Look, I said, not a problem is no transaction immediacy. So listen, Martin, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, keep kapara to make it kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, shady produce, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halfanami, he kapara, then is a kapara. So to hear about Rabbi when they repay a year, ultimately again, isn't that sunglasses? Same thing. Which you must take Gemara Fisto, the Henpeni Hamakifo, in Mishtabim. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink out, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to them. The Haven, the Orthodox, they finally do it. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right now. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper fires his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. Currently, you know, that is actually very possible. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get him because he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שישנו הדין ארכני לא לכן Hilchah Chalifin. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand one where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, Hilchah Chalifin in it, therefore specifically almost like an exchange. Right, the shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and
Rite is going out of business because of crime.
Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. Hilchah Chalifin in it. Again, that doesn't apply in the case of like this wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case is fine because it's not transactional immediacy. You must avon send the machine again using that one. Even with to send out his work, same case. Go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. At the time, if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case in the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara says, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakifo, in a Shtagid way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again, the company already has the money to pick up limited items. How about company but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be part. In other words, benefit of rice and highlight two cases same, but one detail different, then to highlight two different cases. First, you must know, company should be my people, me on where is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the end of this? Hold on the person says to his friend, Pain monopoly, Viknu on the fossil love. So what happens? Like Ruben goes, I go with you. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Totally, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, so what do you see here? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? You ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed hundreds that transactional immediacy since you're polarized them in there. Amarava, losh namakifa, velosh nashinakifa. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't make sense to make a difference. You must losh nashinakifa. Even below miyachid shibude lo nissa. You must say, what's the difference? I look at Rashi. Rashi says, even below miyachid shibude, Rashi, third wide one, Rashi says, still not shibude, shelo yichei lo miyachid mo'os nekach, lav chalitza minu below nissa. Since the moving did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichei le'ma'os lekach, lav chalik beninu below nissa. Sorry. Gemara says, "Halacha amaychel shish." So if that's the case, ultimately again. So what do you need to be concerned with that? You shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, "Hal lo miyach." So ultimately again, we said to Gemara, says Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Halacha amaychel shish. You shouldn't shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha leisa that perhaps again shvius versus hal lo miyach should be halacha lo miyach should be ultimately again is the same thing. Because no particular money has been designated or banned, it's not paid what's the case? The case over here is where the Malabang is bans the money to the family. Okay, so this is Shaking low, Malabang is the family. Kogem Shishalas Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Malabang is the so this changes everything. So the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Raisa says that if Reuven says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take derivative things, it's literally like he's supplying them with derivative items. Look, I know. I'm used to the strength of the so the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all under the same realm of transactional immediacy, right? That's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm used to the strength of the absolutely not. So the Gemara said, I said this over in front of Rav Zidid of Narva.
She's sucking on Kim.
Amalei, Ihachi, the price shouldn't be that Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, he's saying now the case of years where Reuben prepay. Right, so you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? So we're speaking about. I'm like, you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm like, Tony, ultimately, I
The last thing I want is a clip of us.
so please remember, essentially there are two cases in advice. Case number one is that Reuben gives his representative rights. His fellows go out and drink on that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way the Muslim is standing now, is that Allah for myself, Reuben prepaid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If we have access now to those two items, then it's if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the company. The way that price of the is Reuben says to workers, go out and drink, but I need my cash, and I will settle up ultimately again with the shop. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, let's stop over for today. Oh yes, everyone, have a down.
I want kind of one of those animations. I've gone the fully the other way. You know, at shop, I've gone 360, but I've gone fully 360, and now I like the animations in these videos on social media. I want more of them.
Você
So
can
I
learn
want
is a
to
great source
fucking
for option to be able
skits
to
and
learn
bits. I don't know what
review.
you do for
Begin by
animation on that.
thanking all
I
of
want that
our
on
sponsors
the
for this morning cheer.
Make it
Thank our annual Tamatola sponsors, Hosting Schwab Israel, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this
I
year.
feel like shop calls have
As
been
a success for the soloist doubles for all of time Israel. Our Tamatola sponsors for the month of Av. Habarim Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White from the Bracha. The learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund J. Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chover, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, and Blossom. Of course, always, we dedicate our names, this is what precious happens, and we welcome you to Shalom home. The Shalom and the Baruch and the miracle of this soul to give them success, the whole of mercy.
Something that's just
Those are the
obviously
death
wrong. I think most likely,
exciting death
I
ahead of
wish I
us
could
today.
get more specific.
Today's death is
But I'm a
Samuel
little too
Gimel
tired to
63, and we
fully
have
get my
on
Nostradamus
South
mode
Basin
on.
base
However, the
62B.
most obvious thing
Today,
is that he says
Rabiana,
something
which is
implicitly
2,
immediately
4,
goes, well, that's
6,
not
8,
what's happening.
10, 12,
That's
12
probably
lines up from the bottom.
I hope it is.
So the Gemara says as follows. Today, Rabiana, Yas Hikne Shvias Nadim, who probably Bishmias. A very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabiana, they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says like it's very interesting. Yashi Shvias, produce Manabios. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes, and part of the Sheminis, Ishtachach ta'afi Aniyim Sheminis Asher Adir, and you prepare the Shvias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with this new produce, 8-year produce. Gemara says, "Asu Amar Rabbi Yochanan." So they came and they said, so people mention this practice of Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Amar Rabbi Yochanan said, "Yeah, listen, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done." Now, interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also know, sorry, still a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Anais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the kingdom that he shaita, lo habu hanaf ve'en, lo ichnife hani da'ani, lav chalit be'yenu, lo chayli kedusha shvias alas. Remember again, we saw yesterday that already. You get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can pop upon the previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, and even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah produce. But the Yochanan says it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote retained during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea over there. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow on the 8th year. This is very interesting. And to connect them to Esma, and interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esma. Esma is in the and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money. But he gives her an object. That object is called an estimon, so not really for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says the first time he's passing, like, what's the case? The Sanya says, Rashi says, Nosam Rabal Abba. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his son. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, and he gives her a payment. right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. But Hamlet's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I don't say. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why pshita? He didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. This is a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the soon, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, the table will not allow my estimate. If he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that halal from the Raisa, the estimate is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, this is what he needs to say. Listen to this. Nasala, the Achakach Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what imitates his outside. He was going to say like this. When does something become an estimate, or a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Laser relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent. Nosala, if you gave her the sheep, the Achar. What does it mean, the Achar? Rashi says, Achshav Elo La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense here. Pays her today and have relations with her in 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Bala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnana is going to be more. However, Nasala, the Acharkach, is not fine. So therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is this topics, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnana zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on with you. So remember, the household of Rabbi Yanai, they would borrow shemitah produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with shemitah produce. People came to the Ochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange to practice shemitah produce. So the Ochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that each-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the shemitah produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslan piece. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays her. Okay, what we're going to use rough. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately. Right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has her sheep. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for customary companies. Right? There's a lack of transaction immediacy. I understand. If he bought when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, he has something? Lechol Allah is not fair. Obviously, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimate zona. It's not relations with her, there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zona already passed off Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? The zona, right? The zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, because he was to be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fable. She's a zona, and she's offering us carbonos. Listen, it's important to make this nation those Muslims can be all inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm Sadiq, and in certain respects, I'm a Masha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the thing. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is full of contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human nature. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature. It is important for us to have faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also thinks kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are real people. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner struggles more than ourselves. And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you tell me what's the case, if he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha if she did the sharila, right? The halasa, the shaskiya, umatana ma'amudiyah. So then obviously it's mutual, right? She has the title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnon on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And the person has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the action is not in the car. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, then we have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, anything that's in the card, how could she offer it up as a card? After all, the Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erech, evaluation. Right? So we'll go ahead and consecrate this home. I'm not one of my base of issues. So just like your home, you own it. I've published issues. So to the only thing to consecrate, whether it's consecration or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. Otherwise, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it as a card? Unless it's only do not dish something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, God only asks us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's focus on their abilities are. The Rebbeinu Shalom only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it, it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. could only be makdish that which belongs to him. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish the spiritual things that are in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, the Habib Dabeh at Shasbiya. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how fine. So Gemara says this. So everyone did ask the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally it's interesting. We're doing this because again, remember, this all happened with the Rav Yana, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon Zone and by the Farmer case as well. Now the Gemara just gets a little into this other case. So by the Roshia, come up with Kishas on that. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Mine. Even the Amar, and the Russell of the above, and the Russell of the Demand active busing hours. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Or do we say that in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish it? Again, because let's say she heard the shine is in the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an SDM zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an SDM zona or not? So the Tifsham is very Eliezer. We give us our Eliezer. So let's say going back to the Eliezer on the top of the down. Right? The Gemara said, Eliezer said, "Cut out the hikri basi." So remember again, the way that Eliezer understood the case of the Esmon Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. Dafka hikri basi. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About hikri shaso, low. But from the Elazer's statement here, that if she was makdish, the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esmon Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, you have the Elazer's mistake coming by. The truth is, this Shaila is a man Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "Man, Mifshat Pshitei Rabbi Eliezer Yaktivasar Dafka Bakisha Solo the Isam Shasira." Because Rabbi Elazar said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal is offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam zone. All Dilma, Dekrivaso Shitale, Yikishaso Misaka. Only maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam zone. But in the case that she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, we're not finished with Eslam zone yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam zone, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam zone. If he deposited an animal with the payments. Now, and the deal doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights on that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide carbon. If she did not do it, consequences, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker, that's the okay, let's analyze that. So we're making this like the second case of the was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, where is the kasha? I don't understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala bi afakaf masama, atilu mikan, at shalosh shonim esnana asa. But the Bryce says if Reuben has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so he will pay all of the bills late. Bryce he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hashem. So most of that country says this is what the Bryce that he paid before the 62 be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here's the Gemara says if there's relations, even if it's 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Hashem. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali li, is Ba'ali li, it tells us, yeah? Had the Amar is Ba'ali li, it tells us that. So this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep, it tells us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm gonna love to tell us that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rafa. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara said, the zone of honest will help them to okay. So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So it turns out someone who's not Jewish. Another possibility is the old zone is Israelis. So it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, go. They call you Efakatzeh. Oh, interestingly enough, a sheep standing in the chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's three plus she requires. We could play the Fatsera, I understand. If it's in our chutzah, in our if she requires it, in our he had relations with her, and then ultimately again, then he gave it. It's already dedicated. It's already in our chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? In other words, she acquired it before. So this is like the paradigmatic case as she's acquiring the sheep even before the bia if the sheep is standing in the chutzah. Which the Gemara is shocking in the apple. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and this sheep is not meant to be. Remember, what is a point? A point essentially is like a guarantee. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amarla, he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. Do you not? And if not, shortly the ask money. Take this sheep, ultimately, again, as no problem. Fine. Not so much, that's what Shesha says. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this process. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paid. Now the way ultimately again It's painted. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They have sweaters and he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Enoch Oshesh, okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's okay, maybe or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the Enoch Oshesh to do this. Enoch Oshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Salkion base 63D. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin. I was saying, here's what's interesting about this, right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amir arch, just to be concerned, maybe akum is going to go by yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the amir arch is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Pedro, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Ma'aser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones of Rashi. The Ha'ihu, Osafilu Midi, Ela Priti Yaim. We don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them everything. Right, Ruvain is giving them money. It's here, this is for the food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contracts are the following. Samach Yoaveh 63, second line down. The Amarlach, section, Su Be'ichlu, Vani Polea, Su Shtu Vani Polea. He says to the workers, right, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. All. Now this is a problem. Then you have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? We can actually get the Dani Korea. Habikihu Lokea Haisu Makilo, the Hashtal Solid National. The issue of here is because he's paying the tab. Now with the he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for the work. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's not even. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Allah, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that Allah, I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of, remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 real produce. I said, not a problem, this is no transactional immediacy. So I said, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, Sheni produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halfanami. So to be there by Rabiana, when they repay each year, ultimately again, isn't that all paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which we must take Gemara Fisto, they can't any Hamakito, in the Chicago. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, like when he's going ahead and telling the workers, then we'll just go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Orthodox today, 28 years ago. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. It's actually right across the ledge. You guys to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. שכבר הכר בו, שכמוכם שישנו הדין, or come לא לכן דין, תלפך חליפין. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and Ruben's going to immediately pay for that. Those are going to be even the other family, the Muslim community, last 10 years ago, but again, that doesn't apply in the case of right? It wasn't like a credit situation. People don't need to therefore, that case was kind of like transactional immediacy. But again, using that Ruben were to send out as well, same case, go you can go to and don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending it to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter. But that should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. If that's the case, then the second vice are up differently. Instead of making the first case of advice, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat or drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? You must have that when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the right to pick up limited items. But shopkeeper who does not extend coverage, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the right to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, one detail different, than to highlight two dramatic cases. Jerusalem versus the old. Company sharing my people need understand it. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the company? Homer the Kabeda. The person says to his friend, hey, Manamotoni, Viknu Konda Fase Lach. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, right, I go between them. Say, Ruben, do me a favor. Give him money to shilling, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You might say, so what is he doing? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What is he doing? Then you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed an encumbrance that transactional immediacy ceases to occur right then and there. Right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive anything. My social shame, even the low miyachid shibude low miss. So what's the difference? I look at Rashi here. Rashi says, even though miyachid shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line with Rashi's in the bottom. Kilnak shibude, so yichei lo miyach mo's the kash, lach chalifa yehu below miss. Since Ruben did not go ahead, he's actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichil le'mo'os l'kach lach chalik beninu below mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, Elahacha and my Shish. So if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do you need to be concerned about? You should shlius. So the Gemara says, no miyach, it should be hapa. So ultimately, again, he says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Elahacha, my Shish, Mishum shlius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha the Maisa, that perhaps, again, shlius at least, versus halo miyach, it should be hapa, lo miyach, it should be hapa. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Halacha l'maisa, because no particular money is actually designated in advance, because not taken you don't shehiktim lo dina. What's
He
the
must
case? The
sell a
case
lot
over
of
here
cars
is
or
where the
something.
Balabayas
They keep
advanced the money
advertising with
to
him
the family.
and the
Okay,
beard
so
thing.
these changes like
So maybe
Rashi,
they realize
Shekilo,
something we don't.
Balabayas,
Shad
Bima
sisters buying
Lachandi,
books.
told them
What if it's
Shishalach
an entire
Etzlo.
thing of people
The
just buying
Hashtam,
it
the
like we do?
Balabayas
That's not
Ha'apli
business.
Surya. Oh, so this
Honestly,
changes
it's
everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, when
especially
Bryce
if you want to go
says
to like
that if
2
Ruben
times a
says
week.
to his workers, go to the chemistry, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items.
So they just do
I'm like, I
fighters.
know. Amisa l'shmeitek,
UFC guys wear
Amisa.
gloves.
So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana said as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all in this same realm of transaction and business. Like that's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, Omra Papa, keep going shit. I'm sorry, Omra Kana, Amisa l'shmeitek, Amisa l'shmeitek, Amisa. So Kana said, I said this over in front of Rav Zibid of Narada.
16
What
likes.
happened? Amalei,
36 likes.
at the 22 Ichlu, Su'u Shisu Bani Korea, that's the case. The prices shouldn't be, he says to his workers, go out and drink, I will pay. I will pay means to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u Ve'echlu, Su'u Shisu Bani Nechash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is that Ruben prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which you must, oh, you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry, Tani, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa is you're right. Change the prices. Read the prices. You need the following. That halacha l'maisa, Ruben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in the price. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. Says, "Cover, go out and eat, go out and drink on me." That case, whatever they do, it's not. Case two, the way you understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Ruben prepaid the $100. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, "My worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problem. That's not to be concerned. Not to be concerned. If they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited food. So the way that prices should be is Ruben says to his workers, "So go out and eat, go out and drink, but I need my chashin, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper." That's what the Gemara is saying. It's good. We'll stop over here for today. Goya, everyone. What about? Wishing everyone a wonderful.
Pretty good. You're not thinking outside the box. Okay, let's go outside the box. We got a mission. What's the mission? To make Brendan do stand up again. Nah. Well, yes. Okay. Yes. Also, do stand up again. Right. What's the real mission? Get people to try the Patreon. Right.
Listen, good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn with you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a success for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Kabbalah Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig is the We got learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of her father, Ben Adler, Chaver, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Nasa, of course, always we dedicate our learning to Sister Princess Hafiz, make this welcome, make this bring them home, the Shalom and the Karov and the Merkah and the Soldier, give them success, the Kol and Massey. Also, with that, we have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanach base 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse says as follows: Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Shviyas Ranim, the parable of the Shemitah. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yonah would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with eighth year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says Yasi Perishi is called in Smalavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yonah would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the part of the Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yonah's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect done. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also have these stars. A couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Yonah are acting totally fine. Rashi says the chivim that he shaita lo havu hanach be'em lo ishbus be'em ba'ani lav chalipen yinu lo chayv lekadusha shvi'esaleh. So remember again, we saw in this phrase last already. You get into an issue, potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on previously permitted. So for example, the concern over here is it's like going to transact with the Shemitah produce, and even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not there's not immediacy, or let's just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. It's connect them to Esman and Muta. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esman Zona. Esman Zona is a person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he gives her money and he gives her an object. That object is called an Esman Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Moses is a corresponding case by Esman. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Rashi says, let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? He didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that the Esna is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. So which the Gemara says, hello, that's this what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasala, the Achakak. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, only afterwards, let me tell you this piece of this. When does something become an Esna or a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an Esna. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most elsewhere, no solo, if you give it a sheep, the achakak ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achakak ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly you go ahead and translate immediacy, I think there's some level of common sense. These are today, and this is 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Bala, the Akakak Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he pays her, Esnana Mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Akakak is no fact. So therefore, both sides, what we want to say is as follows. That essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an investment, there has to be transactional immediacy. So once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Diana, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the store and pay it ultimately again with the payments. People think that they offer them because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's a little precious fish. Shemitah produce. But they often say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this testimony piece. No somehow the Akakak Ba'ala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, you're going to use a gives her a sheep. I'm just using a sheep. That's the easiest example of this right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has a relationship. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is not fair? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimonies on nothing. It's a relations with her, and there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should revolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? You should come up the Hikri Vasa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Their relations didn't happen until Wednesday. Mercy, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zona. I will say, you may see yourself. Come on, what else? She's a zona. She's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's important. We've mentioned this many times before. Those are the all the consistencies. And all the inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a Celtic. And in certain respects, there are things in my life that I do very well, and things in my life that I do very poorly, and things that I don't do
it's hard to drink like this. Like you're supposed to drink it like this.
The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well, and that I'm righteous in. You just can't. It's not an ordinary thing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I confess that, but I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to nature of human condition. We all look at the hypocrisy. We all look at the contradictions. Such is the nature. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona,
Is that
but she
I
also
missile
brings
Timo
colors.
studio?
You know what?
Like,
I guarantee you,
but you
those
guys
colors
for
are
Donald
way out
Trump,
too
and
far.
ever since Donald Trump came in
It's
office,
easy
you
to
couldn't
roll
do
up.
the old Timo
Because at the end of the
Yeah,
day, no one
government shut
knows
down.
our inner workings and struggles and all that.
Yeah.
And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. Ha'ifidami, what's the case? Ida Amrala Kanile from the action. If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then Halachah Pshita the Sharila. Right? The Halmasa the Shastria Umatana Amudiyah. So then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esnan on Tuesday because they didn't have relation to that. So essentially gave her a gift. And then she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law, in the action, it's enough in the economy. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? Say he gives it to her, he gives it to her today. Yeah, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be part of the as a part of. After all, the Ishkiyak is based on published on Rahman. It says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Eretz, evaluation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. So just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrated or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a card? Unless they just found a tremendous hospital here. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. You only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual lives. It's incredible. Eladamala, what's the case? Eladamala, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the Zona, the sheep out and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the scheduled for dinner tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of you need the sheep for something. Let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, but you need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, and the pregnancy is that's fine. So Gemara says, no, still here, Roger, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's totally not interesting. We're doing this because you can remember, this all happened with the day of Yana, with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be invested with status when there is a level of transactional use. Now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon Zone by the part of the case as well. That more just gets later into the Charlotte case. So by the way, come on, big Kushas on that. It's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Reuben is the Zona, the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She didn't offer that to the partner. So she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Mamar, and Russell was about Miss Russell had you. Command that be bossing them. So do we say that essentially making something hectic is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going and practicing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Although my system, I quite easily say that. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone, the animal's gone. The message ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she matches it? Again, so the must say, you heard the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the video occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the video occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not the shit. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the Shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? Because the Kif is very Eliezer. Those are the laws, or is it the laws? So let's say going back to the laws on the top of the dot, right? You must that the laws are that cut up the equal bus. So remember again, the way the laws understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka equal bus. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About the Shasol, low. But from the laws are stated here, that if she was not fishing, the animal was still in existence at the time that the deer occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the laws are fake to me by the truth is, this Shaila is not a Shaila, the laws are himself. So the Gemara says, no. Misha Shitla Eliezer, that the Basal Davka by the Shasam, no, that he said Shastia. Because the laws would say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if we lost of Shitale, we shut some sap. Maybe obviously she offered it up and following it existence. And of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, for both sides, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. So we're not finished with Eslam Zonas. So what we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, as a hard exchange, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, deal. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed deal, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with payment, now the via doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers an up, she will find carbon. If she's not fishing, consequences. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze this. So we're going to say, second is what it was. Let's say adulation with her. And then afterwards, she pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is much. When I say it's much, it means to use for purposes. Or me, Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or me. Ba'ala, the affected myself. I even shown as not us. But the Vice says the person has relations with himself. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays so late, right? For 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the answer. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not just look after. So listen, that helps you just important. The rights that we pulled before, that's like the 62 said, that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's one transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations with the 3 years later, ultimately it is for us, and I'm not going to stop, I'm not just going to cash it. Sorry, contradiction. The Omar is Ba'ali, the Amal Ba'alini is color star. So let's say this is very interesting. ultimately, again, so we touch one case, we touch on the case, it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Here, Rashi, it tells us that, so ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional release. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional release. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Rabbi told us that my hobby, understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We bring over to Rachel. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay us for 3 years. 3 years, now look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it curse. In order for it to be cursed, one has to happen. The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach as well. So it's not that a son of is not. As you guys know, the Olam is on Israel, so it's talking about a Jewish heart. So if you go, they call you the Chassid. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in the Chassid. In which case, again, ultimately, this Chassid requires. It's like, if the claim that I say that Father the African Muslim law, I can't know what second. I understand. If it's in her cousin, in her if she requires it, in order to get relations with her, and then ultimately again, anything, turning her cousin, sure required. What are we talking about? You must in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the kind of dramatic case of SMR because she's acquiring the sheep even before the PL if the sheep is standing in her cousin. Which the Gemara is shocking in the apple. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to Buffalo, right here, this sheep is an apple. I'm going to make one second. That the Lord says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The other law, you might see us late, she's in the and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. Maybe not, shock me to ask money. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot fine. Not so frustration sometimes. Also need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this process. And we're talking with Nakamara will appall them. Let's say again, let's say Uber employs 90 drivers and workers. They say that he's paid. Now, the way ultimately again, he's paying them, that actually points out over here, Rashi, okay, a couple of Amir Arts. These workers are non-Jews, or they're Amir Arts. They just unlearned Jews. Regardless of what they're Jews. And he says to them, look, who the Echel Dinar said? Right? So what's the halacha? The aim of Hoshesh, okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. If any of those supplemental, whatever it is. Here's money, go and drink, go and so let's say now the classes. The inner Hoshesh to do this, inner Hoshesh, it doesn't have to be very something like this 60 degrees. When we should use, when we should use. I want to say, here's the ways. Right? What's the concern of you, right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Amim or Amir Aretz, he has to be considered really Amim to go by the INS, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Aretz is or Maishim, he doesn't have to be concerned. this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kebra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Romi from Icer, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's the attention for us, why the rest of the long one, Rashi. The heart, those sucking will use it, and the we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving it. He is giving them the money. It's covered here, this is free to food, this is free to food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, no, that's how we're talking about this. South Carolina, 63, second line down. The other loss, the other loss, says them, Su the Ichlu, Vani Polea, Su Shtubani Polea, he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, and now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We can actually get into that for you. Habitiku Lokeach Isu Mafilo, the Hashton is so naturally nice. The issue of the because he's paying the tab, now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these quantity items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potential living items for his workers. Alma, I wasn't what he's saying there. She can't put out the next what you see from me is that I'm not for the nice, I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. I remember Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they abolished the progress and they paid the poor with 8 euros. Yochanan said, not a problem of no transaction legals. So listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption order takes place, Allah said it's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, Shemi focus the IUS, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, also now, he can't hard, and he's not hard. So, to the year by Rabiana, and maybe paying each year, ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing, which is also the Gemara pissed off. Anthony Hamakuto in the Chicago. You know, it's different in the Ruben case, like what he's going to try and telling the workers. And we'll just go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. If even the ugly last day, 20 junior level. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately you get this transaction immediacy. That's something like that. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that, just one. Finally, you know, that is actually 90% actually left. Kind of in some accounts. The shopkeeper knows what he's going to get taken because he regularly extends credit. Shekrazikirbo, Shekambokum, Shiyeshna Hadin, or Kanalo, the Kazini, Tilka Khalifin. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben's not just saying, stand going where you want and, you know, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Kevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or policemen, whatever, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. לא חשבון בגלל, אבל חלק בלעדיין, כיוון בעלת אני, בניסי ושמילי, לאו אין מני הרבה לפתור, again, that doesn't apply in Israel, like, it wasn't like a credit situation, therefore that piece is starting to go back, transaction, then we should again, using that one, even with the same that as well, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, adatani su'u be'eshlu b'dinar zeh, su'u shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat, go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited to Chenvani Hamakifa in the Shtabit way? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transaction immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to import prohibited items. About company Shemakivo, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be hard. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and enter two cases that are the same, but one different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. Here's the rest of the old. Company Shemakivo, or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to them? Many Homer the Chavera. The person says to his friend, take one of the clothes, V'yiknu from the Chosei Lach. So what happens? Right, Ruben goes, right, I got the food. So Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming under to you. What's that? Tell him, if ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see from service? When you ask someone why to do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee is encumbrance, that transaction immediacy seems to have a right down in there. And the Hamarabah, you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't seem to make a difference. You must look at the Afagav the Mishnah, even the low miyachid shibude low mis. So what's the difference? I look at Rashi over there. Rashi says even though miyachid shibude, look at Rashi's third wide line. Rashi's in the bottom. Still not shibude. So when we say lo miyach molds the top, love Khalifa when you the low. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money for us, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, up it up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So, you feel that most of the shots, last Ali Kaminu, or low, sorry. You know, it says Elaha and my Hashish. So if that's the case, ultimately again, so what do we need to do for that? We shouldn't treat it. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, what it says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do we have to be concerned about? My Hashish. We should see this. What if you concerned about over here? Allah nice that perhaps again Shmita Hadus, ultimately again in the same thing. Because no particular money is designated for what's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advance the money. Okay, so this changes up. Shaking low, Alabais, Dino the company, Hogan Shalach Exmo. The Hashtam the Alabais top, the Eastward. Oh, this changes everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, the case is already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. So now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to on these so like they come in just living like that. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all of this
So I was
same
upset about that. I'm like, if you're gonna say
like
you're
that
gonna be upset and claim to be upset,
so
at
the Gemara
least
says,
hold it correctly, you know.
I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmai I need to I said this over
And
to
talk
talk
about
about the
me
Sifid
in
of
my own
Narada.
funny way, where I'm like, did I need to do that? No,
What
today.
I'm not
Yeah,
like,
because it's like,
he
you're
has
couple of the
I
comments on my skits, say suck and skits.
certainly
I'm
you
like,
should see what I play at that place.
guess
The
what?
price is
We can make
cheap
this
to
real quick.
read says to his workers.
though?
Go out
He
and
did what?
go out and
It's the
read,
first, right?
I will pay. I will pay you to sound like he has a pay. Rather, what should it say? Certainly the influence, it should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that people years ago, we didn't pay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right. So you're right. Tommy, ultimately, again, a lot of ways is to give out things that I should the prices.
If we had to like open like a
A lot of ways that giving system is so please remember, since there are two cases in
that
place.
is, I
Case
remember
number
that
one
vaguely,
is
but
when Ruben gives
I
his
think it's
representative
just
dollars.
being in
It's
that
never go out and
universe.
go out and drink
You're bombarded with
that case,
bullshit. Like
whatever they do,
I know
it's
I
on them.
don't want to
It's
speak
not
on
them.
what
Case
Malik's thought
two,
process
the
is,
way
but
he was understanding
I'm
it
sure
now,
he's
is
like
that a lot of myself,
just fed
Ruben
up with all the stuff going on, so he
went
sees
ahead and
that
gave
he's like, fuck
$100
this
to
guy.
the shop. So he said, now look, it's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? And now the Gemara says, that's the problem. I'm concerned if he has access now to the levels, then if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the equivalent. The way that price is to read is, Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need machash, and then I will settle off ultimately again with the shop. That's what the Gemara says. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Goya, everyone, what about?
In this space where he was maligned,
Everyone,
Yeah, you got shit on.
Brendan, I didn't realize at the time because I just met Brendan and was like, oh, everything he says is true. Why would I think that he's making up an elaborate lie to protect his ego? Because
let's say good morning. It is a great sponsor to be able to learn overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this year. And sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros troubles for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habarim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Nina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig is the only Learning sponsors. Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Rick's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Yair, of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the system of precious passages in the Torah from the Shalom at home. Shalom and Karas and America, whose ultimate give them success. The whole analysis. Also, that can let us begin with an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Son of Gimel 63, and we are picking up on South Basin base 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today, Rabbi Yana, Yasfu Keishiyas Nanani, he called them the Shminis. So very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the following year. The Rabbi Rashi actually says over here something very interesting. Yasfu Keishiyas called this Manabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer try to keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the household of Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, part of the Sheminis, Yishkachach the Ofli Aniyim Sheminis Achar Adiyah, Hamdi Hirishis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, these people of Rabbi's house will repay the Aniyim, ultimately again, with this new program, 8-year program. The Gemara says, so they came and they said, so some people mentioned this practice for Rabbi. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Now, I'll say that interestingly enough, look at Rashi, we also have this Rashi. We also know the Yochanan said the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says the thinking that he shut up, lo hadu hana be'en. So if you say hani ba'ani, la chali enenu, lo chayli kedusha shkesa. The son just did that already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity off on the previously committed item. So, for example, the concern over here is this that one is transacting business with legal produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah Senke, Shemitah prohibition. But the Opening said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, Allah for myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the This is very interesting. It's Yegdam the Esnot. And interestingly enough, similar piece will come up with Esnot Zimba. Esnot Zimba is developed and he gives her something called a service. Right? How does she give the money? Her object, that object is called an estimate of image or harvest and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. This is the sign of the mercy of the corresponding feature of what's the sign of this. Raisa says, Nasal Mabala. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, on the level of Nasal, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? As none of for hundreds payment ultimately is much like the sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nasal Mabala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a land, gave her a sheep, or he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for her. Why? Because even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the land is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, he had a relationship with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he inherited it. If he didn't pay her anything, even though Allah, my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that Allah the estimate is not doesn't make any sense? Which he must Allah, how he found it. That's what he needs to say. This is this. Nasala, the African if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we're going to say this is outside. Since we wasn't going to say that this. When does something become an estimate, or a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate sold. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent, no solo, if you give it a sheep, the African ball. Now, what does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Akshav, hello. The Akha's not. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. So, days of today and have relations with her 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But Akha, as well, oh, Bala, the Akha, or for that matter, if he has relations with her, then you have to listen to her. I don't know. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be however, Nasala, the Akha, is not fine. So therefore, also, so we want to say this follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep to payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest king. Now again, remember, keep track of the chronology here. So remember, the household of Orgianai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and they pay it ultimately again with the issue of harvest. People think that the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange. Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction immediacy. Because of transaction immediacy, we don't need that your produce has an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately again, it's 7 year produce, the produce, and after the 8 year produce remains totally fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussed on this. Not somebody at the top bottom. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's move forward ahead and paste. Right? What we use right? I'm just using the sheet because this is the example of right? So here's your sheet. Right? And then let's say here's your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, you have to so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheet is not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for constituted company. Right? Because it lacks transaction immediacy. You must understand. If you bought a then he does have a sheet. Let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheet on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have a relationship with the top of something, Lechol Allah is extended on Freya? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheet, can't be labeled as extended when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized as an estimate sum already passed on Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Well, what's the case? So she come up with a kibasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, this didn't happen until Wednesday. So, what I say is that when you have relations on Wednesday, actively the sheep should be categorized for harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Apply his harvest. Apply his zona. I don't say, you might say this, what a she's a zona. If she's offering up carbonos, those are the point we mentioned this many times before. Those are the things that we all just and only the conservative contributions. So in certain respects, you know, in certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not a whole you could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Sometimes you feel like a fake because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human flesh. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such human nature. So there's an important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, this should also be kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reacting it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how much we struggles from and we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So after 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are good. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If you tell me what's the case, I'm about to make the action. If he says to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Apply this as of today. Right? Then, Halacha, so she did the Sharila. Right? The Halasa, the Shaskira, and the Video. So then obviously it's mutter, right? So she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. And therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the role of Malachim in the actual is not in the but if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, and if he was not explicit and saying, if he didn't say to her, This is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to us each point today, they're going to have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, anything else in the title, I could try for it as part of after all. The Ish is based on public it says the person will consecrate his home. This is talking about your Erev, right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the so just like your home, you own it. I'm told the so to be only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I have to drop it out. Sorry, what's the you can only be matched with something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who try to do it. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says we can measure up to someone else? We don't know what this person's football is like, their abilities. The bonus of only asks you to be matched. That which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. It's and it doesn't belong to you. He's so often in life we forget that his brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will someone else to do. He doesn't expect that we someone else to do. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makish that which belongs to us. And I think the only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our presence, in our power, within our spiritual activities. Incredible. Eladama, what's the case? Eladama, the hobby gabe at chance be. See, very interesting. So he says to her, right, so we're going to give to the zone, the sheep out thing. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be at tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mixture of it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, right? Or you need a car money, you need to know whatever it is, then where it says kind of shut, then I give you the right to acquire it. It's interesting. Fine. So where says, so there was an emphasis on this. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's stolen and we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabiana, this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. Now we see that by the Shmifa case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone by the product case as well. That emerges here for the product case. So by Roshia, Kama Bekishas or not, so very interesting. So let's say, the same thing, moving gives or moving is zone the sheep on Tuesday. The Dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She didn't open up the cup, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amamara, and the rest of the Gavok and the Sulasala have worked. Kiman Daki Basit. So to be still essentially making something effective is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to at least the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdashit verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? And Yom HaShtam part of the in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone, again, it's gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she is makdashit? Again, because let's say where the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esdem Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdashit. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shine is, does the object is someone to stand somewhere? or not. You must have the Kisha Mivadi Eliezer. Because of the Lazar, so let's say going back to the Eliezer on the top of the guy. Right? You must not remember the Lazar, she cut up the history of us. So remember again, the way that the Lazar understood the case of the Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's the Hikri Basa. So that's what, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about Kisha? So low. But from the Lazar's statement here, that if she was not tissue, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be holding this Zona. Much says no. The Lazar we fake anybody. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of the Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Shitay Rabbi Eliezer, Dakivasa, Daka, Bakisha, Solo, the Isim Shafira. Does the Lazar say that the only time it doesn't mean Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just Makdish, consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Vilma, if we bust up Shitale, which we trust in the Sach. And maybe obviously she offered it up and it's going to of course it's not going to be categorizing it as an Eslam Zona. But I think she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. I'm not sure. So this is the meaning of the both sides. What comes down in this case over here is first of all, so it's important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona yet. So we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with payment, now the deer doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she opens it up to identify a target. If she's not patient, she consecrates it. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze that. So we're going to look at the second decision was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is more. When we say it's more, it means for constitutional purposes, or immediately marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says for me, but the Rice says that it has relations with the soul. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay for all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and it's still the ulcer. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Okay, so listen, that country is important. The rights that we paid before outside of the Hebrew 62 said that if there's relations mentally, that's not your estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here's the Hebrew ourselves. If there's relations with this member, ultimately it's the usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just a little country. It's not a contradiction. How the Omar is Ba'ali me, they tell us that. How the Omar is Ba'ali me, they tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identified the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. They tell us that. So ultimately, again, notice when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transaction immediacy. All right, so let's analyze it a little bit more. The Amar is called my hobby. I understand this. So let's analyze this, right? So now he says, have relations with the zone. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. It has a status of a public payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should follow. Right? With your livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking which the university to the zone. I go, let's go pop in the local
Made
kind of
me
machine.
that made me
Okay.
think of
So
this. So
apparently it's
we
actually
talked about the
interesting.
gringo pop.
But
That's
ultimately, the
all
different machine was only made
Mexican
by
heritage and
Jews.
Latino culture. It
So
would be
apparently,
much
again,
more.
by
Don't pick on
analogy,
yourself here,
they
fellas,
don't
but
need machine for
fellas,
12 bars. So it turns out it's one of these not Jews.
okay, what if you
Because
did
the
something
other
like that?
possibility
That
is
would just be.
the old
Wouldn't that
numbers
be
are
more
Israelis.
crazy?
They was talking about a Jewish parliament. If you go, the coin that has said, oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in the closet. In which case, again, ultimately, this means that the sheep requires it. That's what I'm saying. You just type it, I say that, but the actual masala, I can't know. I understand. If it's in our closet, in our, it requires it. In our generations with us, and then ultimately, again, then it gives, then it gives. So in our closet, sure, it requires it. What are we talking about? You must remember, she acquired it for 4 people. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of ethnosism. Because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her closet. So it's the Gemara's Batizah, the Shagi and the Heli are called to do. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to Rafa Wali, this sheep is not called to. Remember, what is that called to? This is essentially the belong to it. That he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, he might see on later, so he's really kind of like, look up. He says, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. These are not, and if not, shakli the money. Take this sheep ultimately again as your holiday fine. Not saying that she's spacious and it's supposed to mix and help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really not in the essence of this process. And the other Nakamara will apply. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them, that actually points out that here. Actually, these workers are non-Jews or they're unlearned. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They don't see everything from this law. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so that's before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental, whatever it is. He's getting said, here, right, here's money, go and drink, go and so let's say, now the classes, the Inokoshish, to do this, Inokoshish, he doesn't have to be worried, it's not feeling like a 63B, Lomi Shim Shvis, Lomi Shim Akmai, Lomi Shim Yanis. And what's that? Here's a song where you sound like country, you know? Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an option on their part, he has to be concerned maybe the option is going to go by Yanis. Right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Halacha is going by Shita, or Maisa Shini case, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money in the same cover, huge loan. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, like if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long one, not Rashi. The heart, was something of a free we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving it, Ruvain is giving them money. And it's kind of sure this is for the food, this is for the what they choose to do it afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast are the following. Sound of your race 60 second line. I'm a lot, so the iflu, Vani Korea, Sulu Bani Korea, and he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. So we should be shown my solution. Then we have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We did actually go to Korea. How do you locate issue in Makilo? The Hashtag solid connection in the issue over here is because he's putting the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for Israel. See the difference? if Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's fine. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. What do you see from there? So just see from there, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? So going back to now ultimately again to the Rabiana case, remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shliach soldiers and they repaid for with 8 euros. Yochanan said, not a problem with one transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece of there? Amo, kapara to make Mr. Kapara. So what do you see from there? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah so he is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah tokens, shaming tokens, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Al-Hanami, he kapara, the Misa kapara. So to here by Rabiana, maybe here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately for Shemitah tokens? Same thing. Which we must say, Gemara Pisto, the 10 penny Hamakito, in the stabbing. So no, it's the Ruben case, like if he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to the haven, the Archilak, say, plainly in the ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Turning the better, it's actually right across the left. Kind of in the summer house. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid for it. It's regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמובן שיש לו רבים רבים לא לחיים תוך חריזים. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, he'll not tell you to therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver and Ruben is going to immediately pay. Those are how you do it. Even the other family, the Muslim family, large family are other people. But again, that doesn't apply to me. So again, like this wasn't like therefore, that piece is fine because it's not transactional immediacy. You must have again, using that one. We're just send out a box in case. Go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? What's it? Then it should be okay. But that's the case. That's what doesn't help me. As a ton sitting the if that's the case, then sacrifice off differently. Instead of making the first case the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat your drink, make it two different cases. What should the case be? You might say, that's our word. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvani Hamakito in the Shabbat. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the Chenvani already has the money to pay the items. About Chenvani, but shopkeepers who did not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that is wrong. In other words, credit for this rice is go ahead and highlight two cases that are saying that one detailed difference, and to highlight two dramatic cases, which was the old company should much people need on the but more effective, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to have many bomber Homer the Chaveda. A person says to his friend, pay one of the ponies, we can come the cost save block. So what happens? He writes Ruben goes, right, I better food.
So one of the drastically fell off because I think people
Lend, right, give them money to
for
shimmy, give money to shimmy, and all the
There's
parties
part of the
will
wall,
come and converse to you.
you know,
What's that
they'll
about?
come to you twice.
Certainly, you know, if ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, so let's say, so what do you see from me? Now, again, let's even assume that you and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone, go and do something for someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee that encumbers that transactional immediacy seems to look for like I'm a level, low shema, low shema. You're right.
Yeah, this guy is
You're
from
right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't
yeah, that's good. Forgot it was just
you must low shema. Afagat the Shabbat, even the low miyaki shudide low misa. So what's the difference? So look at Rashi. Rashi says, even low miyaki shudide. Look at Rashi. Third wide line. Rashi's in the bottom. You're not shudide. So Michel low miyaki most last Khalifa maybe believes. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right? Or no specific money has been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So, Yichil and Mos, the fact, Lach, Khalif, and Inu, below Mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, Elahacha on my Tashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we do this, we shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, oh, no, we are. So ultimately, again, we said the Gemara. Says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what have to be concerned about the Gemara? Elahacha, my Tashish. We should shvius. What if we concerned about the Gemara? Elahacha, the Maisa. That perhaps again she goes, Miyaki should do it. Miyaki should do it. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Because no particular money is designated for parents, it's not taking that. What's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this is look at Rashi. Shirkim lo, halacha is dinar the family. Kodem shishalach eslo. The hashtam the halacha is ta'afli yisur all. So this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Bryce says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not, I know. I need some strength. I need to really not go. The Gemara says this finance. So the parents, so parents says, again, all of this is all the same level of transactional needs. Like that's key. That's so the Gemara says, I'm sorry. I'm missing the Shmaitik when he goes reading that. So I said this over in front of the Navra. And what I'm like, he hurts me. I can put him so you should see my way. The prices shouldn't read go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to sound like he has a pay. Rather, what should it say? You should say, go out and drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out a case of where we're even pay, right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, yeah, actually, I'll let $100. How much did you consume? Which we must, I'm going to be right. So you're right. Tony, I'm going to ultimately, again, a lot of times you like change the prices, the prices that a lot of times even system is so case remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. So someone go out and eat and drink on that case. Whatever they do, it's on them. It's not case two, that it was independent now, is that a lot of myself, Ruben prepaid he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink.
think it's gonna need
Now the
surgery or
US says
anything, but
that's
my
the
doctor
now.
told me it's
That
like
can
we're
be
going
concerned.
to
If you have access now to
I need to do that.
if Ruben is going ahead and supplying it for the way that price should read is Ruben says to workers, go out and drink, but I need a cash. Then I will settle up all you again with the shop. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we'll stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what is that? So what was with that stuff up? You see everyone in the thing.
It would never teach you that it's bad to be racist.
Well, all right, so Mark, this is my best friend back home, both of us we share. He's asking you a question.
Does Mark have any insight on
We'll say good morning. It is a graceful spot to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the Solos Tovos for all of Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Yotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Ina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig, the learning sponsors, Dr. Evan J. Wolf, the creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, of their father, Ben Adler, Robert Baruch, Mordechai, and Marina, of course, always, we dedicate our learning to this festival to just have to just make the spoken message and bring them home. The Shalom and the Torah and the miracle of this ultimate to give them success, the whole of massive. And so with that, let us begin. We have an exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Sanach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanach Bezin base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yes, he can see us not me, to pardon the shoes. A very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from before, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called Mismanabio. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but Halacha L'Maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of the Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the part of the Sheminis, Shkach after Afli Aniyim Sheminis after Adir, Haditi Peru Sheminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of the Yanai's house and repaid the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with this new produce, 8-year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Yochanan, come a little. Yochanan said, yeah, we see an option. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, they have also, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know this, two couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanai are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that you shut up, low, Habu Hanach Be'en. Lo Etufe Hani Ba'ani, Lav Chalita Ninu, Lo Chayla Kedusha Shvesa. Let's read it again. We saw in yesterday's documentary, when you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden identity, so sometimes that forbidden identity caught on previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is, this is a foreign transaction, this is the produce, but even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have the same thing, the prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity. There's not immediacy. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, shmita simply will not develop on this is very interesting. And to make them the esma, and interestingly enough, in a similar case, they come up with esma and zona. Esma and zona, the halacha, the person goes to a zona, and it's used for something for their services. Right? I can see you the money, or you use your object. That object is called an esma and zona, payment for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial services. Makes sense. The sign of the Moses is corresponding to the esma. What's the sign of this? Rashi says, no so model about. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or for other half no so or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana for harlot's payment ultimately is never for sacrificial use. Obviously it doesn't make sense. I'm not understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband, wife, sheep, but given the law, they have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again the land is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, but if you have a relationship with her, you didn't say anything, ultimately didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay anything, my estimate mutter. If he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the right that says that the estimate is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, that's what he needs to say. No solo, if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what the Hebrew says is outside. Simply what we say like this: when does something become an esnod or esnod or harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Or relation pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnod. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. No solo, he gave her the sheep, the achakach ball. Now what does it mean, the achakach ball? Rashi says, Achshav, hello. La'achazman. You don't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of time in that. Days of today and you have relations for 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But that's the other method. What did that matter? He has relations with her. And then he practically serve as none of them. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be however, not so well, the achar therefore, what I'm saying is this that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land receives the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, then, keep track of what's going on. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemisha produce from the floor and we pay it ultimately again with produce. People can say, also not because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little Shemisha practice. So you're going to say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment ultimately again from 7-year produce, which means produce, and after the 8-year produce, remains 40. Fine. Now the other question is a little bit discussed on this. Not so long, so again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he takes it. Right? Moving these up, I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of it's hard to like, right? So he takes your sheep, right? And then let's say he puts your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we have so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and it was not prohibited for concentrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. Whereas I understand, when he bought out, when he does have relations, like let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, not with some people, Lechol Allah is on the Australia?
Yeah, I mean, it's
obviously,
not a
okay,
good.
I
It's
understand.
really
Right?
not.
If
It's
the
hard
sheep
for a lot of the broken person
can't
to
be
do that.
labeled as
Honestly,
testimonies on
self-reflection.
there's no relationship.
And I think, I mean, I don't know, because I've never
When he
had
does
a
have relations with
ton
her
of
on
money,
Wednesday,
but it may
then
get harder as you
retroactively,
like if you're able to
the
just go buy a Rolex
designation
and
of
fall
the
asleep
sheep
during the
as a
day.
harvest
It
payment
might be harder
should
to do
devolve upon
self-reflection.
the sheep retroactively.
As a comic, because I
And
consider
therefore the sheep should be categorized
comics
as an
almost
ethno
grow
zona
like
already as of Tuesday.
didn't get into
Rabbi
comedy.
Elazar says it's very interesting. Well, what's the case? She should come up with a basar. No, it's very interesting. What happened? The zona, right? The zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. And also, you may say to yourself, come on, what a favorite. She's a zona. She's offering up carbonos. Looks like it's important we mention this many times in the past. So it's important to say we all get consistency. And we all need to contain contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a second. And in certain respects, I'm a Russian. And there are things in my life that I've done well, and there are things in my life that I've done poorly, and there are things
Quick
that
set
I
of like a set of rules I live by. Okay, first of all,
the
always
things
diet starts
that I
with
don't do well, or
second.
do
All right, I'm up
poorly,
at
or don't do
4:36
at all, Baruch
every
Hashem,
morning.
don't take away from the things that
Yeah,
I do well.
exactly. I took that from him, but he got it from
You
the
just
expert.
it's not a whole lot.
Yeah, and
You
then
can
also
be righteous
like
in some
I
areas
never read the
and morally
comments.
thankful
No
in
matter
others.
what
Now,
happens,
obviously,
I've never
that's not
seen
the
anything I
goal,
like.
right? The goal
What is
is
this?
to be
Justin like?
is to have a certain
Like
level of
never
harmonious
done that.
spirituality and righteousness in all areas.
Hey, I've never
And most
in
of
a million
us
years. How are we
are
gonna?
not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like a fake because, yeah, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm getting stuck on, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It's still contradictory, but we're all into the nature of being intuition. We all look at hypocrisy. We all look at the contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, she also gives us. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are way up the floor. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner temperature and struggles and other things. And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a pinnacle of human. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. About the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday. The animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the says, okay, let's analyze, let's unpack this. Okay. If he does it, what's the case? If the Amrullah can eat from action, if he says to himself, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha l'matzah, the b'sharila, right? The halasa b'shasiyah u'makarava amuhudiyah. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift. And she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the in the Aksha is not in the Karma. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a snap, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to her, he gives it on Tuesday, and we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, anything must be a private house. It's not her private. After all, the Yakish is based on published from that mind. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the error, valuation. Like, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base of so just like your home, you own it. I hope you should. So to the only use to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you ever
yeah,
you
it's
only
very
do
fun to watch.
something
What
that
I
is
used to do
yours.
with my buddies is like we'd be
In the realm
hungover in
of
college and we
in the realm of
watch
personal growth,
Tyson highlights and
this
they're
part
just
of only
destroying somebody
asks
in 30
us
seconds.
what
Same
we're
with
able to
Fedor,
do.
we did the same.
Because sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and kind of frustratingly don't measure up. But if he says you can measure up to someone else, you don't know if this person's fitness or abilities. The Rebbeinu Shalom only asks you to be makdish that which you only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate that which you own. You can't touch something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will someone else. He doesn't expect that someone else. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic beliefs. Only be not just that which belongs to you. And I think God will only ask of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual tools. Incredible. Eladamala, what's the case? Eladamala, the Abigabe, I trust you. This is very interesting. So he says there, right, so Reuben gives these to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. You need different, but if you need the sheep for something, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, you need whatever it is, then Mar says, Kanyasha, and I give you the right to acquire them. So it's interesting, and that's fine. So Mar says, so there's one that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why do you do this? Besides that, it's telling you interesting. We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with Villaviana, with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esalen zone, by the Parliament case. That's more just gets over the Parliament case. So by the Moshe, come up with Bishas on it's very interesting. So let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes there and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She's being offered up as a carbon, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar, the Russell of the Russell Kiman Daki Basi. So we say that essentially making something technical is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a fish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing not fishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone. Again, it's gone. The makdish, ultimately, again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she makdish it? Again, we must say, here the shiny is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the beer occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Sona because it is no longer in existence at the time that the beer occurs. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the beer occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the beer, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslan Sona or not? So the tip shall be very Eliezer. Because our Elazar, so let's say going back to Rabbi Elazar on the top of the daf, right? You must have Rabbi Elazar should cut out the hikri vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of Esla Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka hikri vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about hikri shaso? Low. Right? From Rabbi Elazar's statement, it would appear that if she is not fishing, but the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar mistake requirement. Truth is, this shaila is mamish shaila Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat shitol Rabbi Eliezer gativaso davka bakishas lo ga'isim shasbiyah. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become Eslan is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, Halacha Maisa, the animal is recategorized as a custom zona. All Dilma, if he was a Shitale, if he shus on the side. I mean, maybe obviously if you're up and up and it's going on of course it's not going to be categorized in a custom zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with this thing. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate or as a harvest payment, there must be transaction immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate. So if she deposited an animal for payments, now the idea doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore if she goes ahead and she offers a lot, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the okay, let's analyze it. So when everything looks at the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. And in this case, mutter means used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, Mary is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, the Rice says that Reuben has relations with his son. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Rice he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the heartless payment, and we still be awesome. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not going to stop. Look, Hasha. So most of that country is just important. The rights that we quoted before, once I came in 62, he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here's what the letter says: if there's relations, even 2 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not this one of Hasha. It's not a contradiction. Haga Amar is Ba'ali Li. It's Ba'ali Li. They tell us that. Haga Amar is Ba'ali Li. They tell us that. So listen, this is very easy. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Hirashi. They tell us that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. If you only love the fellows that my hobby, understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go get into it. He says, have relations with me for Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. It has the status of a public statement because there's transaction needs. Just because he identifies the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require taking possession. In which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the king of the sheep has only been by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to apply. It turns out a son of his not Jewish. The old numbers are Israeli, so he went to Charlie. If you go, they call you the Hatzir. Oh, interesting. The sheep standing in her Hatzir. In which case, again, ultimately, there's two classes she acquires. In the Chai the Hatzir, the Nasala, I understand. If it's in her Hatzir, and she acquires it. In order to get a relationship with her, and ultimately, again, anything, it's already in her Hatzir, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? You must know she acquired it before. So this is like the kind of dramatic case of SML because she's acquiring the sheep before the deal if the sheep is standing in her Hatzir, which the Gemara Tzitva is shopping at Hindi Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rachel and this sheet is an apple. I'm going to go what is a fault? The apple essentially is a guarantee. Then he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for violations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheet. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheet initially. She requires the sheet in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, in my Sina lake, so you give me time that you're playing with us. And he says to her, if I tell you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. The Ilav, and it's not Shakli the Aslan. Take this sheet, ultimately, again, has no problem with price. Massive restrictions, how again it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this podcast. Let's say again, let's say you employs donkey drivers and workers. You're saying that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi these workers are non-Jews or they're Amiyaharis. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Elo Oshesh, okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the opinion or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now he does this. The Eno Oshesh, to do this, Eno Oshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people are 63. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'asim, lo mishum yayin masa. I was saying, here's this question about this. Right? What's the question here? The Gemara says that halot l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or amer aretz, this would be considered even apple should go by Yahweh, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amer aretz is being by shmita or nicer shini goes in outside of Yerushalayim. It doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money in the same federal huge one. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just gets through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart is, it's actually the last one, the last of the long line. The heart, those subtle, we don't, losing is not the one giving them. It is giving them. It's covered up. This is spiritual, this is spiritual. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast all the following. South Florida, 60 second line down. The Orla, said to them, Su the Ifru, Vani Korea, Su Shtubani Korea. And he says, this is for the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have to come. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? The issue of the is because he's going to have, now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on him. There's no need. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potential privileged items for his Alma, I wasn't already seeing there. He can't to make this. So to see from there is that Allah for my son, now going to was this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of remember. Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid before with 8 euros. And said, not a problem with no transaction immediacy. Now, what do you see from this last piece over there? Almo, he kapara, the name is kapara. So what do you see from there? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lawful right, so it's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for this Shemitah produce, Sheni produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami, Kikakar, the Nisakapara. So, here by the other and maybe paying 8 year, ultimately again, isn't that called same thing? Which in my Gemara is the strengthening of Hamakipo in the Shabbos. So, no, it's different. In the Ruben case, like the people that are telling the workers, and we'll just totally go drink out, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from the shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. If even the earthly lack, they can they do it better. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Honey, it's actually 90 plus in that. You right to the left. Kind of in some of the shopkeeper knows that it's going to get different because he regularly extends credit. שכבר היכר בו, שכמוכם שיש לו הדין ארכני לא לכן הלכת חליפין. So let's say, so that's it, there is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying, stand one where you want and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver, the neighbors, whatever, and Ruben is going to immediately pay it. But again, that doesn't apply in the case right now. That just wasn't like a therefore, that piece is trying to become not transactional immediacy. You must have and you must be. But again, using that one, we're just beginning to send out a quote in case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who nobody extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? Mutter. And it should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. Ihafi, at the time of Se'u, if you're the dinner zeh, Se'u Yishisu the dinner zeh, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through the thing, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? In the started way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, it's as if again the company already has the money to such limited items. How about Fenton Shema people, but shopkeepers who do not extend. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be caught. In other words, benefit was nice to go ahead and highlight two cases same one piece of difference, and to highlight two dramatic cases. Here's the rest of the old, and when Shema people need on the shopper, or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to spend $1 Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, King one of the phone, vehicle from the fussy law. What happens? All right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming from this to you. What's that all? Ultimately, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must also say, so what do you see here? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see here? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, cease to occur right then and there. And the rabbi, you're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't seem to make a difference. You must look at the Shabbat. Even below the Yakish Ude, low Yis. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi is even below the Yakish Ude, look at Rashi, third wide line. Rashi's in the bottom. Still not Ude. So when we say low the Yakish low is the path, last Khalifa removed the low. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have to set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be much. Should be much. So, you can let most the car, love, below Yitzhak. I'm sorry. You know, that's Halacha on my Kashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So when you keep this with that, you should see it. So the Gemara says, "Oh, Monia, it should be not." So ultimately again, we said the Gemara. Says the Gemara. Ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Halacha, my Kashish. You should see this. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Halacha, when I saw that perhaps again, sleep of the least. Versus Monia, it should be Halacha. Ultimately, again, can be the same thing. Halacha l'maisa, because no particular money is properly designated for a ban, does not create transaction. And this is halacha is going to be victim of what's the case? The case over here is good. The halacha is advance the money. Okay, so this is going to be shaking low. Halacha is dinar the company. Kogem sheshalach etzlo. The hashtam the halacha is offering the circle. This changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, the Raisa says, so if Ruben says to his workers, go to the Chemri, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already, Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. I'm used to strength. I mean, that's only that. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same way of transactional needs. Like that's the key. That's how so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm used to the strength of the said, I said this over. We talked about the of Nardo.
The police, yeah,
And what
sounds good, bro.
I'm already. The Hotry, I declared the price shouldn't be that. Who says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me for something he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case over here, but he makes three pay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, I'm going to write, Sonny, ultimately, again, I love the ones who change the license. The license should be that I love the ones that Ruben says to his. So please remember, essentially there are two cases in the license. Case number one is where Ruben uses everything down. So it's not going to go out and eat, go out and drink on you. That case, whatever you do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, or as much understanding now, is that I love the myself, Ruben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned if they have access now to limited food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying you with limited items. The way that price should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need my cash, then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what enough?
Kyle Samuel wants to know, and you probably already answered this before, but how did Shab handle the truck walk situation behind the scenes?
Freak out and handle it terribly.
First of all, it is a great fortune to be able to learn overview, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Kosin Shbach Avaris Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year. as is close for the lowest levels for all upon Israel. Upon corresponds for the month of Av. Habalim will tell us even when the grazing honor of Israel grazing, Inner grazing, and Green Roses White and Standing Roses White is the phone drop on. The honorary sponsors, Dr. Eddie K. Wolf, donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Ben Adler, memory of my father, Ben Adler, Father, Baruch, Mordecai, and the radio of Los Angeles, on the Dr. Seth Olish. We dedicate our name to Sister Jesus, and the Lord, the message of the home, the Shalom, and the Torah, and the miracle, and the solution, and give them success, the full and massive. Also, the gaps in that speaking, the exciting down ahead of us today. Today's back is South Venus 63, and we are putting up on South Basin base 62B. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So, verses as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shias Nani, the Parliament of the Shias. So, very interesting to say here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from before, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called this Malabiyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but lawful myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. That's what I'm part of the Shemitah. The Shkach to often Aniyim Shemitah after a year, and we get a Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi house would repay the Aniyim ultimately again with this new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to the Yochanan. The Yochanan said, yeah, this thing often is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Connect done. Now I'll say that interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also have these stars, do a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yananis are not as acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shaita, lo havu enough gain, lo ichlife hani bahani, lav chalif beninu, and lo chayli kedusha shezalas. Remember again, the son was faked out already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can cause on activities we committed. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is transacting business to Shemitah produce, but even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. I would say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce has been taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like they're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, I love for myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to Esman and Mukah. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esman Zim. Esman Zim is a look when the person goes to a seminar and he gives us something public services. Right? Obviously, these are money. These are an object. That object is called an Esman. So that's unique for a public and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, y'all. You know, so the corresponding piece of Esman, what's the case? The sign of voice. Rice says, Nosa Novel Obama. Let's say Ruben goes to Rafa. Rafa's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rafa. And ultimately, again, he gives her payment. Right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the halacha also, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's none of it. For her, it's payment ultimately is most of the sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of Allah, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon sheep. He didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, but the Sue, furthermore, the second case, but the rabbi, if you have a relationship with everybody, he didn't pay anything. No, Yohav loved the community. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay anything, even though Allah might estimate if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that Allah for the Raisa, the estimate is more doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, how can you tell us? That visually means to say, listen to this. You know, you if you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, when you trade these people outside, typically what's going to say like this, when does somebody become an echelon, and echelons on the harvest payment, when there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an echelon. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of echelon. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's other comment. No son, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakach ball. So what does it mean, the Achakach ball? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. Because you have relations with me now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly you go ahead and translate immediacy, I think there's some more common sense. You know, pager today and has relations with her in 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But Achakach, it's not a method. Bala, the Achakach Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be however, Nasala, the Achakach Nasala. Therefore, what we're saying is this follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, you have to be transactional. Once the transaction is in other words, payment relations, then the sheet of payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, keep track of this one. So remember, the household of Ravianai, they would follow sheep of produce from the poor, and they pay it ultimately again with people came to the opera because they felt, I don't know, maybe it was like a little bit sheep of produce. So the said, no, it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the sheep of produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this testing of this. Let's know the Achakach clause. So let's go with this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays it. Say, Ruben gives up, get your sheep. This is a sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? He pays your sheep. Right? And then let's say give your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has the sheep. So again, based on just on before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple. Right? Because a lack of transaction is easy. You must understand. If he's bought, but when he does have a let's say on Wednesday, right? He has the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, Lechol Allah is surface level of prayer. Obviously, I understand that the gift of the sheep can't be labeled as estimates. So when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Well, what's the case? She should cut up the Hikibasa. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, actively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. The highest harvest, the highest Zona. I will say, you can see me like, come on, what up? She's a Zona. She's offering up carbonos. Listen, she's heard of this many times. Those who like to understand all of the inconsistencies. And we all need some inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, we're not on something. And in certain respects, we're not sure. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my
That
life
sounds
that I
like
do
a good
very
idea
poorly,
for
and
like
there are
a
things that I
sitcom.
don't do it right.
You
Here's
know,
the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is never all in you can be righteous in some areas and morally false in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony and spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like fake. Because, yeah, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us to hold faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, she also brings colors. You know what? I guarantee you, those colors are a way after the call. It's a pleasing the Lord. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries are in a struggle to have a push. And when we still push forward to do good, despite what the things we are going through, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human consciousness. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Muslims, okay, let's analyze this, let's unpack this. If you tell me, what's the case? The umbrella can you make the action? If he said to himself, gives her the land on Tuesday, it says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, I'm also going to substitute the Sharillah, right? The whole less thought, the Shas, so then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an S1 on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, if you use the law on the Lakshmi in the action, he's not in the power, but if he didn't ask to give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it first, he gives it on Tuesday, and we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be part of it. It's not that as part of it. After all, Yish is based on published on that month. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the era, evaluation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the so just like your home, you own it. I've called this so to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to shut her up at the car. Unless we can start it, and then we'll see them as a customer. You know, you can only do matching something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, this part only asks of us what you're able to do. You know, sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who inspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's footballs are, right? But the Rebbe shall only asks you to match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we must what else to do. He doesn't expect that we must what else to do. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic view about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than I honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic beliefs. It's only the matters that which belongs to you. And our Holy Prophet only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power. Within our spiritual beings. El Damala, so what's the case? El Damala, the Habikabe, I just feel. This is very interesting. So he says there, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be at tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mixture of things, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need it, or whatever it is, then Gemara says, and I give you the right to acquire it as it's interesting, fine. So Gemara says, so that was it, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's totally things. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi Yana with this sheep transaction. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be invested in a way that can get status where there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the Esno zone by the Harlot case. That Gemara just gets over into its Harlot case. So by the Moshiach, I'm not making shots on that. So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Rachel, Reuben gets Zonah the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer up to the cover, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevan Damamar and the rest of the Gabot and Sulasal Habil. Kiman Daki Basil. She didn't say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. Although in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal is gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, for the lesson, here to shine it is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the deal occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the deal, the object is still here. And now the shine is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the thing shall be very Eliezer. Because I realize, so going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf, right? You must not Rabbi Eliezer said, "Cut not the hickory bus." So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esron Zona, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time this deed occurred. Dafka hickory bus. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about hickory shaso? Low, but from the larger statement we would appear that if she was makdish, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake and quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, nine. Mifshat Pshita is Rabbi Eliezer, Yakivasa, Dafka, Hakisha, Solo, Isa B'Shasira. So Rabbi Elazar said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, if she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. Oh, you'll know, if we bust up Shitale, Vikishas on the Saka. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. We're really not sure. So interesting, we have a look at what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, it's payment, there must be transactional, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal for payment, now, and the deal doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has right in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide carbon. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the deal. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the case. Okay, let's analyze it. Let's see, he has relations with her. and then afterwards he pays her. But that costs a lot. So ultimately, again, the payment is more for him. Say it's more for the news for us to purposes. Or you marries the cash. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, "Ba'ala the effect of the Bryce says if you have relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Basically, pays late, like 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and we still be awesome. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not just low cash. So listen, that cash is just important. Right? That we call past on occasion days 62 be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations and years later, ultimately it is for us. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just going to cash. Had the Amar is Baali Li, is Baali Li, the Talasa. Had the Amar is Baali Li, the Talasta. So let's say this is very ultimately again, one case of another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep, the Talasa, so ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so that's the Amar is Talasa, my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We bring a little bit He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep, are required to be possession. Which the Gemara says, okay? So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the different sheep is only been by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep as the flock. It's not that someone who's not Jewish. You guys know about this. The only one who's on the Israel is not talking about Jewish harlot. If you go, the coin to Hassan. Interesting enough, the sheep is standing in the cross. In which case, again, ultimately, there's the cross sheep requires a second. You could try to say that far the African Muslim, how come you understand? If it's in our thoughts, in our she requires it, in our relations with her, and ultimately, again, anything, turning your thoughts, she required it. What are you talking about? In other words, she required it before. So this is like the kind of dramatic case of Esnon. She's acquiring the sheep even before the Shia, if the sheep is standing in the process. So the Gemara Shiva is shocking the handy out. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So we think comes to the whole case. This sheep is in a place. Remember, the one place. We're both essentially he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, in my Sina relations, is in the kind of he says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. If not, and if not, Shakle the Esmond, take this sheep ultimately again as an apartment fine. Not so that Shesha, so Shesha said that. It's also interesting how, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of these let's say again, let's say union employees, transport drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists. They're just unloyal Jews. Idolaters are unloyal Jews. They're like this. And he says to them, right, so what's the halacha? Okay, so that's before this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So listen, now the Gemara says the Eno Choshish to do this. Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be willing. Some people on base 63b. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin. And listen, it doesn't right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akhir or Amir Arletz, he has to be concerned maybe the Akhir is going to go by Yahinas, right? Or maybe ultimately again, Amir Arletz is going to go by Shita, or Maisashi, because he's not going to be Gushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's the actually last one, the last of the wrong ones, like Rashi. The heart, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them anything. He is giving them money. It's covered here. This is for your food. This is for your food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contracts are the following. Sound go. They see this second line. They all sex them. Sue the issue. Bani Polera. Sue Shubani Polera. As he says to the workers, like the drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is about them. Then we have to come. Then we have a pattern. Now, why is that? The issue over here is because he's being have. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for him. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink. Whatever they buy, that's on them. It's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for him. Almost. That wasn't what do you see here? Keep not honor to make this. So it's a situation is that I'm not going to say this. We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana, right? We're going back now again to the Rabiana case of Monday. Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for with 2 euros. Brooklyn said, now how no transaction immediately. So listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Almo, keep kapara, you make Mr. Kapara. So what do you see here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lawful amount of his transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shrita produce, chaining produce to the that's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, all from them, he can't borrow the Nisa Kapara. So to reserve by Rabiana and remain paying every year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shrita produce? Same thing. Which he must have taken out himself, the intention on the people being shot. No, it's different from the Ruvain case, right? Where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to even the Archelac to say, certainly being a ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transaction. You see that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Currently, that right actually right across the direction left. Kind of in summer context. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get his money, so he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שחומות שיש נועדים are coming on the head and those are Khalifin. So we'll say, that's it, there is transaction use. Ruvain is not just saying stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening.
What's your favorite bit from the Greek
Rashi says over here, no, something in it. Therefore, it should be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or whatever, and really is going to immediately take it. לא כך לא יודעים, אבל אחת הסבירה, כיוון דרך אני, בניסי אולי, רק חיים ירד אותי, but again, that doesn't apply in the sort of like it's wasn't like a therefore that case is trying to pay back transactional elements. You must have it, and you should not keep it on mind. Again, using that one, if you're going to send out a work the same case, go you can go to your number company tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like, well, mutter, and that should be okay. If that's the case, that is mutter, lucky, at the time it's sitting with the echlo beginner zah, so you should see the beginner zah. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through the drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases do? You might say, that's our new when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The company, I'm not people, in the Shtagel way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money for the prohibited items. How about then people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be called. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and then two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and to highlight two dramatic different cases. This must go, somebody should in my people, me don't stop it. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, if you purchase it and not still obligated to them, no bummer on it. Homer the Camino. A person says to his friend, what is that to his friend? Think one of the phony. We can form the first thing love. So what happens? Like Ruben goes, I go with you. Ruben, give me a favor. Let me give them money at the shilling. Give money at the shilling. And over my property will be coming encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The man says, so what's what is this? Now again, that's really a scene that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from her? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to apply right anymore. And you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, it doesn't extend credit, it doesn't receive it. You must look at it. Afagav the Shadow, even below the Yaki Shibude, low Miss. And you as a what's the difference? Rashi says, even below the Yaki Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide one, Rashi's bottom. Since Ruben did not go ahead, he's actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink and pick up the money. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be looked at. Should be looked at. So you can let most the car, like how we can move below its sorry. Gemara says, Elahafa on my question. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we do this, we actually see shvius. So the Gemara says, oh, normally we should be not up. So ultimately again, he says the Gemara. Says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do I have to be concerned about? Elahafa, my question. We should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The Elahafa I saw that perhaps again shvius of these versus Hamoniaki should be Shihaka, Lomiyaki should be Alcohol. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. A local Mesa, because no particular money is designated in advance, is not to take that. Release the Alcohol is only shifting those units. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the companies. Okay, so this changes that. Actually, shifting low, Balabais, the companies, told them to shut up at slow. The Hashtam, the Balabais, to the circle. So this changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Raisha says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. the cases where already Ruvain gave the money to the shop people. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I know. I'm me so restricted, so maybe that's what we have. So the Gemara says as follows. So Afghan says as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional needs. Like that's including, that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmaitik from into absolutely now. And I said this over, Amalei, Yehoti, Adikos, Idihu, Sumu, Shisuba, Nicoya, the prices shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Sumu, Idihu, Sumu, Shisu, Bani, Nachash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case here that we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm going to turn to ultimately, again, a lot of things is good. I change the basic three, the basic yeah, a lot of lines are good and sustained. So please remember, essentially there are two cases in advice. Case number one is when Ruben reaches $100. Says, go out and eat, go out and drink. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not fun. Case two, is now, is that Allah for myself moving free paid with him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned, if they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that person should read is, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a kasha. Then I will settle up ultimately again with the shop. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what we got?
Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those bots. Yeah, we actually a lot of bots. We do believe things about it. Recently, some of the haters in the bots. It's like, yeah, people are paying for negative comments.
Let's say good morning. It is a great small opportunity to be able to take care of the begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shlocha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the Soros levels for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habanim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig is going to drop on the marine sponsors. Dr. Evan K. Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Tyler Lemmy of their father, Ben Adler, Father, Baruch Mordechai, and Maria of Nelson, and of course, always we dedicate our name in the Swiss Love Jesus house to the control from the Christian home. The Shalom and the Karach and the miracle of this ultimate construction give them success, the whole of massive. And those are the guys who are speaking. We have an exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Sunday Gimel 63, and we are putting off on Sunday phasing base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the line. So the verse is as follows: the day Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shias Nanu, Parlu Yeshivas. Very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over this in the way we say, Yasu Perishi is called Mismanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everybody. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yannai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi says, and a part of the Shemitah, Ishkachach the Afu Aniyim Shemitah Acharab Yer Hamikikir Shvius. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, so we people of Rabbi Yannai also repay the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this type of study. It was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan, another rule. Rabbi Yochanan said, y'all seen often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, Rabbi saying that, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you all seen that in Sarah's two couple of Rashis. You all seen often, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yannaites are actually totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shaita, lo habu hanaf ba'en, lo ifnise hani ba'ani, la chali peninu, lo chayli kedusha shvish. We saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential colors with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden item can be topped on the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah second, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in Shemitah and only being quote unquote repaid during the fate, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. It's connected to Esrog. And interestingly enough, similar case would come up with Esrog. Esrog is a local person goes to a zona, and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, he pays her money, or even he gives her an object. That object is called an Esrog, so a payment for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says the corresponding piece to Esrog, what's the case? The Sanya says this. Rashi says, Nosal Mabal Abal. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zone. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, on the half of Nosal, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana Mutter. For her, its payments ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make so much. I don't say. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband to have sheep, like giving her a lamb, he didn't have relations with her. If he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, we assume, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't marry her, ultimately he didn't marry her. If he didn't marry anything, if he didn't marry her, and what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that halal from the Raisa, the estimate is mutter, doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, hello, that this is interesting. Listen to this. Nasalah, the Achakak Bala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Since we must say like this, when does something become an estimate, or a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her, relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Elikama. Nosala, he gave her the sheep, the Achakak Bala. What does it mean, the Achakak Bala? Rashi says, Akshav Ella La'akazna. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of comments that it's days or today, and it's relations for 3 hours. or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka Khasala, it's not a mukha. Oh, Bala, the Akakat Masala, or for that matter, if he has relations with her, and then he actually wants to use her, that's not a mukha. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esna is going to be. However, Nasala, the Akakat, is not fine. So therefore, those things, what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esna zone, that must be transactional. Once it's transactional use, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheet, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a public again, so remember, the household of Rabiana, they would borrow sheet of clothes from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again with two things that they offer them because they felt, I don't know, maybe it was a little extreme practice, business with sheet of clothes. And the other said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't use that with your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the shady produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing on this. Not so long, so again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, but we're going to use he gets her a sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays her a sheet. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheet does not have the status of a funds payment, and therefore is not forbidden for constituting companies. Right? There's a lax transaction in this. Remember, I don't understand. When he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheet on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, top of some channels, Lechol Allah is still on a fail? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheet, it can't be labeled as testimony. So you have relations with her, and no reason. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. The Rosa says it's very interesting. You know, what's the case? She should come up and hit your bus. It's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relation didn't happen until Wednesday. So you saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I won't say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonas. What's that? Two part of the agreement is many times. So it's a kind of saying, we all bring consistency. And we all need to contain contradictions. And in certain respects, on the side, and in certain respects, on the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, off Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an obligation. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of unwillingness, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. Sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel like fake, because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. With all of the hypocrisy, all of the contradictions, such is the nature of God. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach mikol. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how you're struggling some other stuff. And then you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a cynical accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. If what's the case? If he said to the son, gives her the land on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, halacha is she was a sharila, right? The halasa b'shaskia umakara ma'amudiya. So then obviously it's mutar, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an estimate on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship to that. So essentially, gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the left hand in the abstract is but if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a snap, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So he gives it to us, he's from Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, taking that to the house, I put up as a product. After all, the Yak Ish is based on published Amrachman. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Erev now, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, based on the Shusel, just like your home, you own it. After Shusel, so to be only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer that to her? What's the start here? You know, you could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this part only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. Something because people who inspire to do that. A lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. First, he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's couples out there. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we want someone else to do. He doesn't expect that we someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. You possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic qualities. You only do message that which belongs to you. And our Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual intelligence. Incredible. El Damala, so what's the case? El Damala, this is very interesting. He says there, right, so Reuben gives to the son of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule for me tomorrow, right? Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need, whatever it is, then the Gemara says, then it gives you the right to acquire it. Fine. So you want to see the so that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides by this story, the reason is because you can remember this all happened with Velaviana with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the SO zone and by the Harlem case as well. Every just gets one of those hard things. So very emotional. Come on, big fish, some nights. Very interesting. So let's say same thing. Eden gives Rachel a ruling for the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a covenant. So she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Even got Mamar and the rest of the Gabal from the Sulasana. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and makdishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it. Although not sitting in it. In other words, offering it out is offering it out, but being makdish is gone, the animal is gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdishing? Again, because I must say, here the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eshlam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's not fishing. Wednesday, the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eshlam Zona or not? So the two shall be Rabbi Eliezer. So someone say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the dust. Right? You must know. Rabbi Elazar shekatla behikli basa. So remember again, the way that Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Aslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka hikli basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About the Shasson, low. From Rabbi Elazar's statement here, that if she was maxishing, the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Aslan Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, Rabbi Elazar is fake coming by it. The truth is, this Shaila is not a Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Yashi Basal, Dafka Bakisha Solo, the Isim Shasbia. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become Aslan is when the animal was offered up before the dia? And by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Aslan Zona. All Dilma, if the vasa pshitale, vikishasa misaptale. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's going on to time of the dia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Aslan Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Aslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Aslan Zona as a part of this payment, there must be transaction and use, which means payment and dia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed dia, or dia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Aslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with no payment, now the dia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing consequences, so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taking. That's the animal. Okay, let's analyze more. So the second was, let's see, he has a relationship with her. And then afterwards, he pays her. So ultimately, again, he came into this market. And we say it's different and use for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, where is the cash up? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, "Community." Ba'ala the akakaki mashallah. Afilu mikan ashalo shonim esnala asa. So the Rashi says that Judah has relations with himself, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the asa. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. No kasha. So what's the kasha? So just important. The rights that we quoted before, that's like the 60 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transaction immediacy. Here the other side, if there's relations, even if there's 3 years later, ultimately it's still asa. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. No kasha. Conviction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li, the Tawas, Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, the Tawas. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, the Tawas, Okama the Yohev Yahavik Eslan in so ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, is as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze it a little bit more. The only love is how yeah, my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now if you go into it, using the look to love, he says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay us for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, oh, it has the status of a hard payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for the part taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the dignity of the sheep is only been by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep for 4 parts. So it's not going to say the old numbers are in the Slayer, it's not talking about a Jewish harlot. If you don't, they call you the Chaser. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep standing in the Chaser. In which case, again, ultimately, this is the Chaser she acquires. That's in the second. Either play the Chaser, follow the Akhnasala, I understand. If it's in her chaser, in order to she acquires it, in order to get relations with her, and then ultimately again, denigrate her, only denigrate her. It's already in her chaser, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? You know, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmon, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Fiyah, if the sheep is standing in her chaser. Which the Gemara says, the shati and the Helia multitude. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to our halal, and I hear this sheep is not posted. Remember again, what is it called? The essentially for the that the nurse says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as a fine. Massive Rav Sheshes says that it's supposed to have. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of these parchments. Omer Adam Machamarov or Paula. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paid. Now the way ultimately again is payment. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi Obdiko Kavimo Amir Arts. These workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Arts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. We'll say this in just a moment. And he says to them, Yehuva Echel B'Dinazah. Sushtu B'Dinazah. Right? So what's the halacha? The Elo Hoshesh, okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, we do that. That means on supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting them here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So okay, now the says, the Elo Hoshesh, to do this, she doesn't have to be worried. Salafiola base 63B. Lomi Shum Shibis, Lomi Shum Nice, Lomi Shum Yaris. And what's that? Here's this interesting about. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or Amir Aretz, he has to be concerned that maybe the apple is going to go by Yaris. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amir Aretz is going to buy Shmita or Maisa Shimi he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Trevor, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. The heart, the Sakilu, We don't view
It's like
Ruvain is not the one giving them he is giving them money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contracts are the following. Sound flow, they 63, second line down. The Amarlot, but it says them, Su Bichur, Vani Korea, Su Shtu Vani Korea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We did actually get in Korea. Habihu Lokea Issue Mafilo, the hospital solid national. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for him. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for him. Allah, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that Allah for the Mesa, not in Bosa. We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back to now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with